Letco for Saturday night's live Facebook record sale. Hope y'all are ready. I'm ready. If you're ready, I'm ready. Let's go ahead and get this thing on the road. Here we go. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We're about to get started. We're about to go through some stuff. We're about to do a lot of stuff. Let's go ahead and Jake's bringing up crates. Let's see who the first commentor is. Let me set a few of these things aside right here. Let's see here. Mike Miles, Greg Lapey, Craig Sweden. Welcome. Let's go ahead and find the main feed, get everything shared. Mike says, let's go broke. Cash is useless. You just got to have records. All right. But we got to have it to buy more records. It's just an endless cycle. All right. So here's the feed. Let's hit share, copy link, share, group. Let's hit boom, boom, and boom. And alrighty. Now, I think I shared, I did a little flip video for just the group only. So I'm going to hit the copy and paste link there. And boy, it's Saturday night. I just got paid. Elvis. Well, I guess a lot of people did that song. Rip It Up. I'm going to rip it up. That's Elvis. All right. Let's see here. No. All right. Let me close all this out. Now, we're also going to stream it over on YouTube. Welcome, YouTube viewers, as well. There it is. I'm going to click on that right there. I'm going to turn down my volume. There's the stream. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up button. Hit share. Oh boy, we're closing in on 6,000 subscribers. That's great. That's a milestone. That's a milestone. Let me get this shared on an Instagram story, though. I need to go back and see how close we are. Maybe when we have a few people hop over there, maybe somebody can be our 6,000th subscriber. I need to do some kind of giveaway. Get us to 10,000. That's a little bit further away, but when we get to that number, I'll do some kind of giveaway. And our Facebook page almost has 30,000. We're almost at 30,000 followers on our Facebook page. So we'll get there definitely this year. So thanks everybody who always continues to support us on there. Let's go ahead and click this right here. Let's click this. Let's click that. Let's click this. Let's click that. Let's go over here and click this. I'm typing this. Let's go over here and do that. I've got to click this. Here's that. That's done. Now let me go over here and do some of this. And that's done. Now let me go over here and do that. And I think we are done. Let me close out all these apps one more time. And let's hit chat. And I need everybody to share. I need everybody to like. Especially like. That really helps. That really helps. So let's get everybody sharing. Let's get everybody liking. That's what I need everybody to do, for sure. So, let's go ahead and get started through some new vinyl. Let's get started showing some new vinyl. Let me move some stuff around here. This has already been gone through, right? What has this bin here? Looks like a bin of half off I might do later tonight. Sounds good to me. Welcome, greetings, and salutations. All right. Let's get some empty crates stacked. Here we go. Here we go. All righty. So, let's see what's going on here. We have to go through some new vinyl. All right, Edwin, you'll just need to send our page a message, and they'll probably either go ahead and invoice you for it, or they'll try to take it off before invoices go out. But at this point, that's beyond my control now at this point. Just make sure you send the store page a message. Joni Mitchell Blue, Mo5 One Step, $144.99. Joni Mitchell Mo5 Blue One Step, $144.99. Original master recording, new release on Super Vinyl, $144.99. Leonard Skinnard Collected, $54.99 for Leonard Skinnard Collected, 2 LP, music on vinyl pressing. Also, White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1. White Zombie is $38.99. I still got 2 copies of that. Also have Marvin Gaye Collected, 2 LP, music on vinyl, $54.99. Marvin Gaye Collected with booklet. Also, We have Aha, Take On Me. That's Aha on orange vinyl. That is $33.99 for Aha, $33.99. Iron Maiden, this is $44.99. $44.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's a 2LP, new and sealed, Iron Maiden. And we have Death, Human. Death is $28.99. That's new and sealed. We had some OG Death on Thursday night's Metal Night. By the way, the next Metal Night is going to be Monday night. We're going to have another batch of metal on Monday night. Ken Helpland, first on the Marvin Gaye Collected. That's so to Ken. Thank you. New and sealed Marvin Gaye Collected, $54.99. New and sealed for Music on Vinyl. I also have one copy left of the Traveling Wilburys. That's $34.99. Volume 3, Traveling Wilburys. 2 copies of Gwar left, Ragnarok. That is Gwar, gray and white marbled vinyl, $34.99. Craig, they're tagging. They're just doing it delayed. They're not doing it live anymore. They're obviously still tagging, but we're going to do it. We're doing it delayed so they can watch replays. And we're going to see if that cuts back on maybe having a little bit lesser tagging mistakes. So they're actually just got, I think Jake's finishing up last night's sale right now. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $31.99. I have Disturbed, The Sickness. Disturbed is $33.99. The Sickness. Also Death, Leprosy, $28.99 for Death, Leprosy. I have 2 copies left of Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. Now, I know a lot of people was asking for that earlier last night. We didn't get to it a little bit later. We sold 3 or 4 copies. I have 2 copies left. We have $46.99 for Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. We have Decade, actually. I skipped over ELO. There's Kid Rock. There's ELO's Greatest Hits. That's 20 tracks on 2 LPs. $36.99. The very best of ELO. $36.99. Also 2 decades of Seether. That is Seether's Greatest Hits. 20 tracks on 2 LPs, limited to 2,000. $34.99 for Seether. And Jaws, the original motion picture soundtrack, $33.99. Music from the original motion picture soundtrack, $33.99. And we have Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. This is $36.99. $36.99. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $36.99. All right, let me go ahead and go through this crate one more time. If you see anything in here you want, just go ahead and claim it. This is all, of course, new and sealed. I'm going to go ahead and get our first auction started tonight. Our first auctions I have are right over here, I think. Yep, I've got Parliament. And I have, what else do I have here? There's Parliament. And I'm going to start this Blood, Sweat, and Tears at pretty low. Let's see what's going on over here. All right, so here's Parliament. This is up for the downstroke. It's a new sealed copy. Parliament. That's a $15 start. Up for the downstroke. I believe that's what that says. $15 start. Parliament. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. It's a limited edition. It possibly could be on colored vinyl. That's a $15 start for Parliament. And we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. It's new and sealed. B, S, and T, their Greatest Hits. That is sealed. It has no barcode. It's an OG retail copy. $5 start. $5 start on Blood, Sweat, and Tears, sealed. Chris Bachek is in on Parliament at $15. Let's go ahead and go through this crate one more time. First crate of new vinyl here for our warm-up. We have Joni Mitchell Blue, $144.99. New and sealed, Ultra Disc One Step, nail pressed on Super Vinyl, $144.99. Leonard Skinner Collected, $54.99. White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99. Marvin Gaye Collected, we just sold 1. We have 1 left, $54.99. Aha, Hunting High and Low is $33.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, 2LP, $44.99. Death Human is $28.99. Traveling Wilburys Volume 3 is $34.99. Gwar, Ragnarok, that's on gray and white marbled vinyl, $34.99. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $31.99. Disturbed, Sickness is $33.99. If you haven't already, please make sure you've liked the Facebook post. Make sure you've liked the YouTube post. Make sure you've hit the thumbs up button on both platforms, wherever you're watching, or retweet if you're watching on X, or repost. Death, Leprosy, $28.99. 2 copies left of Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $46.99. The very best of ELO's $36.99. The very best of Seether is $34.99. Jaws is $33.99. And Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, Full Moon Fever, Free Fallin', $36.99. What a great album from beginning to end. I Won't Back Down, Love is a Long Road, Running Down a Dream. That is $36.99. We have 1 bid on Parliament, going twice, going 3 times. Never mind, Jared Inc. just bid 16. And then on the sealed, it was on the Blood, Sweat, and Tears sealed. Josie Sinkbell has that for $5. That's sealed blood, sweat, and tears for $5. Final call. Surely you'll get one more bid than $5, but it may not. Final call. Let's bring over our first crate of new vintage stuff. Everything in this bin is newly priced, vintage, pre-owned records. Let's go through it and see what's in here. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is now at 7 with Stephen A. Young, and Parliament is now at 17 with Chris Bachek. That's where we're at. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is at 8. We have a new crate of new vintage stuff to go through. It's only about a third of a crate. I pulled some stuff out and recondensed it, so here we have it. This is Dick Clark, 20 Years of Rock and Roll, an amazing compilation, 2LP, 1999. Dick Clark, 20 Years of Rock and Roll, 1999. So it's an awesome compilation. The last time this went unclaimed, and then I read the track list, and then several people wanted it. It's an amazing compilation of music. Dick Clark, 20 Years of Rock and Roll, that's 1999. Philip Bailey, Family Affair. Philip Bailey is $14.99. I don't think I've seen that Philip Bailey album before. Has the original on her sleeve. That is $14.99. Philip Bailey, Family Affair. The Best of the Bar-Kays. The Bar-Kays is a gold stamp promo, $26.99 on Stax. Volt, The Best of the Bar-Kays. That's $26.99. And Barrett, as in Sid Barrett, from Pink Floyd, a 2014 180-gram pressing. That is $34.99. Also, a collection of Beatles oldies, the UK version. One you won't see here in America because it was just released overseas. A collection of Beatles oldies, $34.99 for that. And we have Badfinger Airwaves, $19.99 for Badfinger Airwaves. Has the original on her sleeve. That is $19.99. All right, so we got a sealed Parliament. This is a new pressing of Up for the Downstroke. Parliament is a new sealed pressing. The last bid we had on that was $18. And then we had sealed OG, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, The Greatest Hits. Stephen A. Young was at 10. Justin Chase was at 10. Jared Inc. was at 18. Leslie Silvley was at 10. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears at 11. Parliament at 20. Blood, Sweat, and Tears at 15. And Scott Ham is going to take the Dick Clark Rock and Roll. 20 Years of Rock and Roll. That's so does Scott Ham. Also, we have Ry Cooder, Borderline. Ry Cooder is $14.99 for Borderline. Badfinger, Wish You Were Here. Badfinger is $19.99. Wish You Were Here. The Beach Boys, Still Cruising. Don't see this one as often. $19.89, $26.99. The Beach Boys, Still Cruising, a $19.89 SRC pressing. That has Kokomo on it from Cocktail. Wipeout from Fat Boys. Beverly Hills Cop, Good Morning Vietnam. It's got all kinds of stuff. Lethal Weapon, Still Cruising from Lethal Weapon 2. That's $26.99. Also, Bluegrass Mandolin Method from the book written by Ray Valla. This is $11.99. Looks like an instructional mandolin record. Bluegrass mandolin for sure. $11.99. The cover's in shrink wrap. Kenny Rogers, Share Your Love. That's $9.99. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. That's $9.99. And we have Bad Company, Desolation Angels, $19.99. Looks like a very clean copy of Bad Company, original on her sleeve, $19.99. All right, so Parliament. Parliament's at 20 with Chris Bachek. That's a final call, new and sealed copy. That's at $20. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is now at 17 with Leslie Silvley and Josie Sinkbell's out. That's sealed. Final call on both of those. Continuing with this crate, we have the Beach Boys, That's Why God Made the Radio. That is a 2012 pressing. Don't think I've seen that one. The brand new studio album, That's Why God Made the Radio, $39.99. The mandolin record is $11.99, Christopher, $11.99. The Police, Zenyatta Mandata, $24.99 for The Police, Zenyatta Mandata. $24.99 for that. Very clean copy. No check condition notes on any of these. The Best of the Beach Boys, that's $19.99. And the Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits, $14.99 for the Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits, original company in your sleeve and in shrink wrap. Christopher Brusha takes the mandolin record. The Parliament is sealed and sold. And now we're going to deliver it to them. This is Up for the Downstroke. This is sold to Chris Bachek for $20. And now the sealed Blood, Sweat, and Tears is sold to Leslie Silvley for $15. Sealed Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And that's sold for $17. A lot less than what I think I put it up for the last time. Just wanted to get some new auctions started. So those are sold and sold. Let me show a couple more records, then I'll show a couple more auctions. Bad Company, Burning Sky. Also no condition notes on that. $19.99. And John Lennon live in New York City. Original inner sleeve. Gold stamp promo. John Lennon live in New York City. $24.99. John Lennon alive. Okay, our next couple auctions. So, I got some Beatles stuff to auction. We had one of these, I think, last night. How about some Beatles and some Yes? Beatles and Yes. Okay, a couple of my favorites there. We'll put some of these up for auction right now. Rachel L., first of the John Lennon record. That's sold to Rachel L. Thank you. And the Mars Volta, deloused in the crematorium. That's a 2 LP. One's on gold vinyl, one's on green vinyl, $39.99. All right, our first auctions here. We have the Beatles, 20 Greatest Hits. We had one of these last night sealed. This is a 1982 or a 1983 US with first cover, blue text on back. First cover, sealed, $45 start with hop sticker and the original Tower Records price tag. No saw marks, no cutouts. 20 Greatest Hits of the Beatles with hop sticker. And this is the 82 or 83 US with first cover, has blue text on the back. $45 start on that. I think we sold one of those for over $100 last night. There's another one, $45 start. And we have the Beatles, or excuse me, that's the Beatles. This is Yes, not on 125. This is either a 1983 or a 1985 US sealed, US pressing, mostly sealed. It has one tear on the front here, one tear in the shrink there, and down here along the bottom right corner, which is right there. And that is not on 125, owner of a Lonely Heart. That is Yes, $35 start on that. Let's go through that bin one more time. If you're just hopping on, you've missed a crate of new vinyl. You've missed half of this crate, or you've missed this third of a crate of new vintage stuff, but we're about to go through it one more time. There's still some great records in here. Moving at a pretty fast pace tonight. We have Philip Bailey, Family Affair, $14.99. Also, the Best of the Bar-Kays, that's on the Volt Stax label, $26.99. Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd, 2014, 180 gram, $34.99. A collection of Beatles oldies. This is a UK pressing on Parlophone. It's a Beatles compilation. She Loves You, Help, Yesterday, Can't Buy Me Love, Day Tripper, Hard Day's Night. That's $34.99, a collection of Beatles oldies. We have one bid on the Beatles for $45. We have one bid on Yes for $35. Those are now going once, going twice. Badfinger Airwaves is $19.99. Rycooter Borderline is $14.99. Badfinger Wish You Were Here is $19.99. Also, the Beach Boys Still Cruising, a 1989 SRC pressing for $26.99. Kenny Rogers Share Your Love, $9.99. Bad Company Desolation Angel is $19.99. The Beach Boys, That's Why God Made the Radio, that's a 2012 album, $39.99. The Police in Yada Mandata, $24.99. The Best of the Beach Boys, $19.99. This is a Capitol Starline pressing in mono. That's an older copy there in mono, $19.99. New bid on Yes for $36 with Mike Brangle. New bid on Yes for $36, and new bid on the Beatles for $46 with Jeff Johnson. Now the Yes album's at $40. Those are both sold, or excuse me, those are both got new bids on it. We have Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits, $14.99. Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits. Bad Company Burning Skies, $19.99. And the Mars Volta deloused in the crematorium, $39.99. That's on colored vinyl. One's gold and one's green. Auctions are getting bids. That was our first crate of vintage stuff, but I have another one to go through. We got 4 crates of new vintage, and then Paul's in the back pricing more. And then I'm going to start doing some discount half-off stuff like I did last night, but I'm going to keep bringing these crates over and go through them until we've gone through them at least once. So, all right. So, Yes is now at $40, and the Beatles is now at $50. One more time. The Beatles is Beatles 20 Greatest Hits, a 1982 or 1983 US with first cover, blue text on back. It is sealed, and now that's at $50. And the Yes is either an 83 OG or an 85 pressing. It is sealed. And that's now at $41 with Mike Brangle. Owner of a Lonely Heart. Changes is on that album too. That's right. All right, new vintage arrivals. Priced as marked. Not check condition on these. This is called Those Were the Days. It does have where somebody wrote the times. This is $9.99. That's the times. But some 60s hits on here like The Association, Never My Love, B.J. Thomas, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, Stormy, Mary Hopkin, etc. That's $9.99. Those Were the Days. Elvis in Concert, 2 LP. Elvis in Concert's $19.99. Also, Jefferson Starship, Winds of Change. Jefferson Starship is $14.99. Bill Haley and His Comets, Golden Hits. Bill Haley and His Comets, that's $19.99. That's a 2 LP Bill Haley compilation. Eddie Money, Life for the Taken, $14.99 for Eddie Money, Life for the Taken. Tom Moran, first on the Elvis Presley. Bob Riger gets Those Days. Those are both sold and sold. So Mike Brangle's out on Yes. Stephen A. Young has Yes for $45. That is sealed. Final call. And the Beatles is at $50 with Mike Torrey's final call. So those are now final calls. $50 on the Beatles, $45 on Yes. There's Eddie Money. We also have Garland Jeffries, Rock and Roll Adult. $9.99 for Garland Jeffries. The All-American Pop Collection All-American Pop Collection, J. Frank Wilson, the Shirelles, Jimmy Gilmer, the Coasters, some more like early 60s, more rock and roll stuff there. That looks like a good record Paul just brought up.
Tonight or Monday?
We'll run it tonight.
Why not?
We'll run it tonight. Just we'll put it right there in the auction bin. Just brought up a Ronnie James Dio Elf album. Wow. Okay. Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, and David Freeberg. That is almost Jefferson Airplane. $14.99. Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, David Freeberg. $14.99 on that. Also, Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. It has this insert with it. $19.99. And Ball and Jack is $12.99. Ball and Jack, $12.99. Dan Gunther is a new bidder, or Jan Gunther is a new bidder on the Beatles at $55. I was just about to sell those. The Beatles have a new bid. Mike Torres, you're out, but it's time to pause and go ahead and sell Yes. Yes is sold to Stephen A. Young for $45. Thank you, Stephen. Let me show one more record, then I'll put up one new auction. Traffic on the Road is $19.99. So Jan is the new bidder on the Beatles at $55. And let's see what I have over here to sell in the sealed bin. How about Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser? This was not in the hype video. This is actually one from a previous night I hadn't got to yet. This is either a 1975 OG or a 1978 reissue. You cannot tell unless you open it. But I do see where maybe, it looks like maybe a sticker was right here. I think I've seen one of these with a hype sticker before on the originals. I don't know if it fell off or somebody peeled it off, but you can kind of see the outline of where maybe an original hype sticker was on there and it kind of maybe either got peeled off or fell off. But that is sealed and it's in very nice condition, and that is a $45 start. That's Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser, $45 start. Let me tell the details. So that's either a 75 OG or a 1978. Either way, it's a 70s pressing, sealed, Bob Seger, $45 start. I'm going to give the details on the Beatles again. The Beatles is either a 1982 or a 1983 US with the first cover that has the blue text on the back. It is sealed, and the new high bid on that $62. I don't know if it's technically a misprint, but Paul didn't label this one. So any CDs or DVDs? No CDs, DVDs, or cassettes tonight, just records. Johnny Winter is a UK pressing, $24.99. Mike Torres is at $65 on the Beatles. Like I said, we had one of those last night, bring over $100. That same record. This one has the hype sticker on it as well. Johnny Winter, check out that UK label, self-titled Johnny Winter. That's $24.99, UK copy. 10 years after is $19.99. That's called What? $19.99. WATT, 10 years after. Donnie Iris, Back on the Streets. This has his hit song Aaliyah on it. $19.99 for Donnie Iris, Back on the Streets. $19.99 for that. And April Wine, boy, you don't see that one too often. $19.99. Walk Through the Fire, Gold Stamp promo. April Wine with hype sticker, $19.99. So the Beatles high bid is at $65 with Mike Torres. The Bob Seger's at $45 and now $47 with Calvin Ward. Two new auctions there. We just now got over 224 viewers tuned in. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. Takes everybody a little bit later on Saturday nights to get on. Usually, when I go live on Saturdays, it's like, man, is anybody going to watch tonight? At like the first 30 minutes, there's only like 100 or so viewers. And then after that, everybody starts getting on. Usually, a lot of people's out and about on Saturday nights. And then it's actually one of the opposites of viewer trending. As the night gets later on Saturdays, we get more and more viewers. As the night gets later, I guess everybody's settled in from whatever on their Saturday night. So if you just hopped on, make sure you go ahead and hit the like button on both Facebook and YouTube. We got two auctions going. You hadn't missed much. We've only been through a third of crate of vintage. We're going through new arrivals now. Paul just brought up a Ronnie James Dio Elf album. I got sealed stuff. I do have a few leftover Japanese pressings that I'm going to start low to get them sold, because every week we've been selling literally every Japanese pressing, and then we'll restart with new shipments next week if they actually get delivered from Japan. With that being said, the Beatles was at 65. Bob Seger 45, Bob Seger 47. Mark Querim was first of the April Wine. Darren Wortman was second. And now the Beatles is at 75. And the question was, what's up with the Led Zeppelin pics shown in the preview for the second unit show? I'm not really for sure what you mean, but maybe if you ask that again, I might understand. The Isley Brothers, Shout. This is 180 gram pressing, $26.99. $26.99. This is a 180 gram reissue of the classic Isley Brothers, Shout. $26.99. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night is $14.99. Neil Diamond's a 2 LP. And we have 60 greatest hits of Dion and the Belmonts. This is $24.99. 60 greatest hits of Dion and the Belmonts. That's a Lori box set, $24.99. Is the Beatles a TC260 on back cover? The Beatles, is it a TC260 on the back cover? It says SV-12245. This is either a 1982 or a 1983 U.S. pressing with the first cover. It has blue text on the back, and it is sealed. I don't see anything that says TC260 on the back. This catalog number above EMI says SV-12245. This is either a 1982 or a 1983 U.S. with the first cover. By the way, Josie, let me know if you want back in on Bob Seger. Calvin has that at 47, final call. The Hollies, 5310074. That is the Hollies, and that is $19.99. The Hollies, The Who, Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy. This is a Who compilation, $29.99. It's on the original Decca label. This has I Can't Explain, I Can See for Miles, My Generation, The Seeker, Boris the Spider, Magic Bus, Substitute. That is $29.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane is $24.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, $24.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. And we have Milt Jackson. This is Milt Jackson, and I think the actual title, it may just be self-titled, $14.99. Milt Jackson. This is Jazz Series, $14.99. No condition notes on any of these. Also, Jefferson Airplane Bark. This is a German pressing, Jefferson Airplane Bark. And this may be a gatefold, very unusual. A gatefold, which I don't think the U.S. pressings are like that. That's a very high, that feels like 180 gram, but it's a vintage original German pressing, $24.99. All right, Mike Torres is at 75 on the Beatles. Who else was bidding on the Beatles? Jan, if you're done bidding, say out, or you can go ahead and bid again. So this compilation originally came out in 1982. This is either a 1982 pressing or a 1983. So it originally came out in 82. It's either an 82 or an 83 pressing. I don't know if there's a way you really can tell unless you open it up. Has the hop sticker. Greg Rogers wants Jefferson Airplane. Josie's out on the sealed Bob Seger. Bob Seger is either a 75 or 78 reissue. Once again, you can't really tell unless you open it. Final call on that is 47 of Calvin Ward. We're about to sell that and put up 2 new ones. Mahalia Jackson, Great Getting Up Morning, $9.99. This definitely looks like an older copy. It's on a Columbia 6i in the original Columbia baggie. $9.99 for Mahalia Jackson. Also, Donnie Iris Live, $24.99 for Donnie Iris Live. And the Hollies, Another Night, $14.99 for the Hollies, Another Night. Robert Sutter wants the Who. Great pickup there. Very cool compilation by the Who. Gatefold, and it's on the original label. Great music on that. The Elvin Bishop Band, Rockin' My Soul, $16.99 for Elvin Bishop, and the Doobie Brothers, Cycles, $19.99 for the Doobie Brothers, Cycles. Okay, the Beatles is now officially sold to Mike Torres for $75. That is sealed, sold, and like I said, we'll deliver it to them next. Well, actually, the USPS, the post office will. That's sold for $75. And now Bob Seger is sold to Calvin Ward. That's sold to Calvin Ward for $47. $47. That's sold to Calvin Ward for $47. All right, one more record, then 2 more auctions. Roy Wood, $14.99, On the Road Again. Let's put up some new auctions. I have over here. Let's go ahead and do this Ronnie James Dio that was just brought up, and let's do Leonard Skinner live. We got some great sealed stuff tonight. I mean, Paul's got a great batch. We're pulling out more and more every night from the Michigan Sealed Collection till it's all gone. This is Ronnie James Dio, Elf. Dio, original, 1972. U.S. vinyl VG Plus. The cover is damaged. We'll call the cover VG minus or less. It looks like it got some water damage. There's some humidity damage, some water damage. The cover is damaged. We'll call that actually VG minus or less. The vinyl is VG Plus, $45 start. Does have a name written on a label. Ralph Edwin Mason, maybe, wrote his name on the label, and that's VG Plus, $45 start. If this is nice, always well over $100 record. VG Plus on that one, vinyl VG minus, $45 start. Not in print. Leonard Skinner Live, not in print. Leonard Skinner's Tribute Tour, 1987. Leonard Skinner Tribute, 1988. U.S. Club, sealed, small bottom corner breeches, $35 start. $35 start. This is Leonard Skinner Live. $35 star. That is very nicely sealed. Elf's at 45. Elf is at 50. We have Rick James, Dance With Me, 12-inch single promo from 1982. That's $9.99. Also, Nicolette Larson, Say When. Nicolette Larson is $9.99. Nicolette Larson Radioland is $9.99. And Tucky Buzzard, $19.99. Tucky Buzzard, and that's on the Passport label. The name of the album is Buzzard. That is $19.99 for Tucky Buzzard. Also, Fool's Gold is $9.99. Barry Miles & Co. Skytrain, $19.99. Barry Miles & Co. Skytrain. Smokey Robinson, Being With You is $14.99. We have Eagles, The Long Run, $19.99 on the Eagles. Actually, a nice cover, which is a little bit unusual for this record. That's $19.99. So Elf was at 50, Leonard Skinner 35, Elf at 55, Leonard Skinner 35, Elf 60, Leonard Skinner 36, Christopher Morris on SR. If that's for Smokey Robinson, then that's So Do You. Charlie DeFrank on Tucky, that's for Tucky Buzzard. Also, we have Smokey Robinson, Yes, It's You Lady, $14.99 for that Smokey. And the Manhattan Transfer, Brazil, Manhattan Transfer, $9.99. And Steve Morse Band, The Introduction, $9.99. Let's do a very quick recap of that bin. Very quick recap of that bin. You create a vintage. Leonard Skinner's now at 40, and the high bet on Elf is $60 of Nathan Myers. That's where we're at on those. I'm just going to read the titles. If you want a price, let me know. You haven't missed but like 3 or 4 auctions, really. Joey Osbrooks gets the Eagles. That's so to Joey Osbrooks. Thank you. That's so to you. We have Jefferson Starship, Winds of Change. Bill Haley and His Comets, Eddie Money, Life for the Taking, Garland Jeffries, The All-American Pop Collection, Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, Rick Wakeman, Ball and Jack, Darren Ray wants SM for Steve Morse. Just doing a recap of this bin. If you need prices on anything, let me know. Traffic on the Road, Johnny Winter, also 10 Years After, Donnie Iris, that's Back on the Streets, that's the one that has Aaliyah on it, $19.99. Shout, The Isley Brothers, Neil Diamond, 60 Greatest Hits of Dion and the Belmonts, The Hollies, The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, Milt Jackson, Mahalia Jackson, and Donnie Iris Live. Price on D.O. Donnie, D.O. was, D.O. Not D.O., not D.I.O., but D.O. What was D.O.? If you do, I bet the autocorrect is really fighting with Tony right now. Leonard Skinner's at 50, but Shane Devers bid 45, Leonard Skinner 50. Nathan Myers wants Johnny Winter. That was JW, right, Nathan? That's so do you. And Donnie Iris, that was $19.99. Donnie Iris, $19.99. Condition on the Donnie Iris Live. No condition notes. Everything in here is EX plus near mint minus. So is this. It's a white label promo, and the cover's VG plus or better. Recorded on the day after April's full day, 1981. So that would be April 2nd. That is $24.99. And then that one's $19.99. We have Holly's Another Night. Also, Elvin Bishop Band, Rock My Soul, Doobie Brothers Cycles, Roy Wood. Tony Freeman says he will take the first Donnie Iris. Update on these auctions. This is Leonard Skinner Live, sealed. Josie Sinkbell has that for $50. George Jones takes the other Donnie Iris. The other Donnie Iris, so did George Jones. And now a final call on Elf. I was making sure Chris Wood Sr. was done bidding. He actually bid $61, and that means he's back in. And that means Nathan Myers, you're out. So Chris did bid $61. So Nathan Myers, you're out. And Shane's back in on Leonard Skinner at $55. Nicolette Larson, also Fool's Gold, Barry Miles & Co., Smokey Robinson, and the Manhattan Transfer. Those are all available. If anybody wants a price, let me know. Nathan Myers is at $65 on Elf. I'm already going to go ahead and do some crate condensing tonight so I can keep up what I have and have not gone through. Let me condense these over here with that one. Set this empty crate right over here. I'm going to need it tonight, probably for sure. And let me step over here on this table. I got stuff kind of strode everywhere tonight. Let me see if this is what I'm looking for right here. I'm looking for one of these bins. Probably this one right here, yeah. Because I see this Allman Brothers, which I'm really surprised no one's bought yet. It's a limited edition 500 on pink and blue vinyl. It will be the last crate in the bin, but we'll get to it in just a second. We have a $55 bid on Leonard Skinner, a $65 bid on Elf, an out on Leonard Skinner, an out on Leonard Skinner, and an out on Elf. So final call on the sealed Leonard Skinner for $55, and final call on Elf for $65. That's where we're at. All right, Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, new and sealed box set, $119.99. Korn, Untouchables, that's a 2 LP for $33.99. AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip, that's $33.99 for AC/DC. Gene Simmons, Arthur Wyman. I finally found it, Arthur. He was wanting the Gene Simmons picture disc. That is sold to Arthur Wyman, so I'm going to go ahead and set that aside. That's sold to him. That's the only crate I never did get around to last night. That's why I'm going through it now. Kiss Lick It Up is $33.99. Nathan Myers wants Stiff Upper Lip, AC/DC. That's sold to Nathan Myers. Also, Kiss Alive 3 is $44.99. Ryan Adams Gold, $39.99. 2 of those available. And also, Kiss Self-Titled is $33.99. Kevin Scott wants Kiss. Now, let me know if you want Lick It Up, Alive 3, or Self-Titled, because that makes 3 I've shown. Also, Leonard Skinner's now sold to Shane Devers for $55, and Nathan Myers, you get the Elf album for $65. You get the Elf album for $65. So let me put that away. Let me go ahead and introduce a couple more auctions. Leonard Skinner sold. Elf sold. I have a sealed, let's see what else I have in here. I have sealed Aerosmith live bootleg and sealed AC/DC. Wow. This could be interesting. All right, let's check out the Aerosmith first. The Aerosmith is an early 80s U.S. repress sealed. Early 80s U.S. repress sealed, $35 start for Aerosmith live bootleg. Very nicely sealed. It has a barcode on the back. It's an early 80s U.S. repress. And AC/DC 74 jailbreak. An original 1984 U.S. sealed, $35 start. $35 start. $35 start. There's those 2 auctions right there. Okay, so we had Kevin Scott wants Lick It Up. Nathan Myers wants Alive 3. Arthur Wyman wants Self-Titled. Those are all sold. Michael Curtis wants to know how much is Lick It Up. Lick It Up, there's 1 copy left. New and sealed 2014 remaster, $33.99. I have 2 copies of Stevie Ray Vaughan, Sky is Crying, music on vinyl pressing, $39.99 for that. Dawkins' Greatest Hits, now playing, $28.99 for Dawkins' Greatest Hits, now playing. Montrose Greatest Hits, now playing. Some of those with Sammy Hagar, $28.99. 2 copies of that left. And we have Gordon Lightfoot Greatest Hits, now playing, $28.99. Michael McCarter gets the last copy of Kiss Lick It Up. Update on these auctions I just introduced. I left off by saying Aerosmith 35, AC/DC 35, AC/DC 50, AC/DC 51. Nathan Myers wants a copy of Montrose. That is sold. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $48.99 for Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime. Honky Chateau, Elton John, 50th Anniversary Edition on gold vinyl, Rocket Man, $36.99. And we have The Who, Who's Next, Abbey Road Half-Speed Master, $39.99. The other Michael beat me to look it up. Oh, was there 2 Michaels? Who asked about it? Michael Curtis asked about it, and then Michael McCarter. Oh, my bad. Michael, you actually have dibs if you want it. You have dibs if you want it, Michael Curtis. Since you asked about it first, that puts you in line for it first. And then I'll see if I can get another one for Michael McCarter if you decide you want it. So actually, you can take that right out of his hands if you want it. Let me check my Kiss bin and see if I got another one over here. I have several other Kiss albums over here. I don't have a backup for that, though. So if both of y'all decide you want it, then somebody's going to have to go on a waiting list. Somebody's going to have to go on a waiting list if both of y'all want it, because that's the only copy I have. So I didn't even catch that. There was 2 different Michaels. Michael Curtis says he'll take it. All right, so Michael Curtis takes it, and Michael McCarter says he'll take the waiting list. So let me do a redo there. Michael Curtis gets this one, and Michael McCarter on a waiting list. Michael and Michaels on the Kiss Lick It Up. My bad. I got that caught now. All right, so AC/DC was at 60, and Bill Sammis wants the Gordon Lightfoot now playing. That's sold to Bill Sammis. Nice pickup there. Great track list, and I don't think I've missed any other claims, right? I haven't. Let's keep going. I have Whiskey Myers Tornilio. Whiskey Myers is $36.99. Whiskey Myers, I have 1 copy of the Colt Electric. That's on blue vinyl. The Colt is $36.99. Motorhead 1916 is $36.99. And Dio, Holy Diver, that's a 2 LP Joe Barassi remix remaster, $46.99. Dio, $46.99. And we have Kiss, Music from the Elder. This is $36.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. Nathan Myers wants Whiskey Myers. There's another Kiss album. And here's the Allman Brothers I was talking about. Limited edition to 500. Eat a Peach on pink and blue vinyl. Pink and blue vinyl, $46.99. We do have very polite Facebook and YouTube customers. We do. The bad ones are weeded out, believe me. If there's anybody rude or angry on here, they get weeded out pretty fast. So no reason to be, everybody's very nice. I try to be nice. I think everybody else is very nice. Okay, Anthony Gray, first on the Allman Brothers Band. Ken Helplin, if you want on a waiting list, we'll put you on there. Just let me know. If not, we'll just go ahead and put you on there, but that's sold to Anthony Gray. Let's do one more recap of this bin. We have Errol Smith. The newest high bid on this was 36 and now 37. This is an early 80s U.S. reissue. It is sealed, very nicely sealed. That is a final call for $37 with Chris Wood Sr. And AC/DC 74 jailbreak. AC/DC is at 61, now 65 with Shane Devers. That is sealed. That's an original pressing. That's an original pressing of that, a 1984 US OG of 74 jailbreak. And Shane Devers has that at 65. We pulled Nathan Myers. We pulled the Allman Brothers. Ken on the waiting list. Sean says, somehow I'm still here. Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, $119.99. Korn Untouchables is $33.99. Also, AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip, $33.99. Ryan Adams Gold is $39.99. Kiss Self-Titled, $33.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying, $39.99. Dokken, Greatest Hits, $28.99. Montrose Greatest Hits, $28.99. Queensryche Operation Mindcrime, $48.99. Elton John, Honky Chateau, $36.99. Half-Speed Master of this classic album, The Who, Who's Next, $39.99. The Cult Electric, $36.99. Motorhead 1916, $36.99. Dio, Holy Diver, $46.99. And we have Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder. All right, now we got new bids on both auctions. Jared's at 40 on Errol Smith. Chris Wood Sr., you're out. And Darren Wallace is the new high bidder on this very nicely sealed AC/DC. Jerry Stone, Korn is $33.99. Untouchable, same price as the other one you picked up this week. That's also a 2LP. Chuck Kepich wants a Kiss self-titled. Wow, we sold all the Kiss records in there. That's sold to Chuck Kepich. Thank you. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants anything, just let me know. Paul's bringing up a crate of new arrivals. Paul, I'll take them right now. We'll slide them right into, if you want to walk on this side, you put them right in there. Got to have some strong forearms to do that. Paul's been hitting the gym, throwing around a 60-pound crate of records like it's a, 60-pound crate of records around like it's nothing. I know when I'm in the gym, I'm like working out, like literally practicing lifting record crates. I could just work out here every night, get a dumbbell, run it through the top of these crates, and you'd be curling like 120 pounds. I could just do that and save a monthly gym. But I also go in there and I watch. If I have time to watch a movie or a TV show, I do it on the treadmill. So I have to go to the gym to watch TV. I know that sounds contradicting, but I watch all my movies and TV at the gym, so I'm liable to walk for 2 hours just to get caught up on a movie that I need to see. All these soundtracks, we sell, and TV shows. Everybody's like, you've never seen Jaws? And I'm like, no, I haven't. I've got that on my watch list too. So, okay, let's go back up top. Chuck Kepich, Kiss self-titled. Chris is out on Aerosmith, AC/DC 70. AC/DC 75, AC/DC 85, Darren Wallace is out. That means Aerosmith is a final call to Jared Inc. for $40. All right, Paul literally just brought up a crate. Y'all saw him put it up in there. I have no idea what's in here. There could literally be, who knows. There's one thing we got to do, though. We got to fix this Stevie Ray Vaughan record so he's looking at y'all again. Oh, there he is. Okay, now he's looking at you. Right there. There's 2 left. He's going to be staring at you till you buy it. $64.99. All right, new vintage arrivals and pre-owned. We have Nightwish. Holy moly, that's a good way to start. $49.99, limited to 300. Endless Forms, Most Beautiful. Nightwish, $49.99. Gold vinyl, 2015, $49.99 on Nightwish. Queen, A Kind of Magic. It's a half-speed master, $27.99. Queen, Phil Scarapto, first on Nightwish. Mark Querum was second. We also have music inspired by the life and times of Scrooge. Interesting. Written and produced by Tuomas Hoplapian. I just butchered that. $149.99. 2014 white vinyl, limited to 300. What an interesting record. The Life and Times of Scrooge, $149.99. And the Beatles' #1 hits, $39.99. 27 #1 hits on 2 LPs, $39.99. So AC/DC was a final call. That's a sealed live bootleg, early 80s reissue. Jared Inc. had that for $40. A couple more records, and I'm about to sell it. And just so you know, Shane was at 75 on the sealed AC/DC. Calvin was at 85. Darren's out. Phil got Nightwish. Mark Querum was second. Jeff Brindley third. Also, Bob Riger first to Queen. We have James Rayner first on the Beatles. That is sold and sold. And we have Joe Bonamassa's Royalty. Joe Bonamassa's Royalty, $29.99. Joe Bonamassa's Royalty and Blood, Sweat, and Tears, an RTI pressing, sealed. It's on blue vinyl from Friday Music, $19.99. Shane's also out on AC/DC. That means I'm going to sell both auctions as soon as I show this. Robin Trower for Earth Below. It's in shrink wrap. It does have a name written on the cover, but that is $21.99. Lily McCurry wants Joe Bonamassa. That's sold. Errol Smith is sold to Jared Inc. for $40, and Calvin Ward gets the AC/DC for $85. Let's put up some new sealed stuff, and we'll keep going through this crate. I have the following auctions going up for auction. Where's the stuff? Where's those Black Sabbath? Here, where's our thumbnail image? Here we go. Let's do these. A couple check condition records, but definitely worthy of auction. This is Black Sabbath self-titled debut, and it's an OG pressing. This is a 1970 Terre Haute pressing, VG Plus condition, $55 start. OG on this means this very desirable Black Sabbath label. There is a name written on the label. Green label, $55 start, VG Plus condition. Let's see what kind of, just a generic inner sleeve and about a VG cover. Black Sabbath, that's a $55 start. And then the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, VG condition, original inner sleeve, $15 start. VG, blue label, first label on that, $15 start. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $15 start. You can't always get what you want. All right, so Sabbath already has a bid. Stephen A. Young wants the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Let's keep going in this bin. I have Robert Kraft. That is $16.99. Robert Kraft, and that is called Retroactive, $16.99 on that. The Eagles Greatest Hits box set. This is Volume 1 and Volume 2. $34.99. Looks very nice. The Stones is at $25. Black Sabbath is at $55. Nightwish, Showtime, Storytime. Nightwish, whoa, $299.99. Make sure you absolutely want this one before you type in Nightwish. $299.99. A 2013 German import. The only one in the United States is $350. The last one sold for $424 and $375. We have this one priced well below market right now at $299.99. Showtime, Storytime, that's $299.99. Queen, Innuendo, $32.99. That's a 2015 half-speed master, $32.99. And Timepieces, the best of Eric Clapton, $29.99. Timepieces, the best of Eric Clapton, $29.99. And the Grateful Dead, wow, a picture disc of this. I don't know if I've ever seen a picture disc of this. $36.99, American Beauty, check that out. Grateful Dead picture disc. I didn't know they ever made that on a picture disc, $36.99. All right, our auction's now moving to final call. Mark Quarrell, you're going to get the Nightwish, very cool. That's so do you. And this is an OG Black Sabbath, green label, Black Sabbath. It's at $55. It's in VG Plus condition. Their OG album, 1970. And the Stones is also OG with the original inner sleeve. VG vinyl, VG cover. That's at $25. Final call. Charles Verano gets the Grateful Dead. Price on the Eagles, $34.99. You get Volume 1 and Volume 2. It's like a little 2-disc set in a slipcase. $34.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4 is $26.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4 is $26.99. Do you have any Keith Whitley? Actually, somebody asked earlier. I think Brooke asked earlier. I read it and I didn't answer. My bad, but I'll answer to both of y'all right now. No, we don't have any Keith Whitley. If we have Keith Whitley, it will be auctioned and put up for sale. As of right now, I don't know of any other Keith Whitley albums we have. They're out of print. They've never been reissued. And, of course, they're always $100 and up. Right now, I have no Keith Whitley. If we do, they will be auctioned. The Rolling Stones is at $26. The Rolling Stones is at $30. Dwight Yoakam, live from Austin, Texas. This is on colored vinyl. Hey, there's another country artist I never say we have, though, Dwight Yoakam. It's on colored vinyl, live from Austin, Texas, $39.99. This is a new pressing of Sabbath Volume 4, but that's a great album. What do we have here? This looks pretty cool. $19.99. It's Stoner Rock. Formula 400 Heathens. Formula 400 Heathens, and that's on blue vinyl. And Paul says this is Stoner Rock, 1999. Always been asked about here lately. So the Stones is at $26, $30, $35. Eric Clapton Timepieces info. What happened to that? Eric Clapton Timepieces. No condition notes on the vinyl. $29.99. It's very clean. The cover is in about VG or VG Plus condition. Next is Black Sabbath Volume 4 condition. Black Sabbath is like a new remaster. It is near mint minus, but it's 180 gram. It's a new remaster. New remaster. Daniel Bouzadin first on Dwight Yoakam. Next, we have Joshua Cross saying he'll take the Stoner Rock. Mike Torres is at 50 on the Stones. Edwin Blom was second. The Rolling Stones 36, and Fred Cardell third on Formula. David Graves says he'll take the Eric Clapton. Now we just need somebody to get the Black Sabbath and the Eagles and the Queen and Robert Kraft and the Scrooge and Robin Trower. Nobody else is going to bid on Black Sabbath, very surprisingly, though. Sold for one bid for $55, much less than what we had it stickered for. Very surprising. I think the last one we had in that condition brought close to 100. That is sold, $55. And the winning bid on that was to Chris Ferrara, $55. Now the Stones is at 50 with Mike Torres. David Graves, I pulled you the Clapton, and Sam Squatch wants Volume 4. Ken Helplin wants the Eagles. Those are all sold. Let me swap out crates here and filled one up. Let me swap out. Bring me a new empty crate right over here to put these in. Continuing, this is the Police Greatest Hits. It's a 2022 remaster of the Police Greatest Hits, $36.99, 2 LP. That sounds amazing if you don't already have one of those. The Cult Sonic Temple, another 2 LP remaster, $32.99. It's a 2 LP. The Cult Sonic Temple, $32.99. And Marvin Gaye, Hello Broadway, a 2015 pressing. That's a very difficult OG to find, $19.99. Are we all done on the Stones? Mike Torres has that for $50. Let me get a new auction started. And the auction bin, I've got the Beatles, Paul McCartney, Skynyrd, Whitesnake, ZZ Top, Aerosmith, The Who, Bob Marley, Talking Heads, Tull, Bo Diddley, Dr. John, Jefferson Airplane, George Thorogood, REO Speedwagon, Greg Allman, Mick Fleetwood, Bee Gees, Melissa Etheridge, The Frosts, The Rationals, that's some kind of, what's the name of that? The Fifth Castle, that's a 60s record. Lionel Richie, Frank Sinatra, Neil Diamond, Ruthless People, Lee Greenwood. Also have Van Halen, Queen, Leonard Skinner, War, Paul McCartney, Genesis, Springsteen, Stray Cats, Beatles, Pink Floyd. And now I got to decide what to pull out. Let's do Whitesnake. That sounds pretty interesting. Final call on the Stones. We have Whitesnake. This is the Rock Cafe import. It has import stickers on the front. It's a 1987 UK import, sealed, $25 start. Sealed, $25 start. Whitesnake Trouble, that's a $25 start. Should go up from there. Whitesnake, $25 start. Back up to the top, Lily McCurry got the Police record. That is sold to Lily McCurry. Romelu gets the Marvin Gaye. Jetstream, you were second on Marvin Gaye. Looks like Calvin Ward was third, and let me get my feed caught back up. The Cult was not OG. No, it's not. Mark Lentz at 55 on the Stones, and Whitesnake's at 25. I did not see your comment about Black Sabbath earlier, Jerry. Let me know what that was. All right, we have Queen, The Miracle, a 2015 half-speed master. Queen is $29.99. Whitesnake is now at $35. Robin Williams, Reality, What a Concept, VG plus $14.99. Mike Torres, you're out on the Stones. Mark Lynn has that for $55. Mike Torres, you're out. Band on the Run, with the poster, VG plus condition, $24.99. Band on the Run. Shane Devers gets Robin Williams. Band on the Run, 50th anniversary has been celebrated this month. Rossington Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. That's VG plus $14.99. And REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, VG plus $14.99. The Rolling Stones is now at 65. Whitesnake was at 45. Now it's at 50. Do you have any Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath available? I do. I must have missed your comment. I do have, yes, I have 3 or 4 of those available. If I ever miss somebody's comment and I don't answer within the first couple minutes after you post it, you might want to send it again. I think I should have 2 or 3 of those left, Jerry. They're over here on that table right over there. But yes, if you want one, I can get them. So Whitesnake is at 50. Stones pressing condition. The Rolling Stones is in VG condition. It's a blue label, OG, original inner sleeve, Let It Bleed, VG vinyl, VG cover. The high bid on that, the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, is Mike Torres has that for $65. We already pulled Robin Williams. Whitesnake was at 50. How much was the Cult? The Cult is a new remaster 2 LP, $32.99. A new LP 2 LP remaster. And Whitesnake's now at 55. We have Jack Suslack wants Innuendo and The Miracle, picking up both of those Queen albums. Those are sold to Jack and Jack. ELO Discovery, VG condition, $11.99. And Foreigner 4 is VG plus $14.99. Whitesnake's at 57. Let me go ahead and find right now that Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath for Jerry Stone before I forget. And those things are where? right here. Nope, not there. That's Taylor. Right here. I've got 5 left, and Jerry's getting 1. I've got 4 left. This is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. It's a new Start Your Ear Off Right Rhino 2024 exclusive on smoke colored vinyl. Black Sabbath on colored vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is $29.99. Got a surprise shipment today without tracking number. Somebody said that earlier. So what happened is Square updated, and we got this new feature where we can add your tracking number to your invoice. There's a couple problems, though. I don't think y'all are being notified about it. So we shipped like 150 packages or 350 packages, and we uploaded tracking numbers into Invoices. And we thought that that was going to be a new feature where y'all could get updates. Evidently not. So there's somebody just said earlier they got 2 packages in the mail today, and they hadn't even got tracking. I think that's also why we're getting lots of questions about, I hadn't got a tracking number and I paid 10 days ago. You're probably about to get your package like tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Sunday, like Monday, because we've already shipped it and you probably just don't realize. But I think if you click on your invoice, there may be a feature where we've uploaded your tracking. I think you can click on it and like subscribe to updates. I don't know that for sure. We're trying to figure out how like tracking can be, because when we print out a shipping label, we have to copy and paste that over. And as you could imagine, that could be very time consuming. So we're trying to figure out how to do it like automatically. And there is a feature through Shippo where we can do that, but they won't let us ship media mail, and we have to be able to ship media mail. But they won't let us do that through media mail. So yeah, if you've been waiting for a tracking number, guess what? Your package is probably just about to show up. It's probably already got to you or about to get to you, and it's not that we hadn't sent you a tracking number. So I think that's what's going on with a few people's orders. But we'll get that figured out next week. We may just have to start sending them manually again. I will talk to Doug about that for sure. He is our logistics manager. We have the Rolling Stones. The last bid on that was $55, and then we had a $65 bid, and we had an out. So the Rolling Stones is a final call for $65 to Mike Torres, and then the White Snake got up to $50, and then we was at $55, and then Jerry Stone wanted a Black Sabbath. That sold to Jerry Stone. White Snake $57. Mark Lentz out on the Stones. We have Tony Freeman on ELO. That sold to Tony Freeman. The Garth Brooks is not something new we can get. Those came in a collection. So actually, those are all gone. That's not anything new we can order. Those just were in a collection. So, Brooke, I can't get any more of those right now. Tony got ELO. White Snake's at 60. Joshua wants a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Joey Osbrooks wants REO Speedwagon. That's sold to Joey. Do you have a copy of We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll? I sold those Walmart copies. I may have a new one over here, though. Let me know. Or I'll check right quick. Excuse me. White Snake's at 62. And we have No Technical Ecstasy. What Van Halen do you have? And the Rolling Stones. Phil Scarapto wants a Black Sabbath. I have 1 copy left of Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Now, the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed is a 69 OG with the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's in VG. The cover's in VG. It's at a high bid of $65 right now with Mike Torres. $65, and it's about to sell. And speaking of $65, that is what we just got White Snake up to. Jan Gunther wants the last copy of Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Guess what? If anybody else wants a copy of that record, I will have to put you on the waiting list. That's our last one. We have Full Nelson. It takes humiliation, when you got to rob a gas station. That is VG Plus, $14.99. That's a hardcore record from 1985. Full Nelson, VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Damn the Torpedoes, VG $17.99. VG $17.99. VG $17.99. That is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Also, we have Purple Rain, Prince and the Revolution. And this is VG Plus, $36.99. It's an allied pressing with the poster. Allied pressing of the poster. Condition and price of $404. $404 is in VG Plus, $14.99. It's a Canadian pressing. So last Sabbath, we have condition. We did that one. Is there any issues with the White Snake? The White Snake, no corner breaches. Paul didn't leave any condition notes on it. Nope. It's all very nicely sealed. You know, the shrink wrap's a little tight around the corners, but no, it's not torn or anything. White Snake, UK pressing. Final call on that. Colin Butler wants Full Nelson. That's sold to Colin Butler. Michael Ruttman gets Prince. And let me step over here and check what else we have in new Black Sabbath albums. We've been selling Black Sabbath like it's 1974 again. Let's go ahead and see what I have over here. I've got, let's see here. Well, I've got Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath on black vinyl. I have the old reissue on black vinyl. I don't have any more of those. I'll show them one at a time. I only have one copy of this, Never Say Die, $33.99. I only have one copy of that. Never Say Die, $33.99. Only one copy of that. If you want that, Never Say Die. If you want this one, comment 13. I have 2 copies of Black Sabbath 13. If you want that one, comment 13. And I've got, here's the one that was just asked about, and then I have a couple other singles. Wow, I got to stock up on Sabbath. And Ozzy solo albums. I only have just a couple of those over there, too. Of course, it's Black Sabbath. It's a no-brainer. All right, Whitesnake 75, 78, now 80. Let's go ahead and sell the Stones. This is sold to Mike Torres for $65. Mike, that is sold to you for $65. Thank you. Daniel's out on Whitesnake. Calvin has that for $80. And we have David Bowie, Let's Dance, EX Condition, $26.99. EX Condition, Let's Dance, David Bowie. Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace, that's $24.99. And Paper Lace, that's in VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Paper Lace. Final call on Whitesnake. And we have Rastus, or Rastus, one of the two. VG Condition, $12.99. Next auction is going to be sealed ZZ Top. This is sealed ZZ Top. It's a 1980 Germans pressing. A 1980 German pressing, $35 start for ZZ Top. It is sealed. Lots of great seal titles tonight. Final call on Whitesnake for $80. ZZ Top's a $35 start. How much is Black Sabbath 13? $33.99. How much was David Bowie? $26.99. Also, we have The Cure, Disintegration. That's a new remaster, EX Condition, $32.99. The Cure, Disintegration. Foreigner, Inside Information, EX Condition, $17.99. And The Eurythmics, It's Alright, Baby's Coming Back. That's a Canadian import, 12-inch single, 3-track, VG $9.99. VG $9.99. That's tough to say. VG $9.99, very fastly. Black Moses, Isaac Hayes. That's a new reissue. VG Plus Condition, $21.99. Whitesnake is sold to Calvin Ward for $80. Burt Jordan's in on the ZZ Top at $35. That's at $35 with Burt Jordan. And we have Whitesnake now, Whitesnake is sold. That was for $80. ZZ Top's at $35. We have The Cure Condition. The Cure has no condition notes. Yes, it does. It's EX. EX. Black Sabbath 13 was $33.99. That's a 2LP. Is it? Yeah, I guess it is a 2LP. And then Never Say Die. Those are $33.99. Condition of Bowie, EX Condition. Felix Salas wants the Eurythmics. That's sold to Felix. New bid on ZZ Top, $36. Let's go ahead and, actually, is this another, what is this? Oh, I do have one more Black Sabbath. Why is that one laying over here? Let me make sure I pulled them all. Let's see here. Who all asked for those? Jerry, let's see. There's Jerry's, and then, let's see, Phil, Jan, and was there one more? Hold on a second. Let me go back up the top there. There's Jerry's. Josh was the other one, Joshua Cross, and then Phil, and then Jan. So I should have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I do have one more copy. I got one more copy here on the colored vinyl. That's $29.99. Somebody definitely needs to grab that then. ZZ Top's at $38. Jesse Rome says he'll take the David Bowie. That's sold to Jesse Rome. Can you show the Rastus again? The Rastus is GRT label, 2LP, Rastus, GRT-30004 catalog number. It's a 2LP. It's in VG condition, $12.99. Let's go through that crate one more time. First, somebody asked for this Black Sabbath album. If you want any of these, just comment the title. But here's a copy of We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll, $44.99, which is like a greatest hits comp. I have one copy of Paranoid left for $33.99. I have one copy of Self-Titled left for $33.99. And the classic Master of Reality. That is a tough one to find an OG of. We usually auction them because those are super tough, especially with a nice cover. We sold a copy one night. It was near mint and shrink wrap, just absolutely beautiful for $200 or $300. I don't know who ended up getting that night, but that was like a Hall of Fame copy. The Cult is $32.99. Next auction is going to be a copy of Talking Heads Naked, sealed. An original 1988 US Club. This is an original club copy, sealed, $45 start, naked. An original club copy, sealed, $45 start. $45 now at ZZ Top. Make sure I didn't miss anything. There was Rastus, that, and that, and that. And Scott Marchheim wants Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. That's sold to Scott Marchheim. ZZ Top is at 46, now 46. So, recapping this band, The Cult, Sonic Temple, new remaster, 2LP, $32.99. Music inspired by the life and times of Scrooge, $149.99. It's on white vinyl, 300 copies was pressed. Colin Butler says he'll take the Rastus. Let me make sure that Neil Brashear doesn't want it. If Neil doesn't want it, it's sold to Colin Butler. ZZ Top's at 50. Talking Heads is at 55. Robin Trower for Earth Below, $21.99. Also, Robert Kraft, Retroactive, is $16.99. Band on the Run is VG Plus, $24.99, and this has the poster with it. Band on the Run, an OG copy with poster. Rossington Collins Band, that's VG Plus, $14.99. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG, $17.99. Foreigner 4, VG Plus condition, Jukebox Hero, Canadian import, $14.99. ZZ Top, we have two people at 50. Stephen Freyu was first, Stephen A. Young was second, and Talking Heads has a high bid of 55 of Travis Wade. Charles, you're out. Stephen's back in on ZZ Top at 55. We have Pipes of Peace, Paul McCartney, $24.99 on Paul McCartney. Paper Lace is VG Plus, $9.99. Foreigner, Inside Information, the covers and shrink wrap, EX, $17.99. We have Black Sabbath, Isaac Hayes, VG Plus, $21.99. And The Cure is available. That's pretty surprising. Disintegration, EX edition, $32.99. Josh Ragland wants Damn the Torpedoes. Charles is out on Talking Heads. This now moves to a final call with Travis Wade. He has that for $55. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath is still available. The last copy I have. We'll have more next week, hopefully, on colored vinyl. Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll, $44.99. Paranoid's $33.99. Self-Titled, $33.99. Never Say Die, $33.99. And Black Sabbath 13. Those are all still available. Sam Squatch needs to put back Volume 4. Those are all still available. If anybody wants it, I'm going to go ahead and put them over here on the Black Sabbath rack. And I don't think I have any other. I got black vinyl Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, the 2012 remaster. And then I have a couple Ozzy albums. And I have, the only other one I have is Dehumanizer. And now I have Volume 4 since it's being put back. Dehumanizer just came back into print, I think back in November 29th is when these are stickered, $49.99. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer, $49.99. All right, so first we have Anthony Gray says he'll take The Cure. He asked about it earlier, and he's going to take the Cure album. That's sold to him. Mike Brangle, you were second. Nemini, Rome wants the Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. That is sold to Nemini. Sean, you got one from the waiting list, yes. And ZZ Top now. I want to make sure that Travis Wade, no, Stephen Freyu. Let me know if you want back in because the new high bid is 55 with Stephen Young. We can go ahead and sell Talking Heads for 55 to Travis Wade. That is sold. And now let me find the Volume 4. Black Sabbath Volume 4 that's being put back is right somewhere in here, I think. Let me find that. Must be in the previous bin. And let's see here. It was the first record in the last bin. Volume 4, if anybody wants that. It's a new remaster, $26.99. Wheels of Confusion, Tomorrow's Dream, Supernaut, Snowblind. Wow. Also, since I've been scrolling, there's been about 3 questions about 3 very rare records. First one was Limp Bizkit's Chocolate Starfish Water. Don't have that. Somebody asked for Badland's second album. Don't have that. And somebody asked for, I think somebody just asked about for Firehouse earlier. I don't have that either. And if I did, I would be completely shocked because that would be an instant seller. We always auction that kind of stuff. I do not have those. Chocolate Starfish is, I think it's kind of in print, but our distributors don't carry it. I think they're kind of like semi-unofficial pressings or maybe straight up bootlegs. And that second Badlands album is what, like $1,000 or something? I've never seen that. I think it's extremely rare. And Firehouse comes through occasionally, but it's expensive. It's a $200 or $300 record too. We wouldn't just have those things laying around. I wish we did, but that's rare stuff. I try to answer all the questions. If anybody hops on and asks for like really rare stuff, I try to answer it, but if we're going to have something like that, it's going to be sold here at auction. And just make sure you're following our page because it will be in a hot picture or a hot video. All right, ZZ Top is sold. ZZ Top is sold to Stephen A. Young for $55. Do we have rare records here or pretty tough to get records? Absolutely. But they're going to be sold as soon as I put them out for sale. They're going to be gone. There's no left behinds on stuff like that. Van Halen, 5150. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus with Obi. Super clean copy. $55 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover of Obi. That is a $55 start. Also, we have Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Stephen Steele, Super Session, $19.99. That is a super clean copy of that, the Super Session. Nice jacket, too. That one's known for like having a lot of ring wear. $19.99 on that. And Michael Bloomfield, there's another one. That's $14.99. And we have the Police, Ghost in the Machine, $24.99. $24.99. I do not have the Detroit Rock City soundtrack. Do not have that. I've never had that at all, actually. This is a 1980 U.S. reissue, mostly sealed. This is Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road, a 1980 U.S. reissue. It does have a tear on the bottom right, a small tear on the opening, and that's a $35 start. So the shrink's kind of torn here. It's torn right there where the records come out, but that is sealed Leonard Skinner, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. We're going through a new crate here. We sold the Black Sabbath, and we have a couple other questions, and you have Creatures of the Night. I do. They're $39.99. Bill Haley Scrapbook, $14.99. Bill Haley Scrapbook. The Hughes Corporation, Freedom for the Stallion, in shrink wrap. Don't rock the boat. $16.99. That's on the original label. Elton John Breaking Hearts, $19.99 for Elton John. Four-wheel drive, Bachman Turner Overdrive. Four-wheel drive, BTO. That's $14.99 for BTO. Garland Jeffries, Escape Artist. That's $9.99. Texas Bound and Flying, Jerry Reed, $14.99. The Beach Boys, Made in USA, $29.99, 2LP. Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? A surprisingly nice-looking copy, $26.99. $26.99, and Grand Funk Live with the poster, $34.99. Grand Funk Live with the poster, Green Capitol label, $34.99. Leonard Skinner's at $35, Leonard Skinner's at $40. Alice Lowry wants Bachman Turner Overdrive. Shane Devers gets Jerry Reed. Those are sold and sold. And we have Chris Farrar want the Super Session. If you're looking for Thin Lizzy or Lizzie Borden, then I would just, you leaving, Paul? Yep. Thank you. Have a good night. Make sure you're paying attention to the crate. I don't want to sound like I'm being rude or anything here, but for those that's watching you, we really don't do requests. I'm only showing whatever's in these bins, and that's the best way, believe me. I've done one show a long time ago where I did nothing by request, and we hardly didn't sell anything. Because one or two things, I didn't have any of the request, or it took me like a half hour to find one record. So the way I figured it out is you just want to buckle up and pay attention to what I'm showing here. There could be a Thin Lizzy show up gray at any second. There could literally be a Thin Lizzy record here in about 10 seconds, and just make sure you're ready to buy it whenever it pops up. That's how we do these sales. The auctions, I do request on those for if you know what's coming up, but these crates, I don't know what's in them, and you don't know what's in them. They're all brand new stuff that we just priced for today. That's how we do things as far as there. So I usually just let people know that if a question pops up, I usually just have to skip over it, because we can't jump around and do requests all night. The Cars Panorama is $24.99. The Cars is $24.99. Beja, this is Time and Tide. Beja is $24.99, just like a box of chocolates. Who knows what's about to be showed? The Aztecs, live at the Adlib Club of London. 1964 mono. Has this little thing up here about the Beatles, the greatest club we've ever been in. A quote from the Beatles. Has little faux signatures on there. $34.99 on that. And we have the Jackson's Victory, $29.99. The Jackson's Victory is $29.99, has the original inner sleeve, $29.99. And the Romantics in Heat, $19.99. The Romantics in Heat, Talk It in Your Sleep, that's $19.99. Van Halen, that only had one bid. The high bid on Van Halen was $55 with Josie Sinkbell. Final call, and now the sealed Leonard Skinner. The sealed Leonard Skinner was at $48 with Reed Gregory. Tim Turner, you're out. Tim Turner, you're out. And yes, there will be a Frank Sinatra auction later. I think it's a sealed greatest hits. The Young Bloods, this is $26.99. It's a 1969 Indianapolis pressing. The Young Bloods, that's on the orange RCA label, $26.99. Second Winter, Johnny Winter, $29.99. Johnny Winter and Procter and Bergman, TV or not TV. What an interesting looking record there. $9.99. Jack Suslak on BB. And BB was possibly for the Beach Boys. Let me know exactly what was on that. Tim Turner's back in on Leonard Skinner at 49. And Van Halen has a new bid for 56 with Mark Trahan. That means, Josie, you're out. Deep Purple, their self-titled album, $26.99 for Deep Purple. I can tell you this is an older pressing just because it's a Unipack flip open. $26.99, Deep Purple. Usually that's like a side loader or something. $26.99 for that. Leonard Skinner's at $49. Jack does want the Beach Boys. That's so to Jack. We have Split Ends, 1980 Canadian pressing. I don't know if I've seen this one before. Split Ends is $19.99. Josie, you are out on Van Halen. Mark has it for $56. Blackfoot, Tom Catton, $19.99 for Blackfoot, Tom Catton. Jan wants the Deep Purple record. That's so to Jan. And Rockets is $12.99. Rockets, Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live with the certificate, a deed. The bearer of the certificate by right of possession holds honorary ownership to 1 square inch of heaven on earth. You get a deed with it too, $24.99. Darren Wallace wants Blackfoot. That is sold. Also, Grand Funk Survival, $24.99. This feels like it has the photos with it. Could it possibly have the photos with it? It has the photos with it as well. John didn't even make a note on the back. Has all the photo inserts with it as well. $24.99. Shane Devers gets Black Oak, Arkansas. Darren Ray, you were second on Deep Purple. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars is $24.99. Tim Turner, you're out on Leonard Skinner. I was going to make sure Josie knew she was outbid on Van Halen. That's a final call on that now. Mark Trahan, $56. Bernie Place Kessel and Friends, $14.99. A Concord Jazz Classic. Carole King Music, $14.99. I like that one just as much as Tapestry. Jack DeJohnette Special Edition, Irresistible Forces, $12.99. Jack DeJohnette. Procter, another Procter and Bergman, that's $9.99. And Search and Nearness, The Rascals, $12.99. Search and Nearness, The Rascals. Very, very quick recap on this bin. Just going to read the titles. Josie's out on Van Halen. This is sold to Mark Trahan for $56. And Tim Turner, just so you know, you are out on the Leonard Skinner. Reed has that for $52. Still Leonard Skinner, one more from the row. Final call on that. There is, whoever claimed that other Deep Purple, there is one more in here for sale. Let's get some auction started, though. Got all kinds of stuff over here in the sealed bin, including a Bob Marley. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Bob. New movie about him coming out. It already may be out. I'm not for sure. This is a 1980 or a 1981 U.S. It has a small tear in the opening and a couple corner dings, just like some breech corners, like the corners exposed. Very common with these sealed records. $35 start. Tim Turner's out. Leonard Skinner is sold to Reed Gregory then for $52. Jared Inc. wants to know the Kessel price. The Kessel, Jared Inc. was $14.99. Bob Marley's a $35 start. It is a sealed copy of Uprising. Sealed copy of Uprising. And we have the Who Are You? This appears to be a 1980 U.S. reissue, also sealed, $25 start. $35 on Bob Marley, $25 on The Who. If you need a price, let me know. I'm just going to read the titles in here. Michael Bloomfield, The Police, Ghost in the Machine. Some of them I may tell the prices on, the ones that I'm surprised didn't sell, like The Police, Ghost in the Machine. Original inner sleeve, nice, $24.99. Heidi's at $35 on Bob Marley. Bill Haley Scrapbook, The Hughes Corporation. Elton John, Garland Jeffries. This Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are, was $26.99. Nice gatefold, nice vinyl as well. Grand Funk Live, that had the poster, the Cars Panorama. Beja, the Aztecs, the Jacksons, the Romantics, the Young Bloods. Second Winter, Procter and Bergman. This is Split Ends, the beginning of the ends. Rockets, Grand Funk, Paul McCartney, Carole King, Jack DeJohnette, Procter and Bergman, and the Rascals. Beja, not Beja, Beja. One syllable, huh? Beja? Or I guess that's two. Okay, Bob Marley has a bid. One bid. Going twice, going three times now. No bid on the sealed Who. Final call. I need that Police on Japanese. I don't know. I guess I've had that before on Japanese vinyl, but I don't recall seeing it too many times, I guess. And now that you say that, let me see what I've got over here in this bin right over here. Trying to knock out some stuff that's in these crates. Let me slide this right over here. Definitely have some people on that hadn't caught some of these new arrivals because the last crate I went through of new vinyl We sold like half of it. So Darren Wallace wants the Deep Purple. Bob Marley 37, Bob Marley 38. And Deep Purple, that was Who Do They Think We Are? It has been claimed. That is sold. Thank you. 2 new bidders on Bob Marley. It's at 37, now 38. And the Who's a buy it now. Sealed Who. It's a 1980 US reissue. Just $25. Sealed copy. Sealed copy of the Who. That's a buy it now for $25. Surely somebody will pick that up. And over here, I got a sealed copy of Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. It's a 1980s press. Maybe a first press from 1980, but cannot confirm. One of those that's really, you can't tell because it's sealed. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. The Who's a buy it now for $25 to Leslie Silvley. And Bob Marley is at 40. Was that the Van Halen Last Japanese? There's only one Japanese record that has never been shown, and that's Queen. Everything else, I have a Queen Live Killers. Everything else has been shown at least once, and I'm probably just going to go back through them a little bit later and like reduce the prices and low starts. But right now, David, there's nothing I don't think probably you hadn't seen. But I know you did miss some shows. It's mostly Beatles stuff. I got 3 or 4 different McCartney albums, I think, or 2 or 3, and then several Beatles of the blue and red albums. Okay, we have Black Label Society. I think this is the only thing left by them. We have Stronger Than Death on clear vinyl, 2 LP, $39.99. The Billy Joel Stormfront album, that's on red vinyl, $33.99. I'll order that one because we always see OGs, of course, of the other ones. The Stranger, Nylon Curtain, all those other albums. But that one we don't get in very often. That's why I have a new copy of it. Morgan Wallen, If I Know Me. 3 copies of Morgan Wallen left, $29.99. Shinedown, The Sound of Madness is $33.99. That's on clear vinyl. Taylor Swift Red, 4 copies of Taylor Swift Red, $33.99. Still have Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK, which is a 2 LP expanded edition. Soundgarden's $29.99. Exodus, Tempo of the Damned, that I actually just think were somebody, I think somebody just actually claimed one of those in a flip video. So let me set that aside for right now. 2 copies of Journey's Greatest Hits, $46.99. 16 of Journey's Greatest Hits, $46.99. The Best of Crocus, that's on colored vinyl. 1,500 on green and white marbled vinyl, $39.99. Meshuggah, Nothing is $38.99. Deidre Schultz wants the Shinedown, that's so did Deidre. Bob Marley's now at $45 with Zachary P. Zachary has the Bob Marley for $45. We're about to sell that. And no bid on Aerosmith. Aerosmith? What did I just say? Aerosmith is a 1980s pressing, maybe a first press from 1980, but cannot confirm because it is sealed. Nice price. Nice price usually means a reissue, but there is no way to confirm. I have seen some, we have had some OG pressings with nice price on them. $35 start on that. Motorhead Bomber, $28.99. Suicidal Tendencies, their debut, magenta colored vinyl, $34.99. And also Join the Army by Suicidal Tendencies, $38.99. Billy Joel the Stranger, $31.99. Ace Frehley Picture Disc is $38.99. Orlando, let me know if you're out on Bob Marley. John Young, let me know if you're done on Bob Marley. Henry Pardidez, let me know if you're done on Bob Marley. Heidi Bowman, let me know if you're done on Bob Marley. John Young's back in at $48. Slayer, Rain in Blood, $36.99 for Slayer, 1 copy. Whiskey Myers, self-titled, $34.99 for Whiskey Myers. And Gwar, This Toilet Earth, $34.99. Dave Buskirk says he'll take the 2 Suicidal Tendencies. Sold and sold. Thank you, Dave. And I'm pretty sure you were either new this week or maybe a first-time purchase tonight. Thank you and welcome. If there's anybody new watching, very easy to buy here. These are auctions. You can bid in the comments or you can claim out of the crates. These are all first come, first serve. Like Mike commented Ace. That means he wants to purchase Ace Frehley, the solo album. That's sold to him. These are all priced as marked. We got new vintage arrivals we're going through. Then we're going to go through some half-off bins. And then we're going to go through some more new vinyl bins. And Deidre wants a copy of Whiskey Myers. And IMJ&V wants Slayer. That's why I'm going back through these, because we had so much new vinyl come in again this week. I'm sure not everybody has called every hour of every show or got to watch the flip video recaps I've been posting. So if you're watching now, you may be seeing stuff for the first time. Bob Marley has a high bid of $48 with John Young. Henry's out. Heidi's out. Thank y'all for letting me know. And that means Zachary and Orlando, y'all were the next 2 highest bidders. And Aerosmith is a buy it now for $35. Sealed Greatest Hits. It's a buy it now for $35. Joe Maynard just asked how much. It's a buy it now for $35. Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death is $39.99. Clear vinyl 2 LP, Billy Joe Stormfront, $33.99. Morgan Wallen's, $29.99. Taylor Swift is $33.99. Also, Soundgarden, Ultra Mega OK, 4 copies left, $29.99. Journey's Greatest Hits, $46.99. We also had Crocus, Meshuggah, Motorhead, now just 1 Suicidal Tendencies left, Billy Joe, Ace Frehley, Whiskey Myers, and Gore. I'll go through some more new vinyl in just a second, but let me set that one off to the side. I got 3 or 4 other crates over here loaded with new stuff and great titles. But this is now a final call. I'm seeing some outs. I think Orlando's the only other person that hadn't set out. John, you have that for 48. Final call. It's either a 1980 or a 1981 OG. A 1980 or a 1981 pressing. Excuse the word OG year. What year did this one originally come out? It could be OG. It originally came out in 1980, right? So, Aerosmith, that's sold to Stephen Freyu for $35. That's sold to Stephen Freyu for $35. Joe was second. Jennifer Nito was third. Let me grab a new crate of new vintage stuff to go through. This is our check condition bin. Check condition bin for the night. I think y'all are going to like this. Bob Marley, when I come back, I'm going to sell it to John Young for $48. Uprising, that could be an OG pressing. Could be OG. Pretty cool. Sealed, $48. Let's put up Bo Diddley. Somebody has even tried to call the store asking for this. It's weird. Sometimes we'll post a flip video and then give it about a half hour and our phone will start ringing. It happens about once a week. Somebody will literally call the store phone and say, how can I purchase something I saw on Facebook? And we'll say, well, you got to tune in tonight. And they're like, can I buy it right now? No, you got to tune in tonight. It's going to be up for auction. Can you just go ahead and price it to me now? I'll pay right away. No, you got to tune in and bid on it. This is Bo Diddley. And this is a 1986 U.S. reissue. It is mostly sealed. It does have 1 tear on the front left right here. Other than that, it's all sealed. And Bo Diddley is going to be a $20 start. Bob Marley is sold to John Young for $48. And we have Leonard Skinner. This is Greatest Hits. And this is a 1989 Canadian Import Club copy. Sealed, $35 start. Sealed for $35 start. Leonard Skinner's Greatest Hits. Probably the craziest thing that's ever happened here was the day after we bought Kevin, Cave of Rocks collection. I was down in Alabama, and I posted that video of me going through that crate, and it was nothing but like OG Nirvana, OG Pearl Jam, OG Alice in Chains records, OG Smashing Pumpkins, including an OG copy of Melancholy, all those 90s records, and I was in the back of my Tahoe flipping through them. There was people here literally in the parking lot that next morning. My mom called me. She said, what is going on? There's like 3 people waiting for the doors to open. And it was people who didn't even read the post. And 2 guys just kind of showed up just trying to buy it all. And we was like, well, this is all for sale. It's going to be for sale on our Facebook shows. But they drove from distances thinking they could just walk in here and buy it. And I didn't even say it was for sale. It's just like, hey, we just bought these records. But it was probably something that they seen or somebody shared to them. And they thought they were going to be out for sale the next day. Or they was going to come in here and try to buy them, which that's not how we do things. It's sold here on Facebook first. So, we have Having Fun with Elvis on Stage. This is VG Plus, $14.99. This is Having Fun with Elvis on Stage. VG Plus condition, $14.99. But that was an incredible collection. I can see why they was probably flipping out. And but yeah, because you don't see a copy of Melancholy too often. Hollies, Russian Roulette, VG condition, $9.99. The Hollies. This is a UK pressing, Russian Roulette, VG $9.99. The Isley Brothers, It's Your Thing, VG Plus condition, $17.99. The cover's in shrink wrap, T-neck, It's Your Thing, do what you want to do. And we have Jefferson Airplane, Takes Off. It's a 1966 third version, VG Plus $29.99. All right, so we have Bo Diddley at 20 and 20. Felix bid 20. Tim Turner bid 20. Leonard Skinner's at 35 with Robert. That's all going once, going twice. Tom Moran first to Elvis Presley. Burt, you were second. We have Jefferson Airplane sold to Christopher Morris. Next is the Beach Boys, Wild Honey, a 1967 Los Angeles press. VG Plus condition, $24.99. The Beach Boys, Wild Honey, VG Plus $24.99. And Lee Michaels, Barrel. Lee Michaels, VG condition, $9.99. Tim Turner's backing on Bo Diddley at 22. The Beatles Rarities is VG condition, $14.99. Tony Freeman first on BB. That's for the Beach Boys. That's sold to Tony Freeman. Leonard Skinner's now final call. Sealed Leonard Skinner. Robert has that for $35. The Cars, their self-titled debut, VG Plus condition, $24.99, has the original inner sleeve, VG $24.99. The name of the album is Bo Diddley. That's also the name of the artist. It's Go, my bad. It's Go by Bo Diddley. Go Bo Diddley, $22.99. He does have an album called Bo Diddley, and he's Bo Diddley, and the first song on the album is Bo Diddley. Kind of like Bad Company, Bad Company, Bad Company. Jeff Beck, Beckola, VG condition, $9.99. A classic with Rod Stewart on vocals. VG, $9.99 for Beck, Beckola. The Guess Who, sewn and grown in Canada. VG plus $9.99 for the Guess Who. And Neil Young, Comes a Time, EX condition, $32.99. Leonard Skinner is sold to Robert Fuqua. That is sold for $35 to Robert. Thank you. That's sold to you. Let's grab a new auction. How about OG Animals? A 1977 Canadian pressing. No condition notes on this. OG Animals from Canada, 1977. Gatefold, of course. This is going to be a $55 start. This is Pink Floyd Animals. Very nice disc. $55 start. Let me go get a new inner sleeve for this if I can find one. If not, I'll put one in it after the sale. But Pink Floyd Animals, I don't know if I have any up here or not. Always tough to find a super clean copy, especially of course the vinyl. I don't know if I have new inner sleeves up here or not. The Canadian and the U.S. pressing were stored in just like very hard stock inner sleeves. So you almost have to find one that hadn't really seen ever that much airplay, because like look at the inner sleeve. Literally, it's a cardboard inner sleeve. This one's actually surprisingly really nice. They always have some sleeve scuffs on them. This one you can see some faint sleeve scuffing where it was slid in and out. But other than that, it's very nice. But this and the U.S. pressing, see how that's why it's so hard to find a nice one of these. The U.S. pressing's in a heavy inner sleeve too. And that's why if they're like perfectly nice, that's why a lot of sealed copies sell for a ton. I guess if somebody does want to open a copy, that way they've probably not slid around, but just a little. So that is a very nice copy, though. $55 start. It's a Canadian press. Julie Roman got the Jeff Beck. Can I pick up Monday? We are closed on Monday. You can pick up as soon as Tuesday, but make sure you message the page and make sure somebody's replied to you and that they know for sure you're coming to pick up. Otherwise, it may be a delay when you get here for them to find your order. But we're closed on Sundays and Mondays. We're back open on Tuesday, but you can come pick up then. T for the Tillerman, Cat Stevens, that's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't Ya? That's VG Plus, $14.99. The soundtrack from Song Remains the Same, Led Zeppelin, VG condition, $29.99. Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same, that's VG, $29.99. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, VG Plus, $14.99. Felix is the high bid on Bo Diddley. Tim Turner, I'm just waiting on your word. That's at $25 with Felix. Matt Barnhill's in on Pink Floyd at $55. Those are now final calls. Stevie Wonder, Talking Book. That's VG plus $17.99 for Stevie Wonder. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. VG condition, $14.99 on The Doors. Nazareth, Rama Nama Naz. Nazareth is VG plus $14.99. Another copy of the Cars debut album. VG condition, $14.99. We have Bo Diddley at 28, Bo Diddley at 28, C.C. Allen getting the Stevie Wonder, Sean Fairweather getting the Doors, Jackson Blaylock was second, Matt Barnhill, you were second on Stevie Wonder. Another REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, VG plus $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, VG condition $14.99. Bo Diddley's getting new bids now. Michael Nath has it for $30. It is a sealed pressing from 1986. It's a U.S. reissue. And Pink Floyd's a final call, one bid for $55. The Beach Boys, All Summer Long, VG Plus vinyl. It's an original mono pressing, $19.99. T for mono. If it's ST, it's stereo when you're talking about Capitol Records. Felix is out on Bo Diddley. REO Speedwagon Live is VG Plus $24.99. And Green River, Creedence Clearwater Revival, VG condition $14.99. Tim's also out. That means both auctions are about to end as soon as I show 10 years after Cricklewood Green, VG Plus $14.99. Matt, you get a nice copy there of Animals, 77 Canadian press. One of my favorites. Dogs is an amazing track from beginning to end. That's sold for $55, and this is sold to Michael Nath for $30. I'm going to go ahead and bring over a new crate and stack that one right there and bring this one over. And now It's time for 2 new auctions. Let's see what I have over here in the other sealed batch. I have Genesis, and I have Paul McCartney. This is some sealed stuff from not in the flip crate I posted. It's from a previous flip crate we never got to. This is an OG Paul McCartney, a very nicely sealed with hop sticker. It's a 1983 USOG Pittman or Carrollton. It's one of the two. It's in very nice condition as far as the seal, all the seams and corners, and it's got a really cool Pops of Peace hop sticker with the Michael Jackson song, Say, Say, Say. Sealed, $35 start, Paul McCartney. And a Genesis sealed. This is, and then there were 3 with the hop sticker, contains the hit single Follow You, Follow Me. This is a 78 USOG. This is a 78 USOG. We'll start that at $25. Genesis, and then there were 3. It's also very nicely sealed. It does have a saw mark. No tears in the shrink, though. $25 start on that. Julie Roman wants the Credence. That's so did Julie Roman. Thank you. We have 1 copy of The Doors, Other Voices, VG condition, $14.99. And Led Zeppelin 2 is in VG condition, $22.99. VG condition, $22.99. That's an early 80s pressing of that album. Very quick recap of this bin. Several in here I'm surprised they didn't sell. First, we have the Hollies, Russian Roulette, VG $9.99, a UK pressing. The Isley Brothers, It's Your Thing, that's VG plus $17.99. We have Lee Michaels Barrel, that's VG $9.99. We have the Beatles Rarities, that's VG $14.99. That's always a fun listen. The Cars, this one's VG plus $24.99. That's their self-titled debut album. Good Times Roll, My Best Friend's Girl, Bye Bye Love, Moving in Stereo, You're All I've Got Tonight. VG plus $24.99. The Guess Who, Sown and Grown in Canada, VG plus $9.99. Neil Young, Comes a Time, EX $32.99. T for the Tillerman, Cat Stevens, that's VG plus $14.99. Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't You? VG plus $14.99 for Wes Bruce and Lang. And OG Led Zeppelin, song remains the same, VG vinyl and VG cover. That's why I always auction the nice ones, because here's for some reason how they always look. That one's only $29.99. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, that's VG plus $14.99. Okay, no bids on these, so I'll make them buy it now. It's $35 on Paul McCartney, $25 on Genesis. Moving on, those are buy it now. Jack Suslack wants the Beatles Rarities. Jetstream gets Led Zeppelin. Those are both sold and sold. Nazareth, Raz Nama Naz. I think I've always said Razanama Naz. That's VG plus $14.99. Tim Turner gets the Paul McCartney for a $35 buy it now. Christopher second, John Lill third. Leslie gets the Genesis for a $25 buy it now. The Cars, there's a VG copy for $14.99. REO Speedwagon is VG plus $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, no co-produced. That's an OG copy, $14.99. No co-produced by Michael Jackson on the back. The Beach Boys was VG plus $19.99. Jetstream wanted Led Zeppelin 2. Does that mean you just want Led Zeppelin 2 and not Song Remains the Same? If so, I'll put that back in there, and then I'll tag you for Led Zeppelin 2. I'll do that right there. And we have REO Speedwagon Live, VG plus $24.99. Josie Sinkbell wants the Michael Jackson Thriller. And then 10 years after, Cricklewood Green, VG plus $14.99. And The Doors. No Jim Morrison on that one, VG $14.99. Okay, next auctions. Let's see what's going on with the 67 to 70. And we got another Bo Diddley. So actually, that's 2 Bs. Let's not do 2 Bs. Let's do a Z and a B. Opposite ends of the alphabet, almost. This is an original 1985 U.S. Club sealed, $35 start. Sealed ZZ Top Afterburner, an 85 Club, $35 start. And now, 67 to 70. It's an Apple pressing, sealed, $55 start. We've had a couple of these from the Michigan collection. This is a 70s U.S. press, has the hop sticker on the back with the track listing. It does have a punch hole, $55 start. Sealed, with a very cool hop sticker track listing on the back, $55 start. Let's bring over a new crate. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. Let me do a couple crate condensing things here. Also got this OG copy of Paranoid to show. Oh, I got a few things here I pulled out too. Let me show these. These are all buy it now. Some great titles here. These are all buy it nows. We have Keith Richards, Talk is Cheap, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, Keith Richards, $24.99. More Greatest Hits of the Monkees was $24.99. Also in shrink wrap, very nice copy. More Greatest Hits of the Monkees. We have Boston, self-titled, VG plus $24.99. Original label, VG plus condition. I'm going to auction that later. It's OG Stones. Santana's Greatest Hits is $19.99. Evil Ways, Jingo, Black Magic Woman, Oyo Como Va. and a very nice copy of Alan Parsons' Eye in the Sky in shrink wrap, $19.99. Those are actually all available. John Leal on KR for Keith Richards. That's sold to John Leal. No bids on these. Looking for a $35 start on ZZ Top and a $55 start on the Beatles. And let me bring over a new crate as soon as I empty that one, which, whoop, I already have done. That's good. And let me bring these over here. We have bids on both auctions. Julie Roman wants Santana. And we have bids on ZZ Top for $35.35 and Beatles $55. Zachary P's in on the Beatles. All righty, let me bring these right over here. What was underneath this? That was the last crate of new vinyl we went through. Okay. I think I want to go through this one. Yeah, because somebody asked for an artist that was in here. So let me go through this one. And I hadn't swapped out crates yet. Beatles 55-60. We had, one night, we had both 62 to 66 and 67 to 70. Very nice copies. One of them had the hype sticker on the front, or maybe both of them did. That night, I thought about keeping those. Very nice sealed Beatles stuff. We hadn't got to all of it yet. A lot of it's punch holes. We've sold a couple things that I think have been OG, but this is an OG club. It's not a retail copy. It's a club. Even though it has a barcode on the back, it's a club copy. Manufactured by Columbia House, written at the bottom. Not always because it has a barcode doesn't mean it's not a club. You got to make sure it doesn't have that written on the bottom. And John Young's in on the Beatles at 60. Zachary P, you're out. Some new stuff here. We have Nirvana Unplugged, $39.99. 2LP. This is the definite version. It's a 2LP, $39.99. The Beatles is on black vinyl. One copy left of Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive, $46.99. $46.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive, that's $46.99. Accept, Balls to the Walls. Accept is $39.99. That's also music on vinyl pressing. Faith, Hope, and Love by King's X. That's a 2LP, just $29.99. I've sold a bunch of those this week and last week. There's 2 left for $29.99. Lizzie Borden, Give 'em the Axe. Whoever was asking for Lizzie Borden, there's Give 'em the Axe on white blue marbled vinyl, $29.99. Elder, Reflections of a Floating World. Elder is $36.99. Also, Queens of the Stone Age Villains, $34.99 for Queens of the Stone Age Villains. One copy of Tedeschi Trucks Band, Let Me Get By, pressed at RTI, $39.99 for Tedeschi Trucks. Filter, Short Bus, Craft Records, $33.99 for Filter, Short Bus, and Pearl Jam Backspacer. That's also a 2LP with book, $33.99. Or is it a single LP? It may be a single LP and then a book. I think that's what's going on there with Pearl Jam, $33.99. And High on Fire, Blessed Black Wings, $36.99. Back up to the top, we had the Beatles at 60, ZZ Top 37, ZZ Top 40, ZZ Top 40, Beatles 65, ZZ Top 42. Anthony Gray wants Tedeschi Trucks. That's right here. That's sold to Anthony Gray. ZZ Top 45. Filter is sold to Jeremiah Lewis. The price, Paul, is $33.99. And let me know if you want a waiting list. I was going to keep one of these myself. I like that song, Hey Man, Nice Shot. I hadn't listened to the rest of the album, but I've listened to that track, and it was enough to get me to order several and want to keep one for myself. So Filter's $33.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. Queens of the Stone Age Like Clockwork is $34.99. Nirvana, Madrid, 1992. That's on red vinyl, $44.99 for Nirvana. Caius, Blues for the Red Sun. That's on gold vinyl. That is $33.99. And Queens of the Stone Age Rated R, $36.99. $36.99. Pearl Jam Yield is $33.99. And Sleep is $28.99. Sleep Volume 1, $28.99. Godsmack is $39.99. And Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $44.99. The Beatles is now at 70. ZZ Top's at 47. 47. Two people's tied. Paul doesn't want on a waiting list, and Anthony Gray wants to put back Tedeschi Trucks. So if anybody wants that, it's now back available. Nick Orlando wants Caius, though. Blues for the Red Sun. That's so to Nick Orlando. If there's anybody new watching for the first time or somebody that has never bought from us before, either one, make sure you contact our Facebook page. Blah. I'm about to take a drink of Monster because I'm starting to get very tongue-twisted. I'm losing my lack of focus here. So let me mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and get another one out of the fridge. Actually, it's good timing. Jake can do that for me. Jake, can you grab me a Monster out of the fridge? Yeah, up here. I turned up the temperature, or turned down the temperature. I turned up the temperature of the fridge, which means I lowered the numerical. And Jake, they may feel like they're frozen. That one I opened earlier, it was literally half frozen. It was like a monster slushy. And I may be onto something because it was one of the most delicious things I've ever tasted. Does that thing feel pretty frozen? Yeah, I think it's pretty frozen. We might have to let it thaw out a little bit. Thank you. Have you been back there watching last night's sale? Oh, kind of. Tanner and Jake's been rewatching these sales. I was like, boy, it's pretty funny. I took a video. They rewatch it on 1.5 speed. So 2x. Wow. They rewatched it on 2x speed. So I was back there watching them. They were both watching sales, different sales at the same time. Or no, I guess Tanner was keying in records. But Jake was listening to me, and it was like, blah, 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 blah. I was talking really fast because they was watching it twice the speed, which was just crazy. Thank you, Jake. All right, Stephen Bender wants Limp Biscuit. That's so to Stephen Bender. Brooke, it's $44.99. $44.99 if you want on a waiting list. The newest high bid is Scott Ham at 50 on ZZ Top. Scott Ham has that for 55 or 50. Peter Policino, you're out. Scott has that for 50. And John Young has the Beatles for 70. Zachary, you're out. Just let me know if you want back in. John Young has that for 70. Very nicely sealed. Beatles has a punch hole. And that's a 70s US press with a hype sticker on the back. Continuing, we have Depeche Mode Violator, $33.99 for Depeche Mode Violator. The Smiths, Meat is Murder, $33.99. The Lumineers, the 10th Anniversary Edition. All Songs Remastered, 2 LP, $34.99. Joe Musser wants the Nirvana Madrid concert. That's so to Joe Musser. Thank you. Also, Anderson Buford Wakeman Howe, $39.99. Lizzie Borden, Master of Disguise, Sky Blue Marbled Vinyl, 2 LP, $29.99. Amy Winehouse, Glastonbury 2007, also a 2 LP for $33.99. Cannibal Corpse, Tomb of the Mutilated, $36.99. And Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life, $36.99. Also, the Go-Go's Greatest Hits, $28.99. I was going to make sure Peter was done bidding and Zachary was done bidding on the Beatles. Those are now final calls. 50 on ZZ Top, 70 on the Beatles. We're about to sell both of them. If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. We're actually about to start going through some half-off records. Yeah, we're doing that pretty early tonight. Not even 9 o'clock yet. We've already been through 5 crates of vintage. I don't know if I'm talking really fast or what's going on, but we've already been through 5 crates of vintage, and it's already just 9 o'clock. Do you have Tedeschi trucks? It's still available. It was put back. This Tedeschi trucks is called Let Me Get By. It's $39.99. I just watched a reaction video from my favorite YouTube channel, reaction video channel, Lost in Vegas. They just reacted to Midnight in Harlem. That's off the album Revelator. And yeah, Tedeschi Trucks is great. It's $39.99. It's a very high quality pressing from RTI. Let's go ahead and go through this crate one more time. I haven't heard back from anybody, but we have to move on. So Scott Ham got ZZ Top for $50, and John Young, you get the Beatles for $70. Let's go ahead and sell this to Edwin Blom. Let's do a very fast recap, and then we're going to get into some half-off vintage. And let's get 2 new auctions rolling, though, first. OG Black Sabbath Paranoid. VG Plus condition, $45 start. VG Plus condition, $45 start. It is OG 1971. There is a name written on the cover. It's kind of camouflage. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but there's a name written on the cover in black ink. It's a gatefold, and it's on the original green label. VG Plus, that's OG Black Sabbath, $45 start. Paranoid, War Pigs, Hand of Dune, Planet Caravan. And this has been out since October 27th. So I'm going to cut the price and put it up for auction. It's OG Some Girls. No condition notes, nice jacket, original cover, unedited, $35 start, Some Girls. This is sterling, and that's a very nice jacket and very nice vinyl, $35 start on that. Joe Musser wants the Lumineers. We have Joe Musser on Lumineers. That's sold to Joe Musser. We have Arthur Wyman. It's only $8.49 here. It's $8.49 here too. What time did I say it was? Davey Perdita since Depeche Mode, DM. All right, there's our next 2 auctions. Jason's in on the Stones. The Beatles is at 45. Black Sabbath 45, Stones 35. Nirvana Unplugged, $39.99. Also, Stevie Ray Vaughan Live Alive, $46.99. Except Balls to the Walls, King's X, Faith, Hope, Love, Lizzie Borden, Elder, Queens of Stone Age, Pearl Jam, High on Fire, Queens of Stone Age, Pearl Jam, Sleep, Godsmack, Depeche Mode, Smiths, Anderson Buford Wakeman Howe, Lizzie Borden, Amy Winehouse, Sean, you've already bought them, but you can buy them again, Cannibal Corpse, and Go-Go's Greatest Hits. For whoever rewatches this video make sure Ken Helpling gets some stickers. I showed stickers earlier this week. I hope that they got all that down. And we have Smith's Mike Brangle. That is $33.99. All right, no bid on Black Sabbath, final call. And no bid for Stones. Stones has one bid for $35 to Jason E. I've already said that. Jason has it for $35. Final call. Final call. All righty. I'm going to move this crate here. I've got plenty of auctions to go through tonight while we're doing half-off stuff. So don't think that you're not going to be seeing new stuff, because you are going to be seeing new stuff when I start going through some of this back here. But I got half-off vintage. The price, I'll tell you, is going to be the price. The Sabbath is on the green Warner Brothers label. It's on the green Warner Brothers label. There's a name written in black pen on the front. It's kind of hard to see unless you turn the light just right. That same name's also written on the label. VG Plus condition. It's an OG Terre Haute pressing. Matt Barnhill's at $45. Final call, and final call on the Stones for $35. VG Plus vinyl and VG Plus cover. Okay. The price, I'll tell you, is the discounted price. Fairport Convention, $10, a movable feast. That is live, and that has Sandy Denny on vocals. Fairport Convention, that's live, movable feast. Maha Vishnu, that is $7.50. Also, Gordon Lightfoot, Sunday concert, $10 for Gordon Lightfoot, Sunday concert, United Artists, $10 on that. And we have Beach Boys, London 69. That is $10. The Beach Boys is $10. So is the Moody Blue Surlommer. It's in shrink wrap, vinyls in VG Plus condition, $7.50. And Jared Inc. wants Maha Vishnu. Let me go grab a sticky note so they have a little bit of a visual indicator. Oh, I forgot about this stack of stuff over here. Every time I walk over here to the counter, I find stuff. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. There's actually 5 crates of residual auction stuff in the back as well behind the counter that I hadn't got to yet. There's my sticky note reminder, or for them in the future. I always talk to Tanner and Jake now like they're in the future, because they will be when they're rewatching this. Jared Inc. on Maha Vishnu. I've already pulled that. What did I do with it? Aha, there it is. That's sold to Jared Inc., Tony Freeman on the Beach Boys, and Shane Devers on the Moody Blues. All right, let's go ahead and sell these. The Rolling Stones is sold for $35. That was sold to Jason E. for $35, and only one bid on the Sabbath for $45. A little bit less than what we had it marked for, but that's why we put them up for auction, just that way everybody gets a fair chance. $45, that is sold. Let me get 2 new auctions after 2 more records. Quicksilver, EX Condition, $9 on Quicksilver, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears, their first album, Child is Father to the Man. VG Plus condition, $7.50. I have Bo Diddley, and I have the Beatles. Well, once again, that's 2 B's, never mind. I've got Jethro Tull and Bo Diddley. Jethro Tull Aqualung is a 1980s club copy. 1980s club pressing, sealed, $30 start. 1980s club pressing, sealed. It does have a couple tiny quarter breeches, and this is a $30 start. This is a 1980s club copy of this. It is sealed. Jethro Tull, $30 start. And Bo Diddley in the spotlight. 1987 U.S. reissue, sealed, $25 star. For those that's picking up some of these sealed records, especially some of the ones we did early on in this collection, some of those are really incredible sealed OGs with hop stickers. If you're buying them for purely collectability, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, if you're buying purely for collectability, unless you do plan on opening some of these. Some of them you can open and not lose any sleep over. Some of these that people's bought, I don't recommend opening. It's just purely, I would think, just a very, really cool collectible. You might want I think I'm back now. Mic went out. So yeah, what I was saying is if you bought some of these, you might want to consider looking into having them slabbed or graded, because like I said, prices on some of those after they're slabbed, they're bringing some incredible prices. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Some that I've sold after they've been slabbed, I've seen some very same records we've sold here. Let's say we've sold one for $300. they're putting it in a slab and they're auctioning it for well over 1,000. Some of these same records. So make sure that if you were buying some of these purely for investment, if you're never going to open it and you want to really take care of it, you might want to go ahead and think about having it. It's there's about 3 or 4 different companies doing it now. So slabbed or graded, just like graded. I don't have anything here to show you. Do I even have a comic book around here graded or a card? I got cards over there graded. The case is locked though. Like how they grade a coin or grade a baseball card. They put it in a plastic encapsule. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so back up to the top. But yeah, some of these I've already sold. I'm seeing the same ones after they're slabbed sell for $500 more, the same record. So very, very much so something to look at, especially if you've bought several thousands of dollars from me in sealed vinyl. Bo Diddley 25, Bo Diddley 25, Jethro Tull 30. Then my mic went out. No sound mic. Mic's gone. Mute. Mic went out. Sound mic. And we have what company? I think Tuned In. Yeah, Tuned In is probably the top leading one right now. It seems to be Tuned In. I'm going to reach out to them and see if we can do something because some of these companies, though, if I let them know how many customers we have and how many people that were sending off to do this. So, but yeah, like I said, they auctioned off that sealed Street Survivors for almost $7,000. We sold that same copy here for $525 a couple weeks ago. Alan Freed's top 15. This is VG plus $5, $4,000. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, John. I thought it was like $7,000. Yeah, $4,000 sealed Street Survivors. We sold that same record here a couple weeks ago for $525. When you have a collectible slab, just like a coin, you can have, let's say this is a silver dollar. After you have it graded, you can call it an MS66, but until you have a company, a professional, grade it and say that it is an MS66, if it's a coin, you're not going to get any kind of serious, crazy money for it. Now they're doing that kind of with records. They're saying, okay, this is a sealed OG first Leonard Skinner. It's in 9.0 condition. And there's no other better examples right now. So that's the thing. There's going to be a kind of a population where we'll be able to see, okay, there are 9 copies of this in existence in this condition after the bunch of them's graded. This is sold for $5 to Brent Rively. Back to the half off bin. Bo Diddley's at 27 and Jethro Tull's at 30. We have Rune at the top, Rune Gustafsson. That is an EX condition. That is $6.50. Rune at the top. ABBA, I always call it that, but it's not. It looks just like that ABBA album, but it's actually called Arrival, $7.50. ABBA has a record that looks like this where they're on a helicopter, $7.50. That's called Arrival. It's not ABBA. The World and Sound, 1970, that is sealed, $10. The World and Sound, $10. And Chipmunk Rock is $10. Chipmunk Rock is $10. And Shakedown, my bad, it's not ABBA. Jethro Tull's at $32. And this is sealed, $11. Sealed Jonathan Wilson Slide by EP. It's pretty cool to hold. Yeah, when you have something like that slabbed, when I was in Austin, Texas, there was Tuned In Grading is actually out of Dallas. Or no, when I was in Dallas, Tuned In Grading, there's a big record store there, and they have a booth. They have a booth set up. And I held sealed. They grade records that's open too, which I don't understand that. I don't get that as so much an open record, but they had a butcher cover that was slabbed, and the case it's in is like that thick, and it was pretty remarkable just to hold because it's like you're holding some kind of relic. It's they do very, very good job. There will be it's pretty incredible. So yes, that's what I thought. Skinner sold for almost $7,000. Yes, almost $7,000. It was very high grade though. So okay, let's see here. Jethro Tull is 32. Travis Wade first on the Chipmunks, and Kelly Bagwell said Sound. The World and Sound 1970. That's sold to Kelly Bagwell. Okay, we have Gary Stewart. This is VG Plus, $8.50. And Nicolette Larson all dressed up and no place to go. Nicolette is $5. And Pieces, Mariah. This is $12.50. Pieces, Mariah. That is $12.50. And we have Little Feet, Hoy Hoy, $13.50. Little Feet, Hoy Hoy, $13.50. Caught in a month, cannot reach anyone. Well, I talked to somebody just 2 days ago at Heritage, and they said they were pretty much swamped. They're getting so many requests for people wanting to have stuff graded. It may be like PSA during the baseball card boom of 2020, where they literally just have to stop accepting submissions. I doubt they're going to turn away business, but I think they're pretty overwhelmed right now with people sending in stuff to have graded the way prices are trending. So Anthony Gray gets Little Feet. That is $13.50. Let's update these auctions. So sealed Bo Diddley. Long story short, if you've picked up some of these sealed OGs from me in the recent few weeks we've got this collection, I think you have done pretty well. Bo Diddley. Felix, the last bid on this was Felix Solis at $27. And I want to make sure everybody was done bidding. Felix has that for $27. That's a final call. And then Jethro Tull, that sealed 80s Club. This just got a new bid for $36. Blade has that for $36. Matt Barnhill, you're out. All right, let's keep going. We're right in the middle of a half-off bin. We have Benny Mardones live sides. This is $6.50. This is Benny Mardones live sides, $6.50. That is a white label promo. Also, Elvin Bishop live Raising Hell, $12.50. $12.50. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough, $9 on the Fabulous Thunderbirds. Tough Enough, $9 on that. Also, Lou Reed, Growing Up in Public. Lou Reed is $17.50. Don't see that one as often. That is $17.50 for Lou Reed. And Charlie Daniels Band, Knight Rider, $12.50 for Knight Rider. Let's go ahead and sell the Bo Diddley. That is sold to Felix Solis for $27. We have Jethro Tull now out with Blade Singletary. Matt Barnhill, you have that for $38. Thomas Hujar gets Lou Reed. Also, we have Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. That's $17.50 for Lou Reed. And Count Basie, half a sixpence. $5 for Count Basie, half a sixpence. Count Basie, $5. Jethro Tull, I'm going to sell it when I come back for $38. The next auction, now I can finally do this Beatles, Let It Be. And let's do Dr. John. Let's do Beatles and Dr. John. Here we go. Beatles and Dr. John. First, we have Kurt Musser getting Count Basie. Anthony Gray was second. Jethro Tull now is sold to Matt Barnhill for $38. Next auction is Sealed Beatles, Let It Be. This was pressed sometime between 1979 and 1988. Cannot confirm exact press. It's sealed. It does have some tiny corner breaches. $45 start. Sealed Beatles, Let It Be. So that's what? Most likely on a purple capital label then? A purple capital label possibly. $45 start. That is sealed. And we have Dr. John, Destintively Bonnaroo. Dr. John, update. Yeah, somebody give me a score update on the Vols and the Cats. Where are we at on that? Original 74 U.S. pressing sealed. It does have a saw cut. $35 start. It does have a saw mark right there, but that is sealed Dr. John with a really cool foil cover. And that's a $35 start. $35 start on that. The Beatles at $45. Anthony Gray wants DJ. Somebody asked the condition of Fabulous Thunderbirds. No condition notes. Very, very nice. No condition notes, $9. No condition notes on that, $9. What was the next question? Anthony put DJ. Oh, Dr. John. That's up for bid. And we have Neil Diamond, Touching You, Touching Me. $5 for Neil Diamond. It has, it's on the original label for $5. And we have Orbison Songs, $10 on Orbison Songs. Orbison Songs. That's on the original Monument label. No condition notes on that, $10. Crystal Newman on FT for Fabulous Thunderbird. She will take that. Thank you, Crystal. Stephen Stills 2, EX condition, $9. Original textured cover on Atlantic. EX $9. Things getting chippy. It usually does in that game. Very interesting. Just got into Scuffle, Tennessee up 10. Oh my. I don't even know if they're playing. Are they in Knoxville or are they, where are they? I'm not for sure. Everybody's watching it but me. I bet that's where Tanner's at. No, Tanner's probably asleep right now. Tanner's now in an opposite schedule with me. Crystal Newman got the Fabulous Thunderbirds. Mavs out on the Beatles. Brent Robley wants Roy Orbison. We have, the game is in Lexington. All right, so the Beatles, Let It Be. My mic's getting screechy. Well, that's not good because my other one just died. It's weird. My mic works differently for different people's feeds. My other one's still charging. This thing has a full battery. Let me bring it over to the receiver right quick. Maybe it'll reconnect a little bit better. Also need to open this other can of Monster. Maybe it's unthawed. I turned the fridge up too much and my Monsters froze. See, I'm going to have to get a paper towel. This thing's got all kinds, it's literally thawing out. How about this? Everybody let me know where you're watching from right quick. Let me step over here and grab a paper towel to wipe this can of Monster off. Can't have my hands wet holding records. Let me pull this down right here. Gotta be careful with these frozen monsters. Wow, it's cold too. It's gonna be, hurts my hand to hold it. All right, we'll see if we got anybody. We had somebody last night in the Netherlands. That Rob guy stopped watching. Rob, what was his name? Rob Damon. He used to watch from the Netherlands. The guy who got on to me about saying the Eagles and not Eagles. He stopped watching. I guess he got tired of me. He never did buy anything though, so he would watch. I guess he's still over there somewhere. Frozen Monsters. Yeah, that sounds like a metal band. Frozen Monsters. And the name of their first albums are Revive, Refresh, and Recover. There's their first. That's either the name of their first album or the name of their first 3 albums. Frozen Monsters, Recover. All right. Back to somewhat of a reality. We had up at the top, way up at the top, I introduced the Beatles album and I introduced the Dr. John album. The Beatles was pressed sometime between 79 and 88. It was sealed, and the high bid on that was Matthew Copus at $50. And that was going twice, going 3 times. Sealed Beatles, $50. And then Dr. John. Dr. John was an original 74 U.S. pressing, sealed, an original 74, and it had a saw mark. We were looking for a $35 start. Anthony Gray bid $35. We pulled the Fabulous Thunderbirds, then we pulled Roy Orbison, and then that's where I left off. Shakedown wants Stephen Stills. Then Brent Robley asked Dr. John. Now we got viewers in Kentucky, North Carolina, Kansas, Michigan. Did you get a delivery? Yes, Mike Massey. These are, thank to Mike Massey. He sent me 2 more cases. Mike, I forgot all about you. I didn't get to open them. My mother opened them and put them in the fridge, and I said, where did all these come from? She said, I don't know. There was one of your Amazon deliveries. I was like, I didn't order any monsters off Amazon. They were from Mike Massey. He sent me another 2 cases full of monsters. Thank you, Mike Massey. Thank you, Mike Massey. Yes, I asked you actually not to do that, but you did it anyway. So thank you. I'll never turn down free monsters. Thank you for the token of appreciation. Also, you help out a lot in the chat. You also help out a lot in the chat answering people's questions, so I appreciate that. Viewers in Connecticut, Texas, Denver, Arizona, Missouri, Iowa, North Carolina, Kentucky, West Virginia, Kansas, Ohio, California, New Jersey, Philadelphia. We have a viewer in the UK. I figured we did. There's a viewer over in the UK. Now we say the Eagles. We have South Carolina, Lebanon, Vancouver, some Canadian viewers, Arkansas, Mississippi, Sparta, Dr. John's at $38. The Beatles is at $50 and they're a final call. The Beatles is at a final call. That's at $50. And Dr. John just got a new bid for $38. Now we're back to the half-off bin. Something nice. Etta Jones, an original jazz classic, sealed. The cover is damaged. It looks like it's got some creases. It's only $10. That is sealed for $10. Etta Jones. Boo Herdine and Darden Smith, Evidence. EX Condition 750 of 1989. I think that says Boo Herdine and Darden Smith. That is $7.50. Michael Nath gets to Etta Jones. That's sold to Michael Nath. Next is Crosby and Nash Live, VG Plus 750. Felix, you were second on Etta. Stephen Forbert, Jackrabbit Slim. Stephen Forbert is $5. Joe Eli, this is called Musta Nada Gata Lotta. Joe Eli, $7.50. No condition notes on that. And the Northern Pike, Secrets of the Alibi, $5. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Beatles then. Way up here at the top, too. Matthew Copus, you get that for $50. Dr. John is now at $38. Michael John, Dr. John's at $38 with Brent Robley. That's a final call. Neil Young after the Gold Rush. No condition notes, now just $17.50. What a nice copy. That is now just $17.50. $17.50 on that. Seth, I guarantee, also this has the insert, I would put everything I own that Seth Hackett is watching that basketball game right now. And it doesn't matter where he's at. He could be at a funeral home and he's watching that game right now. I can promise you that. This also has the poster lyric insert with it as well. Neil Young after the Gold Rush. Now, I'm a Vol for life, no doubt, but I'm mostly a football. Seth follows everything. And a couple of our other friends, we got a couple other Vol for life friends. I mean, they follow the soccer team. They know everything, especially baseball and basketball. I only have time to dedicate to football. I mean, I watch Tennessee football religiously. I go to almost every game, including all the away games. But now the other sports, I can't spend that much time like they do. That's tough. That's a lot of time. Dr. John's at 39. Gregory Gasky got the Neil Young. Henry Pardidez gets Joe Eli. That's sold to Henry Pardidez. The Moody Blues, A Question of Balance, EX condition, $7.50. The Moody Blues, A Question of Balance, EX condition, $7.50. And also on the Threshold of a Dream, no condition notes on that one. It's also $7.50. And Stephen Bishop, Bish, that is EX $5. Korn Untouchables is still available. It's $33.99, Stephen. Also, the Beatles, Rock and Roll Memories Volume 1. The Beatles is $10. Rock and Roll Memories Volume 1. Green Label for $10. Also, Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. Don Juan's Reckless Daughter is $15. And we have Elton John Friends. Elton John Friends is an EX condition, $9. Elton John Friends, EX condition. Brent Rivalry, let me know if you want back in on Dr. John. Let's go ahead and get a new Beatles going, or a new auction, I mean. We have Sealed REO Speedwagon Live. Sealed REO Speedwagon Live. This is a 1980s U.S. reissue. So this was pressed sometime in the 80s as a reissue. It's a $25 start, and it is sealed REO Speedwagon. You get what you play for. That's a $25 start. Mike Torres gets the Beatles, Rock and Roll Memories. Matt Rogers gets Elton John. Matt, are you a first-time buyer? If so, thank you and let me know. Welcome, and I'll give you some first-time buyer instructions. Everything in this bin is actually on sale. We've went through all the new arrivals tonight. We're going through a lot of discount bins. I've got like stacks of them in the back. I'll keep bringing them up. We're going to go through some half-off stuff. That means we're going to sell, hopefully, a lot of records. They're all first come, first serve. Matt, if you are a first-time buyer, make sure you contact our Facebook page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Your email address and your mailing address. Brent Riley's backing on Dr. John at 40. REO Speedwagon has a bid for 25. REO Speedwagon has a bid for 30. Northern Lights label. Neil, let me get to that. First, wow, I recommend this. I actually listened to it. Really good. Fairport Convention, Movable Feast. That's live with Sandy Denny. Sandy Denny is, of course, female vocalist. But if you've listened to Led Zeppelin's Battle of the Evermore, she's doing the backup vocals on that song from Led Zeppelin 4. That's Sandy Denny. Gordon Lightfoot, Sunday concert. That's a live Gordon Lightfoot, $10. Quicksilver with their hit song Fresh Air, like I've said before. If you're going to get a Quicksilver album, this would be the one. $9 on that. Nicholas gets Fairport Convention. That's sold to Nicholas A. Also, we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Child is Father to the Man. This is their first album. I didn't check to see if it's on the first label. It's on the first label, $360. That is VG Plus, $7.50. And we have Rune at the top, Rune Gustafsson. That is EX Edition, $7.50. Dr. John is now final call to Brent for $40. Who was the other bidder on this? The other bidder on this was, who was the other bidder? I've lost it. Anthony Gray. Anthony, you may have already said, but let me know either way on that. And then REO Speedwagon's at 30. Brent, you're out on that. Nicholas got Fairport Convention. Matt put Q9 Quicksilver. That's so to you. Thank you, Matt. And just a quick note, if you buy anything out of the bins, you don't have to put the price. But thank you for doing that. But if you just want Quicksilver, you can put Q or Quick or Quicksilver. You don't actually have to put the price. That's only on the auctions back here. That's sold to Matt Rogers. Blade Singletary gets the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That is sold to Blade Singletary. Dr. John's at 42. REO's at 31. Dr. John 44. REO at 35. And this is not ABBA. I think y'all know what I'm talking about, though. There is an ABBA album where it looks like they're getting off a helicopter or on a helicopter. This is called Arrival, I Will Survive. It has liner notes written by Dusty Springfield, $7.50. This is sealed for $11. It is Jonathan Wilson, side by EP. Jonathan Wilson is sealed. That's now $11. Anthony's out on Dr. John. Brent has that for $44. Gary Stewart, your place or mine. Gary Stewart's VG Plus, $8.50. Nicolette Larson is $5, all dressed up. Pieces, Mariah, that is $12.50. REO Speedwagon is now at $37. Benny Mardonez, live sides, that's $6.50. REO Speedwagon is a retail copy. It is sealed. It's not a club. It is a retail copy. It's an 80s reissue. 80s reissue. Elvin Bishop, $12.50. No condition notes on that. Charlie Daniels Band, Knight Rider, $12.50 on CDB. Neil Young is $17.50, American Stars and Bars. Neil Diamond is $5 on the original Uni label. Boo Hererdine, and Darden Smith. That is EX Condition $7.50, and Crosby and Nash Live VG Plus $7.50. Let's go ahead and sell Dr. John to Brent for $44. Brent's also out on REO. That's because Danielle Bouziden just hit that at $40. Final call. Stephen Forbert is $5. Jackrabbit Slim. The Northern Pikes. Sorry, Neil, that took so long to get to. The Northern Pikes Secrets of the Alibi is on this black and blue Virgin label. It has the hype sticker and the original inner sleeve, and that's $5. I would have went to that. I would have went back to that sooner. I thought it was like early in the crate. Still got both Moody Blues albums, $7.50 each, A Question of Balance, and On the Threshold of a Dream. Stephen Bishop is EX Condition $5, and Joni Mitchell is $15. Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. We have an out and out in REO. When I come back, I'm going to sell that. Let me grab our next two auctions. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. I'm going to keep them right here behind me. For whoever asked about the Korn album, it's right here next to me, by the way. For whoever asked about that Korn album, it is right here. Untouchables. $33.99 if anybody decides they want it. Before I do the next half off bin, I want to run through one more crate right here very, very quickly of some new stuff just so I can go ahead and complete this stack that I had over here. And we have REO Speedwagon officially sold to Daniel for $40. Let's get some new auctions started. I have Paul McCartney. Paul is live. And I have, let's see what I have here. The Rationals. Somebody asked for that earlier. I didn't know what they was talking about. They're talking about this. I don't remember saying it because it's not too familiar with my mind here. And Sinatra. Get to those. Here's the next two. This is the Rationals. The Rationals is an original 69 U.S. pressing, sealed. It has some minor quantities. This is a Garage Sock Soul album. Garage/Sock/Soul. $35 start. $35 start, the Rationals. That's a $35 start. And Paul McCartney, Paul is live. Paul McCartney is a 2019 colored vinyl release, sealed, $25 start. This is Paul is live. It's on baby blue and peachy white colored vinyl. Paul is live, $25 start. Condition of REO Speedwagon. Joe had no condition notes about a VG Plus cover. Sinatra's on deck. Christopher Morris wants the Melissa Etheridge auction on deck. There's the Rationals. It's up for bid. Nancy Frey wants the Benny Mardonez from the last crate. Nancy, if you're a first-time buyer, please contact our page or our website, since you're on YouTube, at shopcollectco.com/contact. I'm going to go ahead and pull this for you. We need to make sure you message our page or fill out that form on our website. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $6.50. We do $7 in limited shipping. So for $7, you can watch the rest of tonight, and the more you buy, the more we'll ship in that same order. Very quickly here. Rush, Caress of Steel, remastered, $34.99. King Diamond Abigail, $36.99, blue vinyl. Pantera, $33.99, Vulgar Display of Power. Gojira, The Link, $44.99, last copy. Cake Fashion Nuggets, $33.99. I still got two of those. He's going the distance. Sepultura's $46.99. We have Velvet Revolver Contraband, $46.99. Wasp Inside the Electric Circus is $39.99. NXS Kick is $33.99. Megadeth Peace Sales, $36.99. Hootie and the Blowfish is on clear vinyl, cracked rear view, $29.99. Carnivore is $33.99. That's Retaliation, $33.99. And Flash Gordon, Queen, Half Speed Master, $33.99. And Slipknot Iowa, green Coke bottle vinyl, $34.99. Stephen Bender wants Hootie and the Blowfish. That's so does Stephen Bender. The Rationals is sealed. It's on the label Crew, C-R-E-W-E, but it's sealed. Unfortunately, I can't show you the label because it's never been opened. It does have this one ding up here on the corner. It is very nicely sealed, though, for 1969. And that had a bid, by the way. The first person to bid was Nick Orlando at 35, and then Brent Robley bid 35, and that's the high bid at 35. So Paul McCartney had a bid for 25 of Christopher Morris, and then Stephen Bender got the Hootie. Tony Samuelson bid 30 on Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney had another bid for 26. Terry Gearhart got Slipknot. Paul McCartney 30. Rationals 36. Paul McCartney 31. Paul McCartney 40. Rationals 40. Also, we have Black Sabbath Paranoid. There's another copy of Paranoid, $33.99. Alice in Chains Dirt, $36.99. Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood, the Stephen Wilson remix, 40th anniversary edition, remastered with book, $33.99. I always thought that was a photograph, but that is actually a painting, which is pretty crazy when you start looking at it. The Cramps Stay Sick, $33.99. And Rob Zombie, American-Made Music to Strip By. Somebody brought to my attention that this is like a greatest hits record. First track is Dragula. I didn't even really realize that. This is actually like a Rob Zombie kind of compilation. Some of his hits. That's $44.99. And we have Alice in Chains Dirt, $36.99. Whoop, that's just another copy. That's just a crate of new vinyl I wanted to go through. We had Rob Zombie, The Cramps, Jethro Tull, Alice in Chains, Black Sabbath, Flash Gordon, Carnivore, Hootie and the Blowfish, Megadeth, NXS, Wasp, Velvet Revolver, Sepultura, Kate, Gojira, Pantera, King Diamond, and Rush. I was about to say, if we don't sell anything in there, I got to stop the show. But we sold a Slipknot record, so that means we can continue. Let's go through a half-off bin. I've already got another one up here. The next one I'll have to go to the back and get, but I already had the first two up here. And there's some really good titles. All right, do you sell much New Wave? New Wave is almost hard to come by as metal. Not as pricey as metal, but it's almost just as difficult. Most people, especially, we have to travel already to buy metal, but New Wave is just not something that a lot of people have in collections. It's not easy to get. Not very easy to get New Wave stuff. Same way, most people in the 70s, you buy a collection, they have a lot of the same stuff. Most people don't have metal. Most people don't have New Wave. Most people don't have jazz or soul or funk. That stuff is very difficult to get. Hard to find and goes quickly. That pretty much sums it up. If we do have it, it's going to be sold like instantly. What songs are on the Alice in Chains? The Rooster, Them Bones, and Wood. That's the three big ones for sure. The whole album is a masterpiece, though. Paul McCartney has a high bid of 41 with Tony Samuelson. Christopher, you're out. This is sealed. It's on colored vinyl, and that's Paul McCartney. Very, very nice. And the high bid on the Rationals is now at 50 with Brent Robley. Terry, you got Slipknot. Yes, you got Slipknot. All right. You haven't seen my collection. Well, is it for sale? If it's for sale, I'll come buy it. I'm sure you have them, but is anybody selling them? No, they're not. We have Dinah Ross and the Supremes Anthology. That's why they're hard to find. The people who do have New Wave, metal, soul, funk, jazz, doesn't want to sell them. Classic rock's the same way. It's hard to find near mint Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin albums. Nice copies, not easy to get it. Or AC/DC albums or Judas Priest albums or whatever it may be. That's only $15. Dinah Ross and the Supremes, $15 on that. The Smugglers, Atlanta Whiskey Flats, $10. The Smugglers, Atlanta Whiskey Flats, $10 on the Smugglers. Dinah Ross Springs, that's $15. Niels Lofgren is $7.50. This is Niels Lofgren, $7.50. Alice in Chains is $36.99. Sorry Brooke and Sorry Dee Dee, that is $36.99. $36.99. $36.99. Dave Mason, Let It Flow. This is $5. Dave Mason, Let It Flow. $5. Dave Mason, Let It Flow. It is on black vinyl. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number. That is $10. Christopher Morris is out on Paul McCartney, so Tony Samuelson has that for $41. That's a final call. We have Holly Near, Fire in the Rain. That is $6.50. Holly Near, Fire in the Rain, $6.50. The soundtrack, The Midnight Cowboy, $7.50. They're all living in the UK. Yeah, I need to go over there and buy some collections. Records are just as desirable and hard to find over there, though. UK, Germany. There's just as many people wanting near mint anything over there as they are over here. Believe me. I've thought about it. I'm in groups. Record groups in the UK, and same kind of prices, same kind of people wanting the same stuff. It's the same thing worldwide. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, $10. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, $10. Rod Stewart, Smiler, $12.50. Rod Stewart, $12.50. Smiler, and a Bob Dylan soundtrack, Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, $17.50. $17.50. Does this one have Knocking on Heaven's Door? Yeah, Knocking on Heaven's Door. Knocking on Heaven's Door is on that. Okay, Paul Bill says, Chad, we may need to talk. Paul, you need to thin out some of your collection. The Rationals is at 60. We have DG said she'll take a Allison Chains. DG on Allison Chains. DG, Brooke, let me know if you want one as well. Yeah, them bones. Down in the Hole, that's another great one. Rooster, Angry Chair. Sounds like something off a James Bond movie. First time I ever heard that, Angry Chair and Wood. When it first comes on, sounds like something on a Bond. Damn That River. Rain When I Die. First three songs, great. Down in the Hole, Sick Man and Rooster, all great. Junkhead, Dirt, Godsmack, all great. Hate to Feel, Angry Chair, and Wood, they're all great. That is $36.99. That's a great album from beginning to end. Let me read the track listing off their other one, Facelift. It's the same thing. They're all great. We have, wow, in shrink wrap, Days of Future Past. VG on the vinyl, $5. VG on the vinyl, $5. Rain When I Die is on there. I forget about that one. Wow. $10. Will-O the Wisp, Leon Russell. $10 on Leon Russell, Will-O the Wisp. For some reason, the record don't want to come out. $10 on Leon Russell. It's on Shelter. The inner sleeve's kind of crinkly. And we have Sonny and Cher, All I Need Is You. Sonny and Cher is in shrink wrap, $7.50. Sonny and Cher. Michael Nath getting the Moody Blues. That's so to Michael Nath. He passes because it's VG. No problem. Charlie's out on the Rationals. Brent has that for $65. Final call. And we have Tony Samuelson getting the Paul McCartney for $41. This is sold for $41 to Tony Samuelson. Final call now on the Rationals for $65. We have Elton John, Victim of Love, $10. Elton John, Victim of Love, $10. And John and Yoko, Sometime in New York City, that's now just $20. $20. It's a 2LP Apple pressing, of course. Well, it's on their kind of custom label, but it is Apple. $20. Reed Gregory wants an Allison Chains Dirt. I now have 2 copies left. There's no telling how many I've sold. Of course, if you want original copies, they are, now there's a Facelift was never pressed in the United States. I don't think Dirt was either. I don't think these were ever pressed in the United States. But even the foreign pressings, this may have been. Not too easy yet. I don't think I've ever seen a USOG of that, though. That's why we sell so many of the new ones. That's not too easy to get. The Barbarians is VG condition, $20. The Barbarians, VG condition, $20 on Lori Records. The vinyl's in VG. Also, we have Kaleidoscope. That is now just $25. 69 Pittman pressing of Kaleidoscope. $25 on that. And we have John Lennon Mind Games. $15 on John Lennon Mind Games. Black Parlophone. That is a UK pressing. A little bit of cover damage down here at the bottom. That's a foreign pressing of that. The Rationals is sold to Brent Robley for $65. $65. That is so. That's Rob Damon. Colin from the Netherlands. There's a good chance. All right, let me show 2 more records, and I'm going to put up 2 new auctions. Al Di Meola, a half-speed master, $25 on Al Di Meola. That's a half-speed master for $25. And the Moody Blues, In Search of Lost Chord, In Search of the Lost Chord. Got to put that "the" in there for Rob. $10, or leave it out, whichever. $10 on the Moody Blues. That's actually a really nice copy. Next auction is another live Paul McCartney album and a sealed Jefferson Airplane, which I think is a new mono remaster. Let's take a look at both of them and see what we have going on here. We have Paul McCartney, the Amoeba gig. This is where he played in Amoeba Records, the record store out in California. 2019 sealed, $25 start. $25 start. Could you imagine casually going out the shop for records and you walk in and Paul McCartney is about to play a gig? We have 2LP, 180 gram. That's a $25 start, the Amoeba gig. And Jefferson Airplane. This is a Sundazed mono reissue. Sundazed. It is sealed in mono after bathing at Baxter's. $30 start. Brent Riley gets the Barbarians. That's sold to Brent. That's sold to Brent. That's sold to him. We have Paul McCartney at $30 with Tony Samuelson. Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die. Traffic is $10. John Barleycorn Must Die. $10. John Barleycorn Must Die. And Bob Dylan Street Legal is $17.50. Bob Dylan Street Legal, $17.50. Has the original inner sleeve on that. Also, we have the Kinks Greatest, $12.50 for the Kinks Greatest. That's on the RCA tan label. Kinks is $12.50. John Lennon, Double Fantasy, also $12.50. Paul McCartney's at $25, now $30. Phil S. on the AD, which was Al Di Meola. That's sold to Phil, the audiophile half-speed master of that. Go With the Flow, Michael White's Magic Music Company. That is a 1974 U.S. jazz fusion record, now just $30. Now just $30. How much was Dave Mason? Dave Mason was $5. Yep, Dave Mason, Let It Flow, $5 on that. Freakin' Frack, You Shouldn't Have Done It, 12-inch single, and Jealous Girl from 1986. That's now $15. And we have Edward Bear Bearings. That's now $17.50, and it's sealed. It's a 1970 pressing, sealed. Does have a cutout mark, $17.50. Jackson said he will take Dave Mason. Final call on Paul McCartney for $30. Christopher Morris, let me know if you want back in. And final call to lock in a bid on Jefferson Airplane. There's another copy of John Lennon for $12.50. There's another copy of John Lennon for $12.50. And there's Chuck Jackson, I Don't Want to Cry, $17.50. Chuck Jackson, I Don't Want to Cry. Brent Robley gets the Edward Bear. That was sealed. That's sold to Brent Robley. And another John Lennon. This is Unfinished Music, Sleeping with the Lions, Volume 2, or Number 2. That is $25. Very clean copy. I got to swap out crates right quick. When I come back, I'm selling those two auctions. Reel to reels, yeah. So same thing with cassettes, CDs. We have them, but right now we're really just showing records. I actually have brought some up a little bit closer. I had some priced. I do have 4 or 5 reel-to-reels right over there. I may show them at the conclusion of this crate, and I think I may have actually even shown them before. Marillions, now just $20. No condition notes, Misplaced Childhood. Very clean copy with the original inner sleeve. We have Thomas Hujar getting John Lennon. If you wanted that one, Thomas, then that's sold to you. These are all half-off sticker. George Harrison, Extra Texture. That's $15. Christopher's out on Paul McCartney, so Tony Samuelson gets that for $30. That's sold. If anybody wants the Jefferson Airplane, it's a $30 buy it now. Phil, you get the Marillion for $20. That was half-off sticker. And another John Lennon, Live Piece Toronto, $69. That's now just $15. And Blues Magoos in shrink wrap from 1970, $17.50. Blues Magoos, Gulf Coast Bound. That is $17.50. $17.50. Groovin' the Young Rascals, a classic. That's on the original label, very clean vinyl. That's now just $15. The Young Rascals and Arthur Conley, Shake, Rattle, and Roll. That's $20. Some of these are great prices after the discount. That's a very clean soul record for $20. So Jefferson Airplane goes unclaimed for $30. I'm also going to put up Black Sabbath, The Humanizer. If anybody wants that, it's $49.99. I've still got several in stock, but that's the Ronnie James Dio album. We sold an original of that for a few $100 Thursday night. Originals aren't cheap. That's why most people go with the $49.99 2LP remaster. So let's see what I've got here with reel-to-reels. I'll show them in just one second. But I did bring up a stack. I found them. I had priced some in the back a long time ago, and I left them on the rack back there, and I never did bring them up here. Thomas Hujar gets to Arthur Conley. That's so to Thomas. Next was Pussycat, starring Harry Nilsson, produced by John Lennon. That is now $22.50. Some pricier stuff here. Must have been some stuff I sorted, and now it's in a half-off bin. The Byrds, Dr. Byrds and Mr. Hyde on the original label. That's $17.50. And Try It, the Standells, that's $20. And that's on the original Tower record. There's some nice LPs in there at half off the original sticker. All right, so now what I've learned about these reel-to-reels also is you got to make sure you clarify what the inch per second is, the IPS. So we have Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, $34.99. Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, $34.99. And this is 3 3/4 inch per second. Ladies of the Canyon, Joni Mitchell. This is a reel-to-reel. That is $34.99. Ladies of the Canyon. I have a 2-in-1 pack. Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing, you get Baxter's, and Crown of Creation. That is a 3 3/4 inch per second as well. 3 3/4 inch. That is $34.99. We have Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. Ted Nugent is $74.99. $74.99. 3 3/4 inch per second, 4-track. Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. These are all reel-to-reels. Boston is $124.99. That's a 3 3/4 inch per second. Don't look back. This is some amazing high-quality stuff here. You get the right reel-to-reel player. This is very good sounding. ELO's Greatest Hits, $200, $199.99. This is 3 3/4 inch per second. That's ELO's Greatest Hits. That's $200. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap is $19.99. That is 7.5 inch per second. 7.5 inches per second. That's moving. Incredible String Band, The Hangman's Beautiful Daughter, $49.99. The Incredible String Band, and this plays at 3 3/4 inch per second. Incredible String Band. And Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. Neil Diamond is $39.99, recorded live, and that one is 7.5 inch per second. So Neil Diamond, there's all the reel-to-reels. Now, for whoever was asking about those, and also for whoever, there's usually somebody every night that asks for these. Now we know which ones we have. Now we know which ones we have. There's the spines. Hot, let's see. It was Joni Mitchell, Jefferson Airplane 2 and 1, Ted Nugent, Boston, ELO, Gary Puckett, the Incredible String Band, and Neil Diamond is sold to Mike Vandergits. Neil, I'll put that right over here with you. That's $39.99. Hey, we sold one. Actually, yeah, I priced these back in October. I may have shown them one night, but they took them back there to the back, and I actually walked by them, and I was like, yep, there they are. So Joni Mitchell, Jefferson Airplane, Ted Nugent, Boston and ELO, very desirable, of course. A lot better titles. They're pretty pricey. And then Gary Puckett and the Incredible String Band. If anybody else wants one, there they are. Now, I know for sure in the back, I got a Led Zeppelin 3, and I think I have a sealed. I've got one back there that's sealed. But I sold a Led Zeppelin 2. I think I sold a Led Zeppelin 2 years ago on eBay for $300 or $400. I had a sealed. Man, I sold some for some crazy money. I had a sealed Van Halen that sold for like $800 one time. If you ever look in an old club, if you ever look in an old like RCA club book where you could order stuff, there's some like artists in the 80s where they were still making those reel-to-reels like Van Halen and a lot of 80s hard rock. If you get on eBay and just look those things up, you're probably not going to be able to even find them for sale. But if you do, they're hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Kiss, I think there's some Kiss ones that are very, of course, anything with that word on it's going to be collectible. Ted Nugent was the other claim. So there's some very rare and expensive reel-to-reels out there. Some very, very expensive ones for sure. So Mike Vandergits also wants Ted Nugent. Show me the top one and Boston. You're talking about Incredible String Band. Incredible String Band. That was $49.99. Very nice. 3 3/4 inch per second. But yeah, I've sold a lot of these over the years for well up in the hundreds. And of course, a ton for 50 and 60 and 100. But I've had some rare ones I've looked up and gotten collections or bought at garage sales. I bought a whole box one time at a garage sale for like $10, and it was probably like $2,000 worth. That was back when Chad was in like middle school. What was the other one? Boston, Don't Look Back. Boston appears to be in very nice condition. 3 3/4 inch, and that's $124.99. In middle school and high school, I was hitting garage sales on Saturday mornings. That's what I was doing. I would buy anything if I could sell it on eBay. Okay, let's go through another half-off bin. Tennessee's up 9 with 4 minutes left. Let's hope they don't choke. And I've had over 600 reel-to-reels, spent thousands on them. My favorite media. Yeah, I know some people. There's some people in our group that are serious collectors over them. I know some people who have collections that are probably worth no telling. Just like records, there's some people who have record collections worth a lot. But I know some people with reel-to-reels. They could probably buy like a new Lamborghini, but I'd probably rather have the reel-to-reels. They'll hold value better probably. Okay, let me step over here and grab another crate of half-off stuff. It's right over here in the back. I'd rather have a really nice record collection than a nice car. All right, so we have John Denver, Airy, $7.50 for John Denver. Also, we have Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn, a quadraphonic pressing for $15. Chris Christopherson is $15. Jesus Was a Capricorn, that is $15. And we have Deep Purple, Come and Taste the Band. Deep Purple is $12.50. Come and Taste the Band. That is $12.50 for Deep Purple, Come and Taste the Band. Jay Ferguson, All Alone in the End Zone. $7.50 for Jay Ferguson. And Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel. $5 on that. Kelly Bagwell on John Denver. That is sold to Kelly Bagwell. Also, David LaFlamme, White Bird. That is $5. David LaFlamme. And 25 Greatest Instrumental Hits of the Challengers. $12.50. 25 Greatest Instrumental Hits of the Challengers. Let's get some new auctions started. We have the Beatles Love, and we have Greg Allman and Cher. The Beatles Love and Greg Allman and Cher. So the Beatles Love with hot sticker is a 2010 remaster sealed, $35 start. $35 start. 2010 remaster of the Beatles Love, $35 start. And Greg Allman and Cher, To the Hard Way, is an original 77 U.S. retail copy sealed. It has a small saw cut right there on the spine. Greg Allman and Cher, $25 start on that. So the Beatles is a 2010's remaster, $35 start, and that's a $25 start. Also, Songs for Beginners, Graham Nash is $10. Graham Nash is $10. Songs for Beginners. The Ritchie Family, Arabian Nights, that is $5. The Ritchie Family. Oh Girl, Young Holt Unlimited, that is $15. Oh Girl, Young Holt Unlimited, $15 on that. $15 on that. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Golden Greats, $6.50. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Golden Greats, that's $6.50. The Beatles is at $35. Cher's at $25. Gary Newcomb wants DP and Dan F. So let's see. That is Deep Purple and Dan Fogelberg. Those are sold to Gary and Gary. Christopher Morris wants Gary Lewis. There's some Garys being sold. Those are all gone. Felix Paparotti, Creation, $7.50 on that. Ry Cooter, Bop Till You Drop. Ry Cooter is $10. Bop Till You Drop, $10 on that. Also, Mouth of Steel, King Biscuit Boy, $10 on Mouth of Steel, plus members of the Ronnie Hawkins Band. Buddy Holly, a Rock and Roll Collection, that's $12.50. That's a 2 LP. On the Decca Color Bars label, Buddy Holly Collection. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Electric Universe, that's $7.50. Both auctions are now final call. The Beatles is at $35 with Tony Samuelson. Cher's at $25. By the way, new copies of these are what, like $60? So Tony has that for $35, final call, and Cher's at $25, final call. Reed Gregory wants BH for Buddy Holly. That's sold to Reed Gregory. Next is John McLaughlin, electric guitars, $10. John McLaughlin, electric guitars. 100% fortified Zydeco, buckwheat Zydeco. That is actually sealed, $12.50. Chris Frazier's in on the Beatles for $40. Final call on Cher. The Best of the Lovin' Spoonful with the photo inserts. This is the original Best of the Lovin' Spoonful. I know there's a lot of different compilations of theirs, but that's the original, and it has these photo inserts with it, $8.50. Phil S. gets the John McLaughlin. Gary Newcomb was second. Jesse Rome gets the Zydeco. Those are all sold. Beatles is at $42. The Real Rock, Shinehead, that is now $5. Looks like it's a 12-inch single. Tony's backing on the Beatles at $42. War Platinum Jazz, that's in shrink wrap, $20. That's with the hop sticker. War Platinum Jazz, $20 on that. And Jazz Samba Stan Getz, Charlie Bird, $20 on Verve, Black Verve label, $20. Jazz Samba, Stan Getz, and Charlie Bird, $20 on that. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, hits again. $5 on Gary Lewis and the Playboys, hits again. That's $5. The Beatles is at $42, now $45. And Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, and David Freeberg, $7.50 on that. Jets is sold to Thomas Ujar. Cher and Almond is sold for $25 to Felix Solis. That's sold for Felix Solis for $25. What was the Shinehead? That was called the Real Rock Shinehead. It's a 12-inch single. It has the Real Rock and Cigarette Breath. $5 on that. War, the Music Band, that's $15 on War, the Music Band. Jefferson Airplane Volunteers, no condition notes on this, $12.50. Orange RCA label. The Beatles is at $42, now $45. Tony's out. The Beatles is at $45. That's a final call. Next auction is George Thorogood, an original 1988 U.S. retail copy sealed. just a $25 start. An original George Thorogood and Destroyer sealed retail copy with hop sticker, sealed, $25 start. Christopher Morris gets the Jefferson Airplane. That's sold to Christopher Morris. Carly Simon in quad. It's a quad pressing with the original poster in shrink wrap. Carly Simon's $10. Michael Nass in on George Thorogood at $25. There's another Getz. That is Gilberto Getz, featuring Carlos Antonio Jobin. That's now just $20. The Beatles is a final call to Chris Frazier for $45. Giant by Buddy Holly, that's $17.50. Giant by Buddy Holly, that's $17.50. Sean Fairweather gets this Stan Getz. That's so to Sean Fairweather, classic jazz. Hold On soundtrack starring Herman's Hermits and Peter Noon, $5 for that. And Poco 7 is $5. The Beatles is sold to Chris Frazier for $45. Final call on the sealed George Thorogood for $25 to Michael Nath. Let me go ahead and grab another auction. And the next auction is going to be a sealed Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. This is a 1980 U.S. reissue with the barcode. It's sealed. It does have a small opening here on the top corner. $45 start, so one exposed corner here. Other than that, it's a very nicely sealed Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. 1980 pressing with the barcode. $45 start. Henry's Choice wants the quad Carly Simon. That's sold to Henry's Choice. Also, Keith Sweat, Something Just Ain't White. Something Just Ain't Right with an R. That's $5. Winners. This is VG plus $5. It's a compilation. The Jacksons, The Whisperers, Rufus and Shaka Khan, GQ, Cool in the Game. That's $5. It's a VG plus compilation. Moody Blues, Out of This World. $10 for the Moody Blues. And Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton is $8.50. Has the original inner sleeve. There's the nightly appearance of Peter Frampton and the nightly appearance of I'm In You. George Thorogood is sold to Michael Nath for $25. That's sold to Michael Nath for $25. Bruce Springsteen is a $45 start. A sealed copy of Born to Run. A sealed copy of Born to Run. Our next sealed auction, or actually our next auction, is going to be Queen Live Killers. This is from that batch of Japanese we did earlier this week, and I never did get to this one, and it's nice. Heads up. Let's take a look at it. But first, let me tag a few auctions here. We had Rob Reinhart getting the Herman's Hermits. That's sold to Rob. C.C. Allen gets the Winners. That's sold to C.C. Allen. Eleni Gooch wants to Keith Sweat. And Felix, you were second to the Winners. So Live Killers. Sometimes these are on colored vinyl. They're pretty pricey, though. I'm not for sure. I think this is on black vinyl. So Japanese pressing. There's the Japanese insert. There's both original inner sleeves. The green and the red. Christmas colors. Uh-oh. Wow. It is on colored vinyl. I didn't even realize that. Japanese colored vinyl, red and green. That's beautiful. Has the original Japanese insert, cover with Obi, $75 start. Queen Live Killers, very nice. Near mint pristine Japanese pressing with Obi, and it's on colored vinyl, $75 start. Final call to get a bid in on Bruce. We have Smith, minus plus. Smith is $10, minus plus. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity with the hit Betty Davis Eyes, $5 on that. Queen is at $80 with Brian. The Kate Brothers is $5. The Kate Brothers is $5. Carl Perkins, Old Blue Suede's Back. Carl Perkins is sealed, unopened, $12.50 for Carl Perkins. Harry Belafonte returns to Carnegie Hall. That is now $15. And we have Charles Musselwhite, Memphis, Tennessee, $12.50. Charles Musselwhite, Memphis, Tennessee. All right, if anybody wants to do a buy it now on Bruce Springsteen, the buy it now on Bruce Springsteen is $45. Queen is now at $80. It's on colored vinyl. It's on green and red colored vinyl. Brian has that for $80. Final call. Fred Carnell first on Kim Carnes. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Laney, you were second. Michael Nath first on Charles Musselwhite. Jetstream second. Thomas Hujar third. And Models, Out of Mind, Out of Sight. The Models is now just $5. I'm going to read those titles one more time. Queen could go for just one bid of $80. Final call. Let me grab some of our next auctions here. I have Mick Fleetwood from Fleetwood Mac, The Visitor. Oh, you know what? Somebody asked a long time ago for this, Melissa Etheridge. And plus, I got a couple other records in here like The Rationals. But let me do Melissa Etheridge next. This is an original 1988 retail copy, sealed. Just a $20 start for Melissa Etheridge. It does have a saw mark here, direct metal mastering, hop sticker, Melissa Etheridge. DMM mastering, has the hop sticker, saw mark. It's an original 88 U.S. retail copy, $20 start on that. Queen's at 81, 85, and now 90. Michael Naff said he's going to pass on Charles Musselwhite. Let's actually go ahead and give this to Jetstream. Jetstream gets to Charles Musselwhite. That means Thomas Hujar is now next, and then Fred Carnell. Queen is at 90 with Shakedown. All right, I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here, and then I'm going to go ahead and step to the back and get another crate just like this. So if you decide you want anything in here, now is the time. Here's what's left. We have Quadraphonic, Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. If you want a price, just let me know. Jay Ferguson, David LaFlamme, 25 Greatest Hits of the Challengers. Graham Nash, The Ritchie Family, Young Holt Unlimited, Felix Paparotti, Ry Cooter, King Biscuit Boy, Earth, Wind, and Fire. We have Best 11 Spoonful, War, Platinum Jazz, Gary Lewis and the Playboys. We have Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, Shinehead, War, Buddy Holly, Poco 7, Moody Blues. We have Peter Frampton, Smith Minus Plus. We have Kate Brothers, Carl Perkins, Harry Belafonte, and Models. We have a new high bid on Queen at $90 with Shakedown. Daniel, you're out. Fred, you're out. And Brian Arrigo, you're out. We now have 4 bidders. The high bidder Shakedown. No one has said out. Melissa Etheridge does not have a bid. Final call to get a bid in for $20. John Young said he'd give $40 for Springsteen. Let's sell that to John Young for $40. Can I add a couple stickers to my order? Let me make a sticky note that you want stickers so I can put that down right here because I don't have anybody live right now to actually go grab those. But what I'll do is I'll put stickers. And that's Jesse Rome. Hopefully they can read that. That's my best pen. And we have Melissa Etheridge now at $20. Okay, next, can I add a couple stickers? Done. Melissa's at $20, final call. No one else has been on Queen. I'm about to sell it for $90. Let me go get a new crate. Let's go get a new crate. Got new stuff to go through. New half-off stuff, that is. New old stuff. Cleaning out some bins. Trying to build up some vintage inventory, but when I start doing this, we definitely start knocking them out back there in the back. Our bins start to get empty. People come in here and they say, are y'all going out of business or something? And we say, actually, it's quite the opposite. We're going up in business. Queen's at 95. And Candace also wants a couple stickers. All right. I've got a note there. They'll know to watch the chat for stickers. I hope. We're working this new system out, so we'll figure out how this goes after we invoice on Monday. Queen's at 95. Melissa Etheridge is sold for $20 to Christopher Morse. Christopher, you get that for $20. And Tennessee's by 8 with 30 seconds. Fall's going to end up beating the Cats. That's always big when you can win up there. Original 1986 U.S. pressing, mostly sealed, torn, gold stamp. It's torn because they gold stamped it. And this is a 1986 gold stamp promo of the Stray Cats. Stray Cats, $35 start, sealed gold stamp promo, Rock Therapy. Sealed gold stamp promo of the Stray Cats Rock Therapy, $35 start. We have an out on Queen, an out on Queen, and out on Queen. But Joe Willinger bid 95, so he was the other bidder. So Joe has it for 95. That's a final call. Stray Cats is a $35 start. Let me go grab a crate of some half off. Have we been through that crate of new vinyl? Yeah, we've been through that crate of new vinyl, that crate of new vinyl. And have we been through this crate of new vinyl? Let me see what's going on with this crate of new vinyl. We have this crate of new vinyl. Have that crate of new vinyl. Let's run through this. This is only like a half crate. I can actually condense this one over here with this other one. That would be great. All right, so let's see what's in here very quickly. We have Cats at 35, Cats at 38, Queens now at 100. Stickers, that's Coletco stickers. Godfather logo, Seth, you're fired, and Mint Pristine with shrink wrap and hype sticker, Chad's famous saying. Can I get Moody Blues Lost Chord from 2 crates ago? Gene Brown. You sure can. Let me find that right quick. Moody Blues. I'm very familiar with that album, so I should be able to find it very quickly. There it is. Look at that. Also, that was our nightly appearance of John Barleycorn Must Die. I didn't even mention that. Gene Brown, that's so do you. Queen's now at 100, and Stray Cats at 38. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, that's on colored vinyl. Crazy Train, $36.99. King Diamond Them, $36.99, black and blue marbled vinyl. Young Shakespeare, Neil Young Live, $33.99. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, $34.99. The Beatles Love, $56.99. We just sold that other sealed copy. There's a new sealed one, $56.99. Today and tomorrow, McCoy Tyner, $36.99. Kiss Alive 2, $56.99. Kiss Alive 2, new and sealed. Pink Floyd The Wall's $49.99. Pink Floyd The Wall, 2 of those available. Megadeth Dystopia, $29.99. The Very Best of Billy Idol, $39.99. Live Throwing Coppers, $39.99. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock, $54.99. The Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse, $39.99. Kiss Crazy Nights is $33.99. There's 2 of those left. Also, the Rolling Stones Bridges to Babylon, Half-Speed Master for $39.99. And Metallica, Ride the Lightning, remastered, $31.99. Queen, Joe Willinger, are you done? We've moved very slowly on Queen. We had took forever. The first bid came in right away. And then we had 5 bids. And now we've moved very slowly on it. It's about to be Brent's for 100. And also, no one has set out on Stray Cats. John Lill has that for 38. Everybody else is out. That's also a final call. Queen's now at 101. And anybody else want anything in here, just let me know. Right Tanner sticker. I don't think I have a Right Tanner sticker. That's the one we were missing. My other mic's charging. Give it a few more minutes and I'll have to swap out. Queen's at 102. So this was Ozzy. We have King Diamond, Neil Young, Judas Priest, The Beatles, McCoy Tyner, Kiss Alive 2, Pink Floyd The Wall, Megadeth, Billy Idol, Live, Jimi Hendrix, Wallflowers, Kiss, Stones, and Metallica. Now, there is a rule. If I show a crate, we have to sell at least 1 record out of there or the show's over. So who's gonna buy something? Or I have to just completely stop the show. So it's up to y'all. You're on the clock. There has to be at least 1 purchase. Somebody's got to get something in there. Surely somebody needs a copy of The Wall or Ride the Lightning or something in there. Billy Idol's Greatest Hits, Hendrix at Woodstock, Kiss Alive 2, McCoy Tyner, Judas Priest. I mean, you got lots of options in there. While you're thinking about it, I'm going to take a drink of Monster. Paul has saved the show. Paul Oakley. And Paul must be a first-time buyer. Paul, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, thank you and welcome. Not only did you just save the show, but you also got a really cool copy, a Half-Speed Master, which is technically on sale, of the Rolling Stones, Bridges to Babylon. That is $39.99. So, Paul, that's so to you. If you are a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. That's so to you. Billy Humphrey gets the Billy Idol. Now we're talking. That's so to Billy Humphrey. We have that to Billy Humphrey. Tim Jernigan says he'll take the Live. My demands have worked. I start throwing out threats and we start selling records. We have the Queen at 110. Joe Willinger's out. Final call to Brent Riley. And we can definitely go ahead and sell this to John Lill for $38. That's so to John Lill for $38. Queen's a final call. Thank you all for making those purchases. I'm going to condense these with these other ones over here. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome to Collect Co. Paul, sorry that I had to literally throw out a threat for your first purchase, but we do kind of crazy stuff like that around here. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you contact our Facebook page. We need your email address and your mailing address. We appreciate the business. As always, we sell records live here every night on Facebook, literally every night. You'll find me live here. We'll be live again tomorrow, too. We're live again tomorrow as well. And I think with this new studio we're building in the back, like the days we're off, I may try to do something during the day. I know I've said this for a long time, but it's literally, we've had to build a studio in the back. These days that were closed, like Sundays and Mondays, I thought it'd be really cool to try something during the day. I don't know what y'all were doing on Sundays, like at 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. before we do coin and knife sales, but especially on Mondays too. But plus, Paul's thinking about doing a show, maybe exclusively on Sundays, either at night or during the evenings, so or afternoons. Michael Wood wants a copy of Kiss Crazy Nights. All right, we continue selling. Let me step to the back right quick. Let me put that away. Let me step to the back right quick. Queen is going to be sold as soon as I come back. Let me grab a crate of half off so my mic may go out of range. I'll keep talking, but you may hear me just mute when I walk away. Still got lots of sealed stuff to put up for auction. I got another stack over here we're working with. And then I got another stack after that. So I'm going to keep going. Paul's Psych Rock Sundays. Yeah, that's what we were working on. All right, Queen. This is officially sold then to Brent Robley for $110 on colored vinyl. That's really cool. Brent, that's sold to you. Let me find a sleeve to put that in. That's sold to Brent. Got some new seal. Got some more like sealed Walmart exclusives like we were auctioning last night from this Michigan Sealed collection. He had sealed OGs. He had sealed new stuff as well. Let's put up a couple new auctions before we do this next crate of half off. That's a really cool thing there. Did we sell another Billy Idol? Nope, that's where we were at. Okay, that's where we're at now. I'm at the bottom. That's sold for $110. And our next sealed auctions, let me see what else I had here. Next sealed auctions were, let's see what's going on here. This one looked interesting, one of these 60s records. And the Sinatra, finally. Jetstream's probably like, what's taking so long? The Best of Frank Sinatra appears to be an 80s reissue, sealed, $15 start. Frank Sinatra appears to be an 80s reissue, sealed. The Best of Frank Sinatra. It has never been opened. It was pressed sometime in the 80s, $15 start. Also, we have The Fifth Estate, Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead on Jubilee Records. The artist is The Fifth Estate. An original 1967 mono, mostly sealed. It does have a tear at the bottom center. It's bubblegum pop. It's a $25 start. So it has a tear in the shrink right there. Has a tear in the shrink right there. The Fifth Estate, it is sealed, a mono, 1967 pressing, $25 start. All right, guess what? We're still going through some half-off stuff here, so let's continue. Everything in this bin is half-off sticker. First record is Liza. Liza was a Z, Liza Minnelli. That is $5, Liza Minnelli. That is a concert for television. Peter Frampton, VG condition, $5 on that as well. Also, Frankie Valli, Grease is the Word. Grease is the Word is $5. Frank Sinatra's at $15. Tom Johnston, sealed, $5. Sealed copy for $5. Tom Johnston from the Doobie Brothers. The Fabulous Poodles, Mirror Stars, $7.50. Has the original inner sleeve. Fabulous Poodles is $7.50. Also, Mason Williams, Share Pickers. Mason Williams is $7.50. Tommy Flowers on the sealed Tom Johnston. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. C-Train, the Marblehead Messengers, or the Marblehead Messenger. C-Train, gatefold, does have a punch hole on the cover, $10 on that. Final call on Frank Sinatra for $15. Final call for the Fifth Estate if you want to get a bid in for a starting bid of $25, sealed bubblegum pop. Henry's Choice, you were second on Tom Johnston. Ike and Tina Turner working together. This is in shrink wrap, $13.50. Ike and Tina Turner working together, $13.50. Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees. Carly Simon is $5. Boys in the Trees, that's $5. Lacey J. Dalton is $7.50. Lacey J. Dalton. Johnny Taylor is $7.50. Johnny Taylor. And 10cc is $10. That's in shrink wrap. 10cc, that's in shrink wrap. I think the name of the album is 10cc. It is. Brock Hanna on FV. FV was for Frankie Valli. That's sold to Brock J. Hanna. That's sold. And we have the Best of the Tavars, $7.50. Frank Sinatra is sold to Jetstream for $15. If anybody wants the Fifth Estate, it's a $25 buy it now. Putting that over here of Jefferson Airplane. Let's put the next two auctions up. Next two auctions were Ruthless People soundtrack and Mick Fleetwood. The Ruthless People original motion picture soundtrack. This is a 1986 U.S. pressing, sealed for a $15 start. Ruthless People soundtrack, that is sealed, an original U.S. retail copy. And Mick Fleetwood, The Visitor, is an original 81 pressing, sealed. It does have a saw mark, and there is a couple corner breaches down here along the bottom. That is a $15 start. C.C. Allen on the Tavars. That's sold to C.C. Allen. Ruthless People, Mick Fleetwood's up for bid. Johnny Taylor, Disco 9000. That is $7.50. Gary Newcomb wants the Peter Frampton. That's sold to Gary. Continuing, we have Donna Summer, Bad Girls, 2LP, $7.50. Also, Rose Royce in Full Bloom. That's $7.50. Condition and price on Peter Frampton. It just sold. Son of Schmilson. This is EX condition, $9. Harry Nilsson, Son of Schmilson, original inner sleeve. EX condition, $9. Where's the metal? It all sold on Thursday night. Next one's Monday night, and then next Thursday again. VG condition, $6.50. Metal is gone whenever we show it. So Thursday night, we sold literally everything but 6 records. All the auctions sold, and we'll do it again Monday night with new stuff. Phil Woods and his European Rhythm Machine, $18.50 at the Frankfurt Jazz Festival. That's $18.50. The Commodores is in VG plus $5. Marsha Collins gets the Paul McCartney. That's sold to Marsha Collins. Randy Weston, African Night Piano Solo. That's $15 for Randy Weston. Modern Jazz Quartet Space, that's on the Apple label. $11.50 for MJQ Space. That's $11.50. Jetstream was second or first on Phil Woods. That's sold to Jetstream. Phil Woods. Next is Boston. That is third stage. $17.50. No condition notes. Very nice copy. Boston $17.50. And we have Joe and Eddie Volume 4. Joe and Eddie is $5. Nantucket. No Direction Home. Nantucket is $5. If anybody wants these, Ruthless People, it's a buy it now for $15. And Mick Fleetwood is a buy it now for $15. No bids on those. Bill Samus gets Boston. Shakedown gets RP, which was Ruthless People. That's a buy it now. That was fast. That's sold to Shakedown for $15. And Michael Nath gets Mick Fleetwood for $15. Two more records and two more auctions. The Crying Shames. VG Condition, $7.50 for the Crying Shames. VG $7.50 and Blue Suede Out of the Blue. That's also VG Condition, $5. We have Lionel Richie and we have Neil Diamond's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. This is going to be, let's just make these buy it nows. Neil Diamond's 12 Greatest Hits, Volume 2, $15 buy it now. And Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling and Original 86 US Sealed, $20 buy it now. Neil Diamond, $15 buy it now. And Lionel Richie's a $20 buy it now. Those are, just go ahead and make those buy it nows. Ray Charles, A Message from the People. Ray Charles is $10, A Message from the People. We 5, You Were on My Mind. We 5 is $5, You Were on My Mind. That's $5. And we have Fancy, Wild Thing. Fancy's $8.50. John Lill gets the Lionel Richie for $20. Alice Lowry gets the Neil Diamond for $15. Those are sold and sold. I got two more just like that I'll do instead of putting them up for auction. I have Lee Greenwood's Greatest Hits, Born in the USA, or excuse me, God Bless the USA. Lee Greenwood is a $15 buy it now. And the Bee Gees, You Should Be Dancing Hot Sticker, Children of the World, that's a $25 buy it now. Lee Greenwood, $15 buy it now. Bee Gees, $25 buy it now. What's on the Blue Suede? Give me 1 second on that. Eric Gooden, I'll go ahead and tag you with Fancy. The Blue Suede, what's on it? Hush, I'm Alive, Don't Be Fooled by the Name, Dr. Rock and Roll, Baby, I Need Your Lovin', Rock and Roll, Out of the Blue, Flashback, Half Breed, Why Don't You Go Away, I Didn't Sing, and that is VG $5. Alan Montgomery gets the Lee Greenwood for a $15 buy it now, and that just leaves the Bee Gees, Children of the World, and that was an original 1976 retail copy, sealed with hop sticker, $25 buy it now. I'm actually going to put this one for auction. Frost Music, The Frost. This is either a 1969 or a 1976 U.S. pressing. Paul says it feels like a 76. It's mostly sealed. It has a corner clip and a couple small corner breaches. So it has a corner clip with a breach there on the corner. Frost Music, The Frost, and that's a $45 start. Frost Music, The Frost, that is sealed. It's either a 69 or a 76. John Lill gets the Bee Gees for a $25 buy now. Mike Torres, you were second on that. And now the next auction is going to be something from this crate back here. Let me get to them. I've got, let me figure out what this is. What is this? Live Creedence Clearwater Revival. Live Creedence in Europe. This is sealed. It's going to be also a $45 start. It's a 2LP live CCR, sealed retail copy. Very nicely sealed too. Very nicely sealed. CCR live in Europe 2LP, $45 buy it now on that. Greg Beddinger wants DS. And DS was for, what was DS? You may have to help me out there. Donna Summer, possibly? It's been a while since we've shown that. Let me go ahead and step over here and get my charger. I do not need my phone to die since I don't have a backup feed tonight. So let me go grab a charger right quick. And we'll figure out what DS is for. And as soon as I get through this crate of auctions, I just walked behind the counter and just found this other crate of auctions that we have ready. But we had like 3 crates, and I was like, I don't know if we'll have time to go through that many. Depends on how late we keep showing half-off records or buy it now best offer. So let me plug my phone up right quick. And he said, yep, that was for DS. Frost 15. Frost was a $45 start, Michael Nath. I may have missaid that. Frost was a $45 start. Sorry if I said 15. And then CCR is $45. Greg does want Donna Summer. So Donna Summer sold to Greg. Thank you. Continuing, we have our Irv Gotti presents the remixes, $10. By the way, it is 10 minutes after 10 o'clock. We got 215 people watching, and as y'all know, I'll go late. So if everybody's still on, everybody's buying, I'll just keep going through records as long as y'all can stay awake. That's what I said in the hot post for tonight. So that's all I have to do is show records. Luciano, Sweep Over My Soul, $10 on that. Hugo Largo, drum. Hugo Largo is $7.50. Also, Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion, maxi single. That is $7.50. Philip Shoemaker said he'd give $20 for the Fifth Estate. Philip Shoemaker, you get that for $20. Thank you. That's sold to you. Larry Kanzler, Pacific Dreams. That is $7.50. Also, Teenager. Teenager is a 2010 Canadian pressing, and that is $5. There have not been any George Strait tonight. John Leal wants the Kylie Minogue. Thank you. That's sold to John Leal. The Frost is a $45 buy it now if anybody wants that. And the Live CCR is a $45 buy it now for whoever wants that. Live and Live, or Live CCR and the Frost, those are $45 and $45 buy it nows. Sealed CCR, retail copy, no saw marks, no cut-O's. The Frost is $45. And also over here we have an unclaimed sealed Jefferson Airplane in mono, Sunday's reissue for $30. That's our only 3 no bids so far tonight, unless one of those other ones sell. Ian Hunter Live is $15. Ian Hunter Live, welcome to the club. And Julian Lennon is $7.50. The Secret Value of Daydreaming. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. We sold a sealed copy just moments ago. Here's an open copy for $7.50. Dancing on the Ceiling. All right, our next auction is going to be, let me grab some stuff from over here. Give me 1 second. Are these tagged? Okay, so here's some stuff I hadn't shown yet. Genesis, Stevie Nicks, Night Ranger, Steve Miller, Starship, Steve Winwood, Aretha Franklin, Leonard Skinner. Those I really hadn't advertised that we were going to have tonight, but guess what? We can put them up because we're going to have to sell them at some point. So, and then I got some other, what I was talking about, those exclusives earlier, Walmart exclusive stuff. Let me bring those a little bit closer. Kurt Musser gets Lionel Richie. So we have Genesis, Invisible Touch. Very nice. It's a sealed club copy. Genesis, $35 start. Sealed club copy. Textured cover. Sealed original club copy. Invisible Tonight, Land of Confusion, In Too Deep, and then Domino. What an amazing track by Genesis. Phil Collins, $35 start. That's a sealed, very, very nicely sealed club copy of that. And then War. This War album is sealed with hop sticker. This appears to be a 73 USOG, some edge wear. It does have a punch hole. $25 start. $25 start. Has the hop sticker, also a quad, kind of die cut cover. There's a punch hole. $25 start on that. $35 on Genesis, $25 on War. We have the best of Gladys Knight and the Pips. $5 on the best of Gladys Knight and the Pips. The Charlie Daniels Band Windows. That's VG Plus for $9. The best of, or Charlie Daniels Band. Dion sings his greatest hits. $7.50 on Dion. X-Clan. That is from 1990. Now just $25. It's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker. Limited edition vinyl pressing. X-Clan to the east backwards. Eric Gooden gets the Pips, the best of. That's sold to Eric Gooden. Also, we have My Death, Mort Schumann. What a wild-looking cover. It's a 1969 pressing, $12.50. Alan Montgomery gets the Charlie Daniels Band. That's sold to Alan Montgomery. Also, Ray Campy and his Rockabilly Rebels, Rockabilly Music. That is $7.50. And Greg Ken Band, this is Rock and Roll. $8.50. Final call on Genesis. We do have a bid for $35. No bid on War. Looking for a $25 start. Also, Cool and the Gang Emergency. $7.50 on that. Wet Willie. Which one's Willie? That's $9. And Warhorse the Priestess. $10. Warhorse the Priestess on red and black marbled vinyl. Fred Carnell wants Rockabilly. That was Ray Camping's Rockabilly Rebels. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Bob Welch is $5. Bob Welch, one of the original members of Fleetwood Mac. Shakedown gets Cool in the Game. Kurt Musser, you were second. Harry Chapin, Dance Band on the Titanic is $7.50. And Joe Sample, Fancy Dance is $5. Blade Singletary wants WH. That was for Warhorse. That's sold to Blade Singletary. And we have me needing to swap out on crates. Let me do that right quick. This one's pretty full. Let me go ahead and do that right now. All right. So Jetstream on JS for Joe Sample. That's sold to Jetstream. And we have Mick Fleetwood, the visitor, $10. Genesis is sold to Scott Ham. Surprised I only went one bid. That's sold to Scott Ham for $35. If anybody wants the Sealed War, $25 buy it now. Sealed War, deliver the word. Sealed with hop sticker, does have a punch hole. $25 buy it now. It's a Beautiful Day, self-titled, $5. Rick Wakeman's Criminal Record, $7.50 on that. And Olivia Newton-John is $5, making a good thing better. ONJ, $5. All right. How about Sealed Stevie Nicks? How about Sealed Night Ranger? Also $35 starts on these. Great titles. Midnight Madness and The Wild Heart. These are sealed. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. Sealed Super Savers. Does have a punch hole right there. This is a U.S. retail copy, not a club. Wild Heart. Stevie Nicks, $35 start. Sealed, unopened. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness. This is a sealed. Also a retail copy. It has a saw mark, not a club. $35 start. Sister Christian. Mark Lent does the $25 buy it now on the War. That's sold to Mark Lent. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. I'm not going to go through them in detail. If you want to know a price, just let me know. If you want to know a price on anything in there, just let me know. There's our next two auctions. So let me go ahead and read those. Got those two rolling. And I think I've went through most of our new vinyl tonight, except some of these crates that's here on the table. There is one more new crate over there. I need to go through that just so you'll have to buy something. You know how I do that. Like I got to go, if I show a crate, you have to buy at least something. So I'll go through a crate of new vinyl, so you're obligated to buy something. Condition of Greg Ken. Condition of Greg Ken. That was Greg Ken, Rock Ken Roll Band. Rock Ken Roll Band. That is no condition notes, $8.50. Very clean vinyl, VG Plus or better cover. And the Olivia Newton-John is called Making a Good Thing Better. There is somebody's name written on the cover. It's only $5. These auctions are $35 start. They're both sealed retail copies of Stevie Nicks and Night Ranger. Continuing, Liza Minnelli. I'm just going to read titles. If you want prices, let me know. Liza Minnelli, Fabulous Poodles, Mason Williams, Marblehead Messenger, I Cantina still available, Carly Simon, Lacey J. Dalton, Johnny Taylor, 10cc, Johnny Taylor, Rose Royce, Harry Nilsson, the Commodores, Randy Weston. Gene Brown says he'll take the Ken and Fabulous Thunderbirds, so that is sold and sold. Those are sold to Gene Brown, half off sticker on the back. Modern Jazz Quartet, Joe and Eddie, Nantucket, The Crying Shames, Ray Charles, We Five, Blue Suede, Irv Gotti, Luciano, Hugo Largo, Larry Kanzler, Teenager, Ian Hunter, Julie Lennon, Dion, X-Clan, Mort Schumann, Wet Willie, Bob Welch, Harry Chapin, Mick Fleetwood, It's a Beautiful Day, and Rick Wakeman. There's those. We also may go through some more recent stuff over here, like Buy It Now Best Offer, because I was looking through some of the stuff we've shown recently, like in this bin right over here, we have titles such as The Stones and Eric Clapton and The Small Faces and The Guess Who, and let me see what's in this other bin here. Hooters and Uriah Heep, and we may do some of those Buy It Now Best Offer. They're not quite ready for half off. Ron Duffield wants Teenager. You got it, and it's time to swap out crates and make these Buy It Nows. Wow, no bid on Stevie Nicks or Night Ranger. First come, first serve. If you want to get in on the Buy It Now, $35 BINs. First one to claim them gets them. I'm going to set these right here behind me and stack this crate next to it. And I got one more crate of new vinyl over here. And we've almost went through all the new vinyl again. But it's dwindling down, meaning we've sold so much of it. I had so much at the beginning of the week. For me to go through them all now isn't as lengthy. Right. So, okay, no claims on these. Everybody awake out there? Do I need to blow the air horn? Night Ranger, $35 buy it now, and Sealed Stevie Nicks, $35 buy it now. Okay, let me put those away. Very nice Night Ranger and Stevie Nicks seal. Those are $35 buy it nows. Let's run through this crate of new vinyl. Test, is this thing on? Make sure we're active here. We have 118 people watching on Facebook and 88 people on YouTube. Test 1, 2. Is everybody awake? Let me go grab our next auctions. I have, I forgot to show those again. I'll do those. Let's do these right here. Somebody's asking for Keith Whitley, and I do have some country, though. That's usually tough to get on vinyl. So Debbie Winstead gets Stevie Nicks for $35, country bin. We sold it all. The last time we went to the country bin, it's all gone. I don't have any left. But I do have Garth Brooks, triple live. Garth Brooks is sealed. It's a triple live album. 3 LP sealed Garth Brooks, $30 start. Sealed Garth Brooks, Entertainer, triple live. That's a $30 start. Also, King Crimson. This is a $25 start. It's a 200 gram. Robert Fripp, newly recut masters. That is In the Wake of Poseidon. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. All right, here's some new vinyl. I have Def Leppard, High and Dry. $33.99 for Def Leppard, High and Dry. Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, 2 LP remaster, all analog remaster, $34.99. Kiss Alive 3 is $44.99. Kiss Alive 3 is $44.99. Taylor Swift 1989 is $33.99. Garth Brooks is at $30 with Brooke, going once, going twice. Black Crow, Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, last copy, newly remastered, $33.99. Taylor Swift Reputation, that's a 2 LP picture disc. It's a 2 LP picture disc. Taylor is $59.99. Tool Undertow, last copy, $33.99 for Tool Undertow. English Beat, I Just Can't Stop. The English Beat is on limited edition magenta colored vinyl, $29.99. New bid on Garth Brooks for $35. Mike Torrey's in. Tool Opiate is $28.99. Tool Opiate, $28.99. $28.99. Mike Brangle gets English Beat. We've met our minimum quota. Congratulations, Mike. You are the savior. We have Kiss Alive, Kiss Unplugged for $44.99. 2 LP remaster. Tool Lateralis is $44.99. That's also a 2 LP picture disc. That's never been pressed on vinyl. The Rolling Stones On Air, $36.99. And the Rolling Stones Tattoo You. Well, there's some police cruisers going by the store at a high rate of speed. Like that one that just went by was going very fast. This has never been pressed on vinyl. Let me rephrase that. It's never been pressed on vinyl legally. It's been pressed plenty of times as a bootleg on colored vinyl illegally, but it's never been pressed on vinyl legally. Garth Brooks is at $40.43. Matt Hockman says, last bin, Chad, dance band on Titanic. I will take it. Matt Hockman wants to dance band on the Titanic. This is sold to Matt Hockman for $7.50, half off the sticker on that. So we sold English Beat out of there. Anybody else? Garth Brooks is at $43. Brooke, you're out. We're looking for a $25 start on the 200 grams sealed King Crimson. Going once, going twice. Here's what's left in here. The Rolling Stones, Tool, Kiss Unplugged, Tool Opiate, English Beat, Tool Undertow, Taylor Swift Reputation, Black Crows, Taylor Swift 1989, Kiss Alive 3, Jimi Hendrix, and Def Leppard. Brian Arrigo wants Tool Undertow. That has the song Sober on it. Intolerance, Sober, Flood. They played Flood at the concert. That's so to Brian Arrigo. Charles Verano, Tool, let me know if you want Lateralis. That was my last copy of Undertow, unless you want on a waiting list, and I have 2 copies of Opiate. Why are they called the English Beat? In the UK, they're known as the Beat. I guess because over here, we need to know that they're English. Yeah, the English Beat, I Just Can't Stop It. How much was the first Tool? Sober was $33.99. It's gone. Opiate is $28.99. Charles wants Lateralis, and he was first to that. It's $44.99. So if you want Lateralis, Allen, or Undertow, I'll have to order you one. They'll be in next week. If you want Opiate, it's still available for $28.99. And Garth Brooks is now at $40. Mike Torrey's, you're out on the Garth Brooks. And if anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. That wasn't our last bit of new vinyl. I'll still go through a few more. Let me move some stuff around, figure out what I have. That's the crate we started with. I've condensed that crate. I've been through that one because there's the Smashing Pumpkins. And that was our new stuff from tonight. That one hadn't been gone through. I feel like there's another one I've laid somewhere. All the table's empty. I guess there's really just the ones here on the table that I need to go through. These here on the table have new stuff in it as well. Mike says he has it at 43. Yep, Brooke, your bid came in out of place. Mike Torrey's has Garth Brooks at 43, and then you bid 40 again. So Mike has it for 43. All right, let's go through a crate. Let me see what I have right over here. We may need to go through a crate of some buy it now best offer stuff, or which is going to be discount as well, but just need to Figure out which one to go through here. Let me see what's in here. These things have been moved around so much now. Plus, people come in the store and dig around, which is perfectly okay, but makes it difficult to me to figure out what I have and have not gone through. What is this right here? This looks like some pretty good titles. Is this... Let me figure out what's going on in here. Did I show these half off or something one night? Some pretty good looking titles here. Maybe, let me see what's underneath it. This crate's pretty full here. Let me check the dates on these. There's the Cars. Reuben and the Jets. Dixie Dregs. Porter. There's that Pope record. So we've been through these. I remember showing that Pope record not too long ago. So this must have been something I condensed. But it looks like it's kind of half and half. So let me see what's over here. Where's that one crate I was just talking about? There's that Genesis box set. Let me see what's in here. Moody Blues. Asia. Genesis. And what was back here? James Taylor. Pretenders. Manfred Mann. Okay, let me just crate these up. That's some pretty good looking stuff there. Let me get a crate. Garth Brooks is at 45, 50, and now 60. Give me a second. I'm crating up some records over here out of the bin. Literally out of the bins here in the store. So we can go through them and see what we have in here. Let me figure out which ones. Some of these, I think right here, we went through last night. So don't want to go through them a second time. There's that Jethro Tull record. All right. So this crate, we'll do buy it now, best offer. Definitely, maybe we can find a home for this Genesis box set. I showed this the other night, and I was like super surprised no one claimed it. So let me put another handful in here, and we'll make these buy it now, best offer. Keep in mind, Saturday night, so don't hesitate to make an offer. Last night, to get records added on your invoice, we have Mike out on Garth Brooks. Brooke has it for $60. So let's go ahead and make King Crimson a buy it now for $25. King Crimson, Wake Up Aside, half speed, or not a half speed master, a 200 gram remaster. Yeah, that needs a new sleeve anyway if somebody buys it. King Crimson's a $25 buy it now. And Brooke is at 60 on Garth Brooks, and I'm about to sell it. I am about to sell it. I think I can condense some new vinyl here. Make this a little bit better for me. If anybody decides they want any of these titles. The leftover Taylor Swifts will go over here in the Taylor Swift bin. Thomas Hujar gets the King Crimson for a $25 buy it now. Always great music there. Let's go ahead and sell the Garth Brooks officially to Brooke for $60. And let's get some new auctions going. All right, so Rush fans, eyes and ears up. This is really cool. It's the only way to get this concert on vinyl. We have Rush Moving Pictures, sealed box set from the Michigan collection. So you get Moving Pictures remastered. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, you know that album. And then also a 4 LP live full concert, 19 track full live concert, Rush live in YYZ 1981. And this is going to be a $55 start. It's a sealed Moving Pictures box set. The median on this thing on Discogs is almost $100. This is sealed, $55 start. It has a 24-page book. It's half-speed mastered. And you get that 4 LP full live concert. That's a $55 start. Now, I have another Garth Brooks to auction. That one just sold to Brooke. And then we had one of these the other night, which was the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, Walmart exclusive. This was like, these are about $50 when they're in Walmart on the shelf. Gold vinyl, $25 start. $25 start on that. All right, Chad, I got my unplugged out today. Thank you. Hope you enjoy that. Discount Gemini's on deck. This bin's going to be buy it now, best offer. $55 start on Rush, $25 start on the Rolling Stones. What's the link for new customers? If you're a first-time buyer and you make a purchase, you don't have to fill out anything unless you make a purchase, but the link is shopcollectco.com/contact. And if somebody don't mind to post that in the comments. I do have another live Garth Brooks over here. We'll auction in just a moment. Let's go ahead and go through this crate. Everything's going to be buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. $7 unlimited shipping. We have Genesis 83 to 98 special vinyl box set, complete and pristine, $139.99. Genesis box set. You get We Can't Dance, Calling All Stations, Invisible Touch, and Genesis self-titled. That is $139.99. Rush is at 55, now 57, now 60. No bid on the Stones. Paul McCartney, Wings, Back to the Egg, $24.99. These you can go ahead and claim them, or you can make an offer. Also, James Taylor, Never Die Young, $16.99 for James Taylor. Near Mint, vinyl, original under sleeve, $16.99, James Taylor. Toto, Isolation, $19.99 for Toto. Told y'all there were some great titles in here. Original under sleeve, go ahead and make an offer, or you can go ahead and buy them. Traveling, Chet Atkins, $9.99. Early Chet Atkins here. It's on the original RCA label in mono, $9.99. Chris Kirkley offered $115 for Genesis. Sell that to Chris Kirkley for $115. Chris, that's yours. Rush is at 60, 60, 63, 65, but no bid on the Rolling Stones. Looking for a $25 start on that. We have Peaches and Herb, Too Hot, $9.99 for Peaches and Herb. T-Bone Burnett is $9.99. T-Bone Burnett, $9.99. Gil Evans and the Monday Night Orchestra, that is $14.99. Roger Ramjet offered $12 for James Taylor. Roger, that's sold to you for $12. We have Rockin' the Guess Who, $14.99 for Rockin' the Guess Who. That's kind of a yellow RCA label, $14.99. Gary Newcomb's in on the Stones at $25. In the Middle of Nowhere, Modern Talkin', the fourth album. Modern Talkin', $14.99. Roger Ramjet offered $7 for Chet. Sold to Roger Ramjet for $7. So Rush is at $68. And we have Eric Clapton. This is $34.99. Eric Clapton, $34.99. That is his self-titled album. Eric Clapton, Eric Clapton. Rush is now at $70. The Dave Clark 5 is $9.99. More greatest hits, $9.99. Rush is at $70. The Stones is at $25. Final call on the Stones. Only one bid on Hot Rocks, Gold Vinyl, Brown Sugar, Wild Horses, Gimme Shelter, Honky Tonk Woman, Satisfaction, Paint It Black, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Street Fighting Man, Midnight Rambler, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Let's Spend the Night Together, Mother's Little Helper, 19th Nervous Breakdown, Ruby Tuesday, Get Off My Cloud, Play With Fire, Time's on My Side, Heart of Stone, Under My Thumb, Sympathy for the Devil, and As Tears Go By. That's a good one. It's on gold vinyl. High bids at $25. Rush is at $70. John Otten gets to Eric Clapton. That's sold to John Otten. Thank you. That's sold to you. Also, we have Manfred Mann's Earth Band Watch, $14.99 for Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Chicago is $9.99. Chicago, $9.99. Rush, 73. Stones, 27. Stones, 26. Janie Freaky Celebration. That's actually a 2LP Janie Freaky compilation, $19.99 for Janie Freaky Celebration. Stimpy's also at 26 on the Stones. Michael Ruckman wants Man, Manfred Mann. Kurt Musser gets Chicago. Those are sold and sold. There's another Stones album, an original copy of Start Me Up, or excuse me, Tattoo You. I think they should have called this one Start Me Up, to be honest with you. $34.99 has the original inner sleeve. And Long Distance Voyager, the Moody Blues, $14.99. There's the link for first-time buyers. Shopcollectco.com/contact. Thank you, Kelly. Rush is at $75. The Stones is at $28. Asia, Astra, $19.99 for Astra. Has the original inner sleeve. Very nice copy. Alice Lowry gets the Moody Blues. That's sold to Alice Lowry. 38 Special, Special Forces, $24.99 for 38 Special, original inner sleeve. What a nice copy. Special Forces, $24.99. So Caught Up in You. That is 38 Special, $24.99. Montrose, Jump on It. Montrose is $19.99. Mike Torres, I'm going to sell you the Asia for $15. Darren Wallace offered $20 for 38 Special. Darren, that's sold to you for $20. Update on the Rush box set. Tony Samuelson has it for $75. Shakedown, You're Out. Alan Montgomery, You're Out. Chris Kirkley, You're Out. High bid on Rush is $75. High bid on the Stones is $28 with Brian Arrigo. Now the high bid on Rush is $80. We have Humble Pie, Go for the Throat. Humble Pie is $19.99. The Association, Inside Out with the Never My Love hop sticker. That's $14.99. The Rolling Stones is now at $30. Joy, Apollo 100 featuring Tom Parker. That's $9.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits, Volume 1, $19.99. There's another Asia album. That's Alpha, and that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire. This one's called Heritage, $24.99, and this is from 1990. Won't see this one very often from 1990. Original inner sleeve, Earth, Wind, and Fire Heritage. Rush is at 30. Rush is now at 31. Rolling Stones is at 30. Rolling Stones is at 31. Rush is at 80. Michael Jackson Thriller, a very clean copy, $34.99. Very clean copy. Also has the very cool original inner sleeve. There's Thriller. There's Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson. The Girl Is Mine. Eddie Van Halen on guitar, $34.99, or at least on guitar on Beat It. Billie Jean, Pretty Young Thing. This Girl Is Mine with Paul McCartney. I think we've probably heard some of those before, right? Also, Jan and Dean, Folk and Roll. Jan and Dean's $9.99. So, update. I had Rush at 80. Then I had the Stones at 30, 31. Roger Ramjet was the first off for 15 on Asia. Davey Winston, you were second. Phil, you were third. Stimpy's out on the Rolling Stones. Alex Roman gets Michael Jackson, and Tony's out on Rush. Now, Rush is a final call for 80, and the Stones is a final call for 31 with Brian Arrigo. The association price, $14.99. $14.99, and it gets better. It's in the original company sleeve. It's on the first gold label. Wow. I don't know if I've seen that too many times on a gold label. Usually it's a green label with hop sticker, Never My Love. Alice, that is $14.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles, $14.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles, New York State of Mind. That's $14.99. And the best of Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, $19.99. The best of Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. The Tracks of My Tears, the Tears of a Clown. Alice Lowry said sold on the association. That is sold to Alice Lowry. We have John Cougar, American Fool, $19.99 for John Cougar, American Fool. Original inner sleeve on that. Are we done on the only auction that no one's really set out on is the Stones. Brian Arrigo has it for 31. It's about to sell. Tommy, you get Smokey for 15. That's sold to you. Moody Blue Sir Lammer is $19.99. Moody Blue Sir Lammer. Billy Joe's $14.99. Alex, I just sold Smokey. He was $19.99. Billy Joe Songs in the Attic, live Billy Joe. That's $14.99. Hall & Oates Live, that is $22.99 with hop sticker. Includes Rich Girl, Sarah Smile, Do What You Want, Be What You Are. Very clean with the original inner sleeve. That's $22.99. Justin Chase, now you offered 12 for BJ. Was that for Turnstiles or Songs in the Attic? Let me know. Rush is officially sold to Shakedown for $80. Shakedown, you get the Rush for $80, and I'm going to give that like 5 seconds before I sell it to Brian. The Best of the Beach Boys Volume 2, $19.99. Best of the Beach Boys Volume 2. Surfing Safari, Help Me Rhonda, California Girls. That was for Turnstiles. That sold to Justin for $12. Hall & Oates, we got a $14 and a $15 offer. John, if you'll do 15, I'll sell it to you. You were first. There was a $15 bump, but you'll get it for 15 if you want it. And the Stones is officially sold to Brian Arrigo for $31. That's sold for $31 to Brian Arrigo. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits, $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits, $19.99. John Lill says he'll do 15. So that's sold to John Lill for $15. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. You make me so very happy. All right. What else do we have over here? I have a copy. I was going to do these much earlier, both nights. They've been sitting over here, but let's go ahead and do them now, especially this. Everybody pay close attention. I hope our dolly buyers are watching. A 1971 Hollywood press. This one does not come through. This is an original Dolly studio album, The Golden Streets of Glory. Orange RCA pressing, $65 start, VG Plus cover. Do not get that one very often. It's a 1971 OG, $65 start. Dolly Parton, The Golden Streets of Glory. And I have an OG White Line Pride. OG White Line Pride. This is a 1987, $55 start. White Line Pride, original inner sleeve, $55 start on that. $65 on Dolly, $55 on White Line. Songs on Cougar. What John Cougar album was that? This is American Fool. Hurt So Good, Jack and Diane. Hold Hand to Hold On To, Danger List, Can You Take It, Thundering Hearts, China Girl, Close Enough, and Weakest Moments. This is $19.99. John Cougar, American Fool, has the original inner sleeve. That's buy it now, best offer, $19.99. Philip offered 6 for Jan and Dean. Sell out to Philip Shoemaker for 6. Tim Jernigan says he'll take it. Let me make sure Alan Montgomery doesn't want it. If Alan Montgomery doesn't want it, then it's sold to Tim Jernigan. Alan offered 15. Jim says he'll take it as sticker. So Alan, if you want it for sticker price, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Tim Jernigan. Just let me know. America, this is $9.99 for America. Also, the Chordettes Greatest Hits, $9.99 for the Chordettes. Beach Boys 69, that's $19.99. And Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, 40th anniversary, one of those Steven Wilson remixes. This is $99.99. 40th anniversary, 180 gram, Steven Wilson remastered, $99.99. Alan's going to forego it. So, Tim Jernigan, you get that at sticker price. Dolly is a $65 start. White Line's a $55 start. Going once, going twice on those to lock in bids. That was a good crate. I'm going to pull some more out of that same bin here in just a second. Let me read you what's left in here. If anybody wants anything, just let me know. Let me go ahead and condense this bin here because I need another crate while I got the chance. Put that right there. Let me read you what's left in here. Final call to get bids on both of those great auctions. Back to the egg, Paul McCartney. I'm just going to read titles. If you want to know a price, let me know. Toto Isolation, Peaches and Herb, T-Bone Burnett, Gil Evans, The Guess Who, Modern Talking, Dave Clark 5, Air Supply, Janie Freaky, The Rolling Stones, Montrose, Humble Pie, Joy Apollo 100, which I'm pretty sure Apollo 100 is the artist, and then the title is Joy. ABBA's Greatest Hits, Earth, Wind and Fire, Moody Blues, Billy Joe, Beach Boys, Blood, Sweat and Tears, America, Chordettes, Beach Boys, and Jethro Tull. All right. Dolly and White Line's buy it nows. Dolly is a $65 buy it now, and White Line's a $55 buy it now. Toto is $19.99, Kurt Musser. Isolation, no condition notes on that. Dolly, Golden Streets of Glory, $65 buy it now, and White Line Pride's a $55 buy it now. Grab them now, or maybe the next time I'm live during what I call prime time. Although there's a lot of people watching right now. I don't know how many times I've seen over 200 viewers at almost 11 o'clock. We got 202 viewers right now, 202 at 1042. Pretty crazy for a Saturday night. Jeffrey Dunlap takes the White Line for a $55 buy it now. That's so to Jeffrey Dunlap. ABBA price and condition, just joining. ABBA is $19.99. It's a greatest hits, $19.99. No condition notes on that, Garrett. Gatefold, very clean. And it has, what kind of inner sleeve is this? This is a Atlantic, that's an Atlantic company inner sleeve. All right. Garth, it is a live album. It is called, let me grab it right over here. This is Garth Brooks Live, 3 LPs, $25 start. It's called 6 Million Tickets. The Whiteout, is that what it's actually called? Let me see here. Triple LP, I think that's what it's called. Garth Brooks. Yeah, it's a triple LP live. If there's something written on the spine, boy, it's hard to find or hard to read. $25 start. Garth Brooks. $25 start. Can you show the Chordettes cover? The Chordettes cover. The Chordettes Greatest Hits. Everest Golden Greats. And then William Ray Tattoo You. $34.99. Original inner sleeve. Master disc. Bob Lowood Mastering. RL in the dead wax. Very clean copy. $34.99. These are all buy it now best offer here. Garth Brooks is now up for bid. It already has a $25 bid. Our next auction over here, I still got some Japanese. Let's see here. I have Dead or Alive, Dead or Alive, Dead or Alive, The Beatles, Paul McCartney, The Beatles, Dead or Alive. I got 3 copies of that. Let's go ahead and do these at I got 4 different, but let's go ahead and do these at like a like you have to buy it price. $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now on Dead or Alive Youthquake with the hit single You Spin Me Round. $15, I've got 3 copies. Garth Brooks is at $26, $27, $28. 3 copies of that. They're $15 each. Rocket. I'll put up ABBA for a you must have to bid low start. And let me pull out another sealed record. I still got sealed Steve Miller and Steve Winwood and Starship. Let me grab a couple of those and bring them a little bit closer to me over here. All right, so we have Garth Brooks at 30, William off for 30 for the Stone, sold. Dead or Alive's are for $15. These are $15. One sold to Mel Moss, one sold to John Leal, and one sold to Ron Duffield. Those are all sold. 15, 15, 15. Chandler has Garth Brooks at 30. Deidre, you're out. Debbie Winstead, you're out. That's at $30. Anybody else want anything or want to make an offer in here? Our next auction is going to be ABBA. The album has a gigantic obi on it. $15 start. This is ABBA, the album, Japanese pressing. Very nice. $15 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Super clean. There's the LP. There's the Japanese inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert. And this is a $15 start. ABBA, the album. That's a $15 start. Garth Brooks is at 31, now 35. Yes, relayer from last night's crate. Do you still have it? 19, I think it was. Last night's crate. Let me figure out where the last night's crate was. That's always a problem. The stuff from the night before. It could be anyway. I think I uncrated it. Where is last night's stuff? If you want it, I can find it. Let me just figure out what has possibly happened to it. Let me figure out what has possibly happened to it. There's that. What was this one? Is that stuff from last night? Manhattan Transfer? No, we did that. What is this here? Bill Haley, Eddie Money. That was stuff from tonight. Let me figure out what's in this one. I probably can find it. If you absolutely want it, I can probably track it down after the sale. Let me just figure out where they did with that. There's a good chance it's been deposited over here. Here's another copy of Tattoo You if anybody else wants one. Big Chill soundtrack Left Behind, Heart self-titled. ELO, Sonic Youth. Might have to go through some of these. Wow. The Police, Emmylou Harris, Herb Albert. I don't know where all that stuff is. It may be right there. I think that looks familiar. But I can find it if you absolutely want it. All right, so Garth Brooks is at 35. Do you have the Japanese version of Kiss Killers? We did. Not anymore. ABBA's at 16. And Brent Robley says, what Sonic Youth? It was Daydream Nation. Daydream Nation. Chandler's out on Garth Brooks. Let me see what's in this bin right here. Is that stuff from last night? This looks like stuff from last night. I bet I can find it right quick. I can sniff out a Yes album. If it's still available. Bee Gees. Stones. Relayer. See? I have a sense to find Yes albums. This is sold to Gary Newcomb at sticker price. Very cool. Yes, relayer. Awesome artwork. ABBA's at 17, now 18. Now, let me fill up a new crate over here. Let me move some stuff around so I can put these back and also remember where they're at in case somebody decides they want anything. And then when I come back, I'm selling Garth Brooks. The Cordettes was $19.99. And Garth Brooks is about to be sold to Brooke for $35. Okay. The Cordettes, that was $9.99. I was about to say $9.99. 19 sounded more than what I said the last time for sure. $9.99 on the Cordettes. $9.99. All right, let me grab some stuff right in here for sure. This little pocket of vinyl. Time to fill up another crate here of Buy It Now Best Offer. Let me find that little pocket too where the Sonic Youth album was. Where was that? I just read it off. Aha. Grab these. Now, let me get caught up over here in the comments because I saw a couple other things going on. It's a new copy. It's a new reissue that was left behind from a previous bin. But first, let's go ahead and sell Garth Brooks to Brooke Paget for $35. Update on the ABBA, 17, 18, 19, 20 with John Otten. 20 right now of John Otten. Japanese press and Voby. Now we had, let me figure out what else happened. We had Chad or Tanner, give the Smokey to Alex Roman. Okay, so there was a Smokey Robinson earlier right here. Let me pull that out and let's sell this to Alex Roman instead for $15. Alex, you get that for $15. ABBA was 17, 18, 19, 20. Alex Roman wants the Cordettes for $9.99. And that Sonic Youth is right here. Sonic Youth Daydream Nation is sealed. It's a new remaster for $36.99. Boy, Garrett, if you need a part-time job, you know these things better than I do. $36.99. That's sealed Sonic Youth Daydream Nation, new remaster. This is the Cordettes. That's sold to Alex Roman at Sticker. And we have ABBA at 21, ABBA at 22. ABBA's at 21, ABBA's at 22. Debbie, you're out. Tony, you're out. John, you're out. Next auction is sealed. Starship. We built this city. Hype sticker. Knee deep in the hoopla. Includes we built this city hype sticker. Sealed. $15 start. Starship. Knee deep in the hoopla. Brent Robley says he'll take this. Sold to Brent Robley. All righty. New creative. Buy it now, best offer. Let's see what's in here. Appears to be some pretty good titles with something like Sonic Youth in there. First is the Beach Boys, Endless Summer, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. The Beach Boys is a 2LP gatefold compilation. California Girls, this is $19.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again, $19.99. Wasted on the Way. Southern Cross, very clean copy, very nice. And it has the original inner sleeve, $19.99 for Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That's Daylight Again. ABBA was at 23, 24. Starship is at 15, 15. ABBA's at 25. Is this We Built This City on Rock and Roll? That is absolutely correct. Bruce Springsteen, The River, $29.99. Now this has several things with it. It has both original inner sleeves and it has the lyric book. It has the original Japanese, or excuse me, this is not Japanese, has the original US insert with it, which is like a 2-page flip there. That's The River. It's very nice, $29.99. Starship's at 18. Starship is at 16. Starship's at 18. ABBA's at 26. Another Crosby, Stills, and Nash album. This is $19.99. It has the original inner sleeve with it, $19.99. And we have Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. Robert Palmer Riptide, original inner sleeve, that's $19.99. Robert Palmer Riptide and Bruce Hornsby in the Range, that's just the way it is. An absolute classic, $24.99, super clean copy. Debbie's at 20 on Starship. So Starship, Knee Deep in the Hoopla, that's the name of the album, with hype sticker, includes We Built This City. That's at 21 with Jason Anderson. And then ABBA, the album, a Japanese pressing, that is at $26 with John Otten. That's the high bid. Everybody else is out on that. Everything this bin's buy it now best offer, including Rex Holman, Here in the Land of Victory. Rex Holman was a 1970 Monarch pressing, VG Plus condition, $49.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. A classic, especially for me. Yes, Close to the Edge. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Yes, Close to the Edge. Down by the Corner. Moth the Hoople live. VG Plus, $14.99. Starship at 25, Starship 26, ABBA's at 30. Alice Lowry gives 20 for Bruce Hornsby. You got it for 20. That's sold to Alice Lowry. Steely Dan Asia, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Original inner sleeve, Asia is VG Plus $24.99. And Mondo King number 2, Kai Winding, $14.99. Black Verve label, $14.99. ABBA's at 31, Starship's at 27. We have an out on ABBA, Bruce Springsteen's first album, Greetings from Asbury Park. $19.99 on Springsteen, and Wings at the Speed of Sound, Paul McCartney, Let 'Em In, Silly Love Songs, VG, or excuse me, no condition notes, $24.99. $24.99 for Wings, and Jeff Moldar and Amos Garrett, $14.99. Starship's at 27, 27, Starship's at 28, ABBA's at 32. Both auctions still getting bids. We have Three Dog Night Harmony, $19.99 for Three Dog Night Harmony. ABC original label, $19.99. Command Performance, Jan and Dean live in person, including songs they performed on the Tammy Show, $9.99. And we have Commodore's Natural High. Commodore's Natural High is $14.99. All right, back up the top. So Starship was at 28, ABBA was at 32, ABBA's at 33. What's the story on Vaughn and Friends? The River for 22. Garrett, you get Springsteen for 22. Let me find that. That was right here. That's sold to Garrett Cypher for 22. Matrix number on Asia. Steely Dan, it's going to be AA or AB or AB scratched out. This is a Terre Haute pressing, T1. AA with the B scratched out. AA with the B scratched out, 1006, in parenthesis, RE-3, and then a dash A, and then a T3. And that's VG plus condition, $24.99. The Stevie Ray Vaughan, the one where Stevie's picking at us right over here. He's keeping an eye on everybody tonight. I have 2 copies left. I have sold a bunch of them. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends, solo sessions and encores. First time ever on vinyl. First time ever this has been pressed on vinyl. Limited edition of 2,500 individually numbered copies on blue vinyl, $64.99. Featuring performances by B.B. King, David Bowie, Bonnie Raitt, Jeff Beck, Dick Dale, Albert King, Albert Collins, Paul Butterfield, and Lonnie Mack. $64.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends. First time ever on vinyl. They're numbered on the back. This is number 1227. They're $64.99. $64.99. I have 2 left. Starships at 29 with Chris Kirkley. Terry Gearhart's out on ABBA. Debbie Winstead has ABBA for $33. Chris Kirkley has the sealed Starship for $29. Jason Anderson's out. Kelly Bagwell offered $8 for the Commodore's album. Kelly Bagwell offered $8 for the Commodore's album. So that is this one right here. That's sold to Kelly for $8. Brock Hanna offered $15 for RP. If that's for Robert Palmer, Brock, J. Hanna, then that's sold to you for $15. Kelly Bagwell also offered $15. And Debbie Winstead's at $30 on Starship. So they're still bidding on Starship, but now ABBA's a final call to Debbie for $33. That's a final call to Debbie for $33. $33. All right, Mott the Hoople, Brain Capers, featuring the Brain Caper Kids. That's $19.99. Mott the Hoople, Brain Capers, featuring the Brain Caper Kids. That's $19.99. The 2 Crosby, Stills, and Nash albums. We have Daylight Again and CSN. They're both $19.99 each. CSN and Daylight Again, $19.99. Chris is at $32 on Starship. Air Supply, Japanese pressing, $34.99. This is the whole thing started. Air Supply is $34.99. Also, Fantastic Four, Night People. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Fantastic Four, Night People, $14.99. Jackie DeShannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart. Jackie DeShannon's $14.99. Put a Little Love in Your Heart. And Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire, $19.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. Starships at $32 with Chris Kirkley. And Julian Lennon, Valotte is $9.99. We can go ahead and sell the ABBA then. That is sold to Debbie Winstead for $33. She's also at $33 on the Starship, sealed Starship. Let me find a sleeve for this. Still got some sealed auctions and a couple other things to sell right over here, but let me go ahead and put that away. That's sold. Chris Kirkley, GL14. Let me get a new crate going at the conclusion of that ABBA auction. Let me go ahead and get a new crate started here. So we have Chris Kirkley, GL14. That's sold to Chris. We have Daniel Farrow, both CSN 25. I will do that deal, especially since I think that's your first purchase with us. If that is your first purchase, Daniel, thank you and welcome. Make sure you contact our Facebook page, please. We need a message from you in our inbox with your email address and mailing address. This is the last sale of the week. We do $7 in limited shipping, meaning you can buy anything starting on Monday. We do shows Monday through Saturday, $7 in limited shipping. Starship is at $35 with Debbie Winstead. Chris, you're back out. We send invoices on Monday. Week-to-week charge of $7 every week. And that's if you buy one record, or literally you can buy another 100 tonight. And I will only charge you a flat rate fee of $7. Our next buy it now right quick is that other Dead or Alive album. This is a $15 buy it now. I sold those other 3. Here's another Dead or Alive album. Japanese pressing, just a $15 buy it now for whoever wants it. $15 buy now. And here's our next auction. It's Steve Winwood Chronicles, which is like a Steve Winwood's greatest hits. It's sealed with hop sticker. Valerie, Talking Back to the Night, Higher Love, all of the great Steve Winwood solo songs. That is a sealed copy for a $20 start. It does have a punch hole, $20 start on that. The Dead or Alive is a $15 buy it now. Starship's at $37. We're going through a bin of buy it now best offer. The material, everything I want to say, the material is a 2013 pressing on clear with blue haze, $12.99. Tim Turner gets the Dead or Alive for a $15 buy now. Brent Robley's at $20 on Steve Winwood. Starship's at $37. Superfood Bambino. Superfood is sealed. It's most likely on white vinyl. $24.99 for Superfood Bambino. Sam Hard and Heavy. That's Sam the Sham. A 1971 Monarch pressing. $24.99. Debbie, you're out on the Starship album. Puff. Puff is $24.99. It's on a promo label. Puff self-titled. Looks like a very obscure 60s record there on MGM. Yellow promo label. Sky Saxon Blues Band, a full spoon of CD blues. That's $29.99. It's a 1967 U.S. pressing. Sky Saxon Band. Brent Robley's at $20 on the Steve Winwood. Final call. And then Debbie, just let me know if you want back in on Starship. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. Warren Zevon. That's in shrink wrap. $27.99. Debbie is back in on Starship at $38. Chris, you're out. Warren Zevon's at $27.99. Tex and the Horseheads, Life So Cool, $29.99, a 1985 U.S. pressing. Tex and the Horseheads, Life So Cool, that's $29.99. And we have Sop with Camel, the miraculous Hump Returns from the Moon. That's a 1973 U.S. pressing. Great album. Paul has a note written on the back. $34.99. That's on the original reprise. And now, Chris, you're out on Starship. The Other Side of Life, the Moody Blues, $14.99 for The Other Side of Life, the Moody Blues, red Polydor label, $14.99 on that. Charlie Daniels Band, that's called Full Moon. It's in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, no condition notes, $29.99. Puff, price, Puff is, pulled out the wrong record, Puff is $24.99, $24.99 on that. And Olay ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, that is $19.99. That's like an ELO hits compilation. Brent, you get the Steve Winwood uncontested for a $20 single bid. That is sold to Brent for $20. And let me step over here and grab a new auction. I still got some sealed stuff to go through. I think I got another ABBA just like the one we sold, but it had a different OB on it. So let me find that right quick. That is sold to Brent, the Steve Winwood for $20. Chris is back in on the Starship at $39. And I think I have another ABBA just like the one we sold, but it has a different OB. Yeah, this one has a different OB on it. So this is going to be a $25 start. ABBA the album. I don't know what we just sold the other one for, but here's the same album. It has a different OB, so it must be a different pressing. This is a $25 start. ABBA the album. Take a Chance on Me. That is a $25 start. There's the original inner sleeve. This one also has an insert with it. Nice jacket with OB. $25 start on ABBA. Debbie's back in on Starship at $40. Chris, you're out. Daniel wants to know the price on Lightfoot. I think the Lightfoot album already got claimed. Yeah, Endless Wire, somebody's already bought that one, Daniel. It's already gone. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, $19.99. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. My Chemical Romance is $39.99. I brought you my bullets. You brought me your love. My Chemical Romance, $39.99. Brent offered $17 for Puff. Puff is sold for $17. Starship's at $42. Michael Hickson's at $25 on ABBA. Creedence Clearwater Revival is $34.99. CCR, that is self-titled. Very nice copy. Blue label. CCR Fantasy, $34.99. Lifeline, Roy Ayers. Roy Ayers is $34.99. Ubiquity, red Polydor. Lifeline, Roy Ayers Ubiquity. That's $34.99. Debbie's out on Starship. Chris has it for $42. Final call. Upchurch, Tinson. That's $19.99. Phil Upchurch and Tennyson Stevens, maybe. $19.99. Shakedowns at $30 on ABBA. John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band. This is an original 1970 Jacksonville press with the original inner sleeve. OG John Lennon, 1970. Very clean copy, too. $49.99 for Lennon. John Lennon. Jim Dawson, Songman. Jim Dawson, $16.99, has a promo copy, not for sale sticker. That's $16.99. Herbie Hancock, Manchild. Wow, still available. $29.99. Herbie Hancock, super clean copy, Manchild, a 75 Pittman OG. And Asia is an original 2012 pressing, $124.99. Asia is $124.99. Starship is at $42. ABBA's at $30. Debbie was already out, so Starship is sold to Chris Kirkley for $42. We have Paul offered $40 for the John Lennon. You got that for $40. And yes, everything in this bin is buy it now or best offer. If you're just hopping on, we're right in the middle of a buy it now or best offer bin. ABBA's going to a final call. I have a sealed Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams. And this is an original retail copy, not a club. Nope, it's manufactured by Columbia House. This is a vintage sealed Columbia Club copy. Columbia House Club copy. Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams. Sealed. $35 start. This has never been opened. It is sealed. $35 start. ABBA's at $32. Kevin Brabble said $20 for Wings. Now, Wings. There was a copy of Wings at the Speed of Sound. Kevin, if that's what you wanted for $20, so do you. Jackson, if you wanted Herbie Hancock for $20, this is not so do you. I will sell you Herbie for $25. Manchild, very clean copy. I'll do $25 on that. Shakedown's out on ABBA. Michael Hickson has that for $32. Sealed Steve Miller looking for a $35 start. Short Stories, Tall Tales, Horse Lips. Horse Lips is $14.99. $14.99 on that. The Wheel. The Wheel is from 1970, $24.99. The Wheel, $24.99. That is a very odd looking record. The Wheel, self-titled, or actually by Bernie Schwartz. $24.99. Jackson said sold on Herbie Hancock. $25. ABBA's now final call for $32. No one's bid on the sealed Steve Miller. That's a final call for $35. Just a Little Bit of Love. Tony Sheridan. A German copy for $29.99. Just a Little Bit of Love. Tony Sheridan. $29.99. Also, Triangle, the Beau Brummels. Triangle is $24.99. Triangle, the Beau Brummels. That's an original Warner Brothers mono copy. Original mono Warner Brothers label, the Beau Brummels Triangle, $24.99. All right, ABBA is officially sold in to Michael Hickson for $32. And a bid just came in on Steve Miller Band, so that was good timing. I'll say final call now since I was just about to make it a buy now. Michael, you're in at $35, and that's a final call to you on Steve Miller Band. Final call to you on Steve Miller Band. You've got it locked in for $35. Final call. ABBA is sold to you for $32. ABBA the album. And that's now going right over here for a final call. Sorry, I muted my mic. I thought I had to sneeze, and then I unmuted it, and then I actually did have to sneeze. Sorry about that. I hope y'all didn't hear that. That was very loud. I have sealed Lynyrd Skynyrd. Sealed Lynyrd Skynyrd going up for bid for the first time. Never have shown this before. It's Lynyrd Skynyrd's first and last. It is a sealed retail copy. The corner's clipped. The shrink is torn right here on this corner, and it has a clip corner. But that is sealed Lynyrd Skynyrd, $35 start, first and last, unopened. It's an original retail copy. $35 start. That's now going up for auction. Michael Hickson gets the sealed Steve Miller Band for $35. That is sold to Michael Hickson. $35. Lynyrd Skynyrd's a $35 start. Sealed first and last. Let's go ahead and finish up this bin. We have the American Tour of Ed Rudy. This is well known because it has an interview with the Beatles. $29.99. The American Tour of Ed Rudy. Ron Davies, Silent Song Through This Land. That's $19.99. And Charlie Daniels Band, Night Rider, $22.99. Lynyrd Skynyrd's a $35 start. I have a Leon Russell Carney Japanese pressing looking for a $15 start. This is Leon Russell Carney with Obi looking for a $15 start. Leon Russell Carney, $15 start on this. It's on a Japanese shelter label. The vinyl is superb. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There is the original Japanese inner sleeve, and Tommy Flowers is in. Maybe has a little bit of something going on right here on the spine, maybe just a little. But other than that, very nice. And Tommy's in. All right, I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants a price or if you want to go ahead and make an offer, be my guest. If not, I'm going to go swap these out for another crate. We have an offer for 15 on Charlie Daniels. Let's sell that to Alan Montgomery for 15. We have a bid on Leonard Skinner for 35, and we have a bid on Leon Russell for 17. So those are now final calls. Those are now final calls. I'm going to try to step over here and figure out what we need to show next. May go to the back and get some stuff as well. Let's see here. What's in this bin? This is definitely a half-off bin here. May do that next. May jump back over to some half-off stuff to do. Move some of these empty sleeves around. And okay, so I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. Got 2 auctions up. Leon's at 18. How about the blue crate with Ida Pitch in front and Gene Simmons in the back? Well, I've already you're talking about a crate of new vinyl? Well, that crate has already been recondensed with something else, so I actually don't have that, but that tells me there's something in there you're looking for. So just let me know what you were looking for in there. Leonard Skinner's at 35 and Leon Russell's at 18. Matt Hockman, you've been outbid. So here's what's left. You need a price. If you want to go ahead and make an offer, let me know. The Beach Boys, Rex Holman, Yes, Close to the Edge, Mott the Hoople, Kai Winding, Bruce Springsteen, Jeff Moldar, Three Dog Night, Jan and Dean, Steely Dan, Mott the Hoople, Air Supply, Fantastic Four, Night People, Jacket of Shannon, Julian Lennon, The Material, Superfood Bambino, Sam, Hard and Heavy, Sky Saxon Blues Band, Tex and the Horsehead, Sopwith Camel, The Moody Blues, Warren Zevon, Charlie Daniels, ELO, My Chemical Romance, Alan Parsons, CCR, Roy Ayers, The Upchurch Tinson, Jim Dawson, The Asia Album, Horse Lips, The Wheel, Tony Sheridan, The Beau Brummels, Ed Rudy, and the Ron Davies album, Queens Rock Operation Mindcrime. That is new and sealed for $48.99. If you want it, I can find it for you. Price on Steely Dan Asia. That was VG Plus $24.99, Brian. VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. All right. Darren Wallace gets the Leonard Skinner for 35. Darren Wallace gets that for 35. Only one bid on the sealed Leonard Skinner. That is sold. Matt, I was going to make sure you were done on Leon Russell. If you are, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Tommy for 18. Jim Earnhardt said he will take the Operation Mindcrime. It's right here. I knew he was after something. I can read your mind. That's sold to you for $48.99. The CCR was their self-titled album. It's their self-titled album, $34.99. $34.99. Blue Fantasy label, CCR self-titled, very clean, $34.99. He's out on this, so this is sold to Tommy Flowers for $18. Tommy, you get the Leon Russell for $18. Very nice Japanese pressing of that. I think that's the first time us having that one. All right, let me go grab a new crate, and I'll first introduce a couple new auctions, and that's right over here. That's going to be this sealed Aretha Franklin, and this is really cool here, sealed Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. Interesting. So we have Aretha Franklin. This is, I think it's just self-titled. Yeah, it's just called Aretha. It is sealed. It is a retail copy. It's got a tear in the shrink. It's got a crease up here with hop sticker. It had the Jumpin' Jack Flash cover. $15 start. $15 start. Red Rose Speedway, Paul McCartney. Red Rose Speedway, Paul McCartney. Sealed. There's a little bit of damage right there. Hop sticker. Hop sticker on the cover. That's not actually on the shrink wrap. They actually put those on the cover. $35 start. This is sealed, no saw marks, no punch holes. Sealed Paul McCartney. $35 start. Red Rose Speedway. David offered $25 for CR. David, that's sold to you for $25. Close to the Edge was VG Plus Asia. This Asia album is $124.99. $124.99. And Close to the Edge, that was VG Plus $14.99, I'm pretty sure. VG Plus $14.99. Close to the Edge, VG Plus $14.99. My Chemical Romance. My Chemical Romance. Let me find that. It was right in here. I thought it was right in here, actually. There it is. A 2015 Euro import. So it's a European version. But I think other than that, it's just on black vinyl Garrett 13870- or 13870-1A. 2002 on the copyright, but it's a 2015 pressing. Just a Euro import from 2015. $39.99. Aretha Franklin was at 15, 16, 20, 20, 21, 25, 26. Paul McCartney's a $35 start. I'm going to take these right over here. If anybody decides they want anything, they're going to be, I'm actually going to leave those right over here and just get a new crate for some of this other stuff. So actually, let me go ahead and put them in here. If anybody decides you do want anything in there, just let me know. They're right over here behind me, so we can get to them pretty easily. Let me figure out which bin maybe we wanted to finish going through there. I go through this. I think these over here are half off, so, and I've never gone through them before. So let me crate these up and get them a little bit closer to us. A lot easier than moving the whole rig around. Yeah, go through these. So the price I say on these is the half off sticker price. Some older vintage stuff here that's been around for a while. Aretha's still getting bids. Looks like there's 3 bidders still, 28, 29, 32. Paul McCartney, I'll go ahead and make that a $35 buy it now. I was trying to, it's a textured cover. I think it's definitely an older, if not OG pressing of that. So I feel like that's a pretty good deal for sealed Paul for $35. John Young was all over it. $35 buy it now for John Young. I'll get my invoice Monday, as you say, before we'll come via email. If you've messaged us your email, you will get it via email. You will get it via email on Monday. Yes, sometime on Monday morning or Monday night. First-time buyers are a little bit later because we got to set up your profile. We usually do you last. The Sop with Camel was VG Plus $34.99, I think, Matt. VG Plus $34.99 for the Sop with Camel. Sop with Camel, no condition notes actually. It's $34.99, no condition notes. $34.99 with no condition notes. So it's a clean copy actually. All right, there's Aretha. What else do I have over here? Okay. I have this for a $5 start. Tears for Fears, The Tipping Point, sealed, Target exclusive on sky blue vinyl, 2 extra songs on a bonus 7-inch. So Walmart Target exclusive on colored vinyl and a bonus 7-inch, $5 start. It is sealed and unopened. Tears for Fears, sealed and unopened, $5 start on that. All right, so these are going to be half off sticker. Would you do 25? I will go ahead and sell that to you for $25. Sop with Camel is sold for $25 to Matt Hockman. Thank you, Matt. So do you. 5 on Tears for Fears, now 10. All right, these are half off stickers, so the price I say is the price. This is the original Chantilly Lace, Big Bopper, and other hits. Charlie Ryan's on here. Early rock and roll hits, $5. Bottom end musical bass and transient test record, sound effects or test record, $10. Like cannon firing and pops or organ pops and train sounds, $10 on that. The Bee Gees, Peace of Mind, $5 for the Bee Gees, Peace of Mind. Lee Greenwood's Greatest Hits, God Bless the USA, $5. Tongue in Cheek, $7.50. Oscar Peterson is $6.50 on Metro. Oscar Peterson, $6.50 on that. And On the Road to Freedom, Alvin Lee, and Myelin Fever, $7.50. I just want to make sure everybody know that Christopher Morris is the high bidder on the sealed Aretha for $32. Debbie's out and everybody else is out, so that's a final call for $32. And Tears for Fears was at 5, 10, 16, 15, and it's still at 16 then with Debbie Winstead. And Debbie Winstead also put BB, and BB was for Big Bopper, I'm assuming. Debbie, if so, that's so to you. Felix Solis on Virgins. Felix must have got auto-corrected. I bet he wanted, what was that for, Felix? I had Big Bopper, I had Bottom End, and I had BGs. Debbie wanted the BGs, even though she put BB. All right, so that's still going in here. So actually, let's give Debbie the BGs. And then Felix wanted Virgins, which I have a feeling was for BGs. And then John Otten was third on that. And then Tim Jernigan put LG for Lee Greenwood. Jetstream got Oscar for Oscar Peterson. Felix was second. And then Debbie did get the BGs. Felix was second. And John Otten was third. All right, let's show a few more than I'm in these auctions. Final call on Tears for Fears. Debbie has it for 16. Rudder Butter, you're out. Tony Freeman, you're out. Alan Totten, you're out. Lee Greenwood's already sold. History of Country Music, $10 with Willie, Waylon, Ferlin, and Don. $10 on that. History of Country Music. Neats, The Monkey's Head in the Corner of the Room. Neats is $5. Lips Inc. Lips Inc. is $5. Little Miss Shirley Temple, $7.50 for Shirley Temple. Alan Montgomery wants the History of Country Music. Sold to Alan Montgomery. She's a Heartbreaker, Gene Pitney, $5 for Gene Pitney. And Poco from the Inside, also $5. Let's go ahead and sell Aretha Franklin, though. Aretha is sold to Christopher Morris for $32. Debbie Winstead gets the, nope, John Otten. He's on the board. Tears for Fears, $18 for John Otten. So that is sold. I got to the bottom here. John Otten's at $18. So that has a new bid for $18. Aretha, let me do that one more time. Aretha was sold for $32 to Christopher Morris. Debbie Winstead gets ST for Shirley Temple, and Debbie is back in on Tears for Fears for 19. Let me get a new auction started. Over here in the sealed bin, I wonder if John Young's still watching. This could be pretty significant here. This is a sealed copy of John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. Don't see these too often. John Lennon, sealed that is. Sealed, awfully heavy cardboard jacket. It has an exposed corner here. I'm thinking a $45 start. Sometime in New York City, John and Yoko, Plastic Ono Band, and Elephant's Memory on Apple SVBB 3392. $45 start on John Lennon. It is sealed. Like I said, it does have one exposed corner. That one has a little bit of a breach. That one's not too bad whatsoever, and this one just barely breached there. $45 start. That's sealed John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. I think we had an open copy marked tonight for like $44.99 that we may have sold. Tears for Fears. We had a new bid for 19, a new bid for 20, and Rudder Butter's out. Tim Turner wants the old 50s album. You Want Chantilly Lace right here, Big Bopper. That's sold to you for $5. Maz 42's in on the Lennon for $45. That has a bid. The Pointer Sisters Breakout, $5 on that. John Young's at $50 on the John Lennon. To Paul is $12.50, or however you say that. That's $12.50. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 19. This is $6.50. This has artists such as Dale Shannon, The Music Explosion, Cardboard Zeppelin, Dion, The 5 Disc, Frank Lydon, Foreign Intrigue, The Belmonts. That's $6.50. Debbie Winstead first on the Pointer Sisters. Mavs, you're out on the John Lennon. John has it for $50. Debbie got the Pointer Sisters. Jackie, you were second. Lips Inc. is $5, Jackson, Blaylock. $5 on that. Basie Jam number 3, that is $7.50. Eddie Lockjaw Davis, Joe Poss, Clark Terry. Basie Jam number 3, $7.50. And we have Galaxy, Sexy Style. Galaxy is a 1983 12-inch single, $10 on that. Jackson Blaylock wants the lip sync. Jetstream wants the Basie. Let's go ahead and sell the Tears for Fears. That is sold to John. Well, let me make sure Debbie's out. Let me time out on that one again. Debbie, let me know if you're done on this. John has the high bid for $20. And then Mavs, let me know if you're done on the John Lennon. If so, we're going to sell it to John Young for $50, which I feel is a great price. 10 Years of Gold, Kenny Rogers. $5 on 10 Years of Gold, Kenny Rogers. Groucho Marx. So when radio was king, they have different ones. This one's Groucho Marx, $6.50. Shakedowns at $55 on the John Lennon. And we have Mark Lindsay Silverbird in shrink wrap with a foil cover, $5. Debbie's back in on Tears for Fears. John Young's back in on John Lennon. Don McLean Tapestry, $5. It's in shrink wrap. Don McLean Tapestry, $5 on that. So now $60 on John Lennon. And now, John Otten, you're out on Tears for Fears again. Gary Puckett in the Union Gap. This is in shrink wrap. It's his greatest hits. $5. Young Girl, Woman. Joey Osbrooks on KR. KR was for Kenny Rogers, 10 Years of Gold. Lennon's at $75. Tears for Fears is at $22. America, Your Move, that's $5. Lori, we've already sold Kenny Rogers. We have Creole Cooking by Bobby Hackett. $6.50 for Creole Cooking. Bobby Hackett, that's on the Black Verve Jazz label. John Lennon is now at $90. Neil Young Reactor, $10. It's getting back up there about where I thought it was. I mean, Sealed, Sometime in New York City. It's already kind of a tougher album to find. And John, since you're on and watching, I want to show you this because I'm in a whole batch of Beatles and John Lennon stuff here that I really hadn't got to do a whole lot of research on. But a couple of these could be quite pricey if I think I know what they are, or if they are what they should be, or if they are what the best case scenario, like that. Wow. And this, Sealed with the Calendar. Whoa. Oh my gosh. What was that? All right, so back up the top. Tears for Fears at $22. Debbie, you're outbid. John Otten has it for $22. Shakedown, you're out on John Lennon. John Young has it for $90. Henry Pardidez gets the Groucho Marx. That's sold to Henry Pardidez. Debbie Winstead gets the America album. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Shakedown's out on John Lennon. Shakedown out on John Lennon. So final call on the John Lennon for $90. Terry Schneider gets the Mark Lindsay. That's sold to Terry Schneider. Jackie Reynolds on GP. Gary Puckett. Terry Schneider, you were second. Debbie's back in on Tears for Fears at $23. That means the sealed John Lennon, Sometime in New York City, is now a final call. $90 to John Young. About to sell it. Dwayne Eddy, twangy guitar, silky strings. What a nice looking copy for an older RCA mono record. $5 on that. Tears for Fears 23. Tears for Fears 24. Kathy Mattea, From My Heart. $7.50 for Kathy Mattea. Nashville City Limits. This is a compilation for $7.50. It has Mississippi Delta by Bobby Gentry and Joe Stampley, Roll On Big Mama and Roy Clark and Melba Montgomery and Sonny James and Charlie Rich and Jody Miller. John Young wants to Wayne Eddy. That's sold to John Young. Nashville City Limits. Ralph McTell, Spiral Staircase. Ralph McTell is $5. Chris said Robert Sartain. He must be tagging somebody. A Classy Pair. Ella Fitzgerald Sings. Count Basie Plays. $7.50. Fitzgerald and Basie, $7.50. Let's sell the John Lennon. Sealed John Lennon. Sold for $90 to John Young. Sealed. That's sold for $90. Felix Solis wants Ralph McTell. We have Felix getting Classy. So, oh, my bad. Felix gets Ralph McTell. Jetstream first on Ella Fitzgerald. Felix was second. Robert Johnson third. CC Allen fourth. Debbie, you are outbid on Tears for Fears. John Otten has it for $24. Let me know if you want back in or out. Now, so John, I had a feeling this was a counterfeit. I looked at it. So this is a highly counterfeited slash record. It's the Sometime in, or John Lennon, John and Yoko, two virgins. It's in like cellophane type shrink wrap. It was a heavily bootlegged album. Two virgins. So I'll just set that one aside. John Young says this is a 1985 issue, so not a true 69. I'll do some more research on that one. I'm saying not that I don't agree with that, but just to know kind of where to start it. Now this one, I know this to be an OG because a couple things. One, it's sealed and it has a sticker on the back that says, including the John and Yoko 1970 calendar, which is very unique because it includes this gigantic spiral-bound calendar. I've seen them inside like that before. I usually see them on the outside. So pretty unique because if I ever have a copy of this, that calendar is never with that for two reasons. One, it was very obtrusive, and a lot of people didn't leave it in there like that. And I'm sure a lot of people probably took it out and used it. So this is sealed. It has that hop sticker on the back. Let's look at the corners. This corner is pretty smashed here, and the shrink wrap is very tight on it, by the way. Also because it kind of bows out. That corner is actually really nice. That corner's nice. There's no breach in there. And that one, there's a small breach right there on that one. And it's also kind of bent where that calendar's crammed in there. $45 start. Sealed sometime in sealed live piece Toronto, $45 start. Unopened, has the calendar in there with it. Very cool. Including the Johnny Yoko 1970 calendar. $45 start on that. All right, Tears for Fears. We're still bidding. We started this thing at $1 about an hour ago. Now we're at 26 with John Otten. Debbie, you're out again. And Garrett Cypriot wants Creole cooking if it's still available. That's sold to Garrett Cypriot. John Lennon's at 45. Eric Cartman, $5, featuring the hit song All By Myself. $5 on Eric Cartman. We have Wise After the Event, Anthony Phillips. It's a picture disc with a squirrel on the moon eating a golf ball with green stuff coming out of it. Somebody had to have been high. This is $10. We have Tears for Fears at 27. Another $45 bid on John Lennon. Peter and Gordon, Knight and Rusty Armor. That's in shrink wrap. It's a capital mono pressing. Has a punch hole. $5 on that. Tears for Fears is 27. John's out. Looks like Debbie's going to get it for 27. But John, I may have another copy, so give me a second. If it's not in this bin behind me, there may be one behind the counter. Terry Schneider gets to Eric Cartman. Debbie Winstead wants the picture disc. These are all half-off sticker, by the way. So two bids on John Lennon, 45 and 45. Paul, you came in second. There's another Peter and Gordon. That one's also $5. Sing and play the hits of Nashville, Tennessee. And another Peter and Gordon. That's also $5. Stars of the 60s. That's a compilation. All the way to Reno, Don Reno and Bill Harrell and the Tennessee Cut-Ups. That is sealed for $10. All the way to Reno. $10 on that. And Reno and Smiley, Country with the Tennessee Cut-Ups. Another sealed Reno and Smiley. That's $7.50. John Paul Young, Love Is in the Air. $5 on John Paul Young. And Michael Bloomfield, Between the Hard Place and the Ground. $10 on that. Michael Bloomfield. Very clean LP there. Terry Schneider wants the Peter and Gordon compilation. This is sold to Terry Schneider. Debbie Winston wants the John Paul Young. Felix was second. And Robert Johnson on Michael Bloomfield. All right, so Tears for Fears is sold to Debbie Winston for $27. Let me do a final call. No, never mind. Paul's bid slipped in there. Paul Oakley is at $50 on the John Lennon sealed copy of sometime. How many times am I going to say that? Live Piece Toronto. Sealed copy of Live Piece Toronto. Has the hop sticker on the back. Sealed with that original calendar in there. Check that out. It's still in there. It's never been opened. High bid on that. Paul has that for $50. Paul has that for $50. Patty wants NY. And NY was for Neil Young, Patty. Is that right? $10. Let me know if that's right. Let me show a couple more records. I got the Baroque Beatles book. That's like the Beatles in classical style. $7.50, I think. And Maynard Ferguson is $5. I think that's what's going on here. I want to overture. Overture. I want to hold your hand. You're going to lose that girl. Yeah, it's like the Beatles done to classical style. Patty said yes on Neil Young. Chris is back in on the John Lennon at 51. Paul's right back in at 55. And Brian says last bid Steely Dan Asia and yes for 30. I will do that bundle deal. Let me find that right quick. You're wanting Asia and yes for $30. I'll go ahead and say sure. I'll consider that like 15 and 15. There's that and there's that. Just because they're VG Plus. If those were nice copies, probably couldn't do that. But I'll go ahead and sell those to you. Sell those to Brian, whoever's going to tag these. Let's do 15 and 15. John Lennon 57. Daniel Frio on the Maynard Ferguson. Daniel, you get that. Another bid on Lennon for 56. Tony Samuelson gets the Baroque Beatles. John Lennon's at 60. Also have a few more in here. Another Maynard Ferguson, a message from Newport. That's $5 on Maynard Ferguson. Also, Bachman Turner Overdrive 2. That's $7.50. And Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Angel Station, $5 on that. So the John Lennon has a high bid of $60. Let me go over here and grab another record. This one looks nice. It's a Colecco staple. If we're going to be doing, we've shown one Japanese tonight, but if we're going to be doing Japanese, we got to show one of these. Since we already have a John Lennon up, here is the Beatles 62 to 66, the classic compilation. This is a Japanese pressing from Apple. Both LPs are near mint minus and pristine. Has both original inner sleeves, which have the lyrics. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. Paul McCartney's dad, when Paul introduced that song to his dad, he was like, can't you do the she loves you, yes, yes, yes? Because yeah, yeah, yeah was an American thing. And he was like, I don't think that has the same ring to it. She loves you, yes, yes, yes. I don't think it would have been a hit, even with the Beatles doing it. There's the track listing. You've got to hide your love away. Wow. Japanese pressing, gatefold with Obi. I think I've already put it up once for a buy now. I'm going to reduce it a little and put it up for a $45 start. Very nice set. The Beatles is a $45 start. Chris and John, let me know if y'all want back in on the John Lennon. Paul Oakley has that for $60. Final call. Daniel Frero also wanted this Maynard Ferguson, and Debbie Winstead got Manfred Mann. So those are now sold. Here's what's left in this half-off bin very quickly. The Beatles is a $45 start, and Paul Oakley is about to get the sealed John Lennon for $60. John Cassidy's out. It's just up to Chris Beachak now. We have bottom end, musical bass, and transient test record, $10. Thank you, Michael Nath. Have a good night. See you again tomorrow night. Tongue in Cheek by Chic, $7.50. On the Road to Freedom, Alvin Lee and Mylan Lefevre. That's $7.50. Neats, The Monkey's Head in the Corner of the Room. That was $5. She's a Heartbreaker, Gene Pitney, $5. Poco from the Inside, $5. Felix Salas gets Chic. That's sold to Felix Salas. Also, to Paul is $12.50. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 19, $6.50. Galaxy is $10. Debbie, you were second on Chic. Don McLean Tapestry, the guy who wrote American Pie. This is in shrink wrap, $5. Very clean copy in shrink wrap. And we have Kathy Mattea, From My Heart, $7.50. All right, let's sell the John Lennon. That's sold to Paul Oakley for $60. If anybody wants to lock in a bid on the Beatles, now is the time. Final call on that to get a bid in for $45. Usually start them a little bit higher. If anybody wants in, now's the time. Mark Kaser wants to Don McLean, and he gets the Kathy Mattea. Those are sold to Mark Kaser and Mark Kaser. We have Nashville City Limits. That is $7.50. It's a country compilation. Also, the Peter and Gordon. Those are $5 and $5. All the way to Reno, Don Reno. That was sealed for $10. This one, Country, was sealed for $7.50. And Bachman Turner Overdrive, $7.50. Taking care of business, 1973. All right, I'm going to go. So behind this crate was another crate of half-off stuff. Let me go ahead and grab those. But final call, if anybody wants anything in here. BTO, Reno, Smiley, Reno, Peter and Gordon, Nashville City Limits. Galaxy, Collectors Records, Retro Class Entertainment gets the BTO. Tom Boland put Sinatra. No Sinatra in this bin. Derek Clark recommends the Alvin Lee and Mylan Lefevre. He says, great album. You will enjoy it. Gene Pitney, Poco. And here's the record he's talking about. Alvin Lee, Guitars from 10 Years After. Very clean copy. It's $7.50. All right, I'm going to go swap these out. Let me fill up. I got another half bin of, well, it's almost a full bin over here of more half off. Same place I got these. Actually, what I might do is just leave those in there just in case somebody decides they want anything in there. Let me condense and combine here. Condense and combine. All right, the Beatles is a $45 buy it now. 62 to 66 compilation, if anybody wants in on that. If anybody wants in on that, now is the time to grab that. Shakedown's going to grab it. And before that, though, Mark Kaser gets the Alvin Lee. That's so to Mark Kaser, half off sticker. And let's go ahead and make that the last bin record in this bin. $45 buy it now. Now, I do have another one. I was going to make sure there's no two claims on that. I do have another one if anybody decides they want one for a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. So John Lennon, Double Fantasy, sealed copy, $25 start. It does have a tear of the shrink right here. It's a little bit torn up here. Sealed copy, $25 start. Debbie also wants a Beatles, so does Mark Kaser, and so does Terry Schneider. John Lennon's a $25 start. I only got one more red album. I'm about to put up a blue one, but I only have one more red one. So let me sell that, and let me put up one of the blue ones. John Lennon's a $25 start. It is sealed. There's the other red album. It's going to Davey Winston for $45. Mark, you were second. Terry was next. Let me swap out crates, but first let me show this. Here's the 62 to 66 album. Let's take a look at it. Both LPs are nice. There's the original inner sleeve. Same thing. Printed inner sleeves with the lyrics. This actually has the discography book. Actually, this one's complete. It has the discography book. It has the poster. Is there something inside of this? Nope. And it has the lyric book. Discography book, poster, and lyric book. This cover has a little bit of foxing on it. This one has a little bit of that humidity foxing, but it is also complete, and the vinyl's nice. $45 start on that one. And John Lennon's a $25 start. We're going to go through a half-off bin. Let me swap out crates here. And do this right here. There's also something stuck to the bottom of my foot. Last time I stepped on a nail. Price tags. Those will get stuck to your feet around here. All right, 25 and 45. Let's go through some half-off tiles. The price, I'll tell you, is the price. We have Duke Jupiter White Knuckle Ride. Looks like they're on a roller coaster guitar. That is $7.50. Duke Jupiter White Knuckle Ride. This is Dougie Fresh and the Get Fresh crew. That is now $5. It's a promo copy. Promo copy. 12-inch single, Dougie Fresh. Judy Lynn, Naturally. $5 on Judy Lynn, Naturally. Johnny Ray is $10. Johnny Ray on Liberty. $10 on that. Shakedown wants Dougie Fresh. Several people on that one. That's sold. Having a Wild Weekend, Dave Clark 5. $5 on the Dave Clark 5. Dave Clark 5. $5 on the Dave Clark 5. Satisfied with you. Dave Clark 5. $5 on the Dave Clark 5. Try Too Hard. This is Howard Roberts. Color Him Funky. $10. Dimensions and Jazz sticker. It's a mono, weird capital mono label. That is $10. And we have Chance. Chance is self-titled, $5. Contains the hits To Be Loved. You Could Be the Woman. So, Dougie Fresh was sold to Shakedown, then Noah, then CC, then Rydell, then Debbie. So 5 people on that. Burt Jordan wants all the Dave Clark 5s. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Robert Johnson wants HR. That was Howard Roberts. That's sold to Robert Johnson. And I'm going to make these a buy it now. If anybody wants to seal John Lennon, $25 buy it now. Seal John Lennon, $25 buy it now. Double Fantasy. Seal John Lennon, Double Fantasy, $25 buy it now. And the Beatles, 62 to 66, $45 buy it now. Sold to Mark Kaser. So Dougie Fresh is sold. All 3 Dave Clark 5s are sold. And we have both auctions are sold. Let me put up some new stuff then. If anybody else wants a Beatles, I have one more. So if anybody else wants to go ahead and say Beatles, there's one more blue album for $45. That one sold to Mark Kaser for $25. John gets the John Lennon for $25. Jeff Williams, you were second. Shakedown gets the other one. It's very similar. $45. All right. Now, I got a Paul McCartney here to reduce the price on, if it's also complete. I don't know if it's complete, but we'll take a look at it. If not, Debbie may want it. Both LPs. Also, somebody asked earlier, I don't know if they're still watching, if we still have Temple the Dog. For some reason, that just hit my mind because I just saw the corner of them. I still have 2 copies of Temple the Dog if anybody's interested. Lyric book. Hey, you're in luck. Discography book and poster. And the cover is very similar. It just has some of that light humidity. This very similar looking copy. Very lucky. This one's also complete. That's unusual. My friend Moose has sent me a reel on Instagram. I'm about to start doing some reaction videos with me and him. Definitely with him. My friend Moose, probably heard me talk about him, Logan. He has he's very new into music, so I send him stuff all the time. He's into hard rock, and I'll send him stuff and just absolutely blow his mind. So what I'm going to start doing, and he's at the store here a lot after the sales, and I play him music for the first time, put on records. I'm going to get him on camera, and I'm going to start playing him records, and we're going to do Moose reaction videos, because I'll play him a song by Black Sabbath or something he's never heard, and it just sometimes blows his mind. We're going to reduce the price on this Wings at the Speed of Sound. It's a very nice Japanese pressing. Super nice for just a $25 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the Japanese insert. It has the cover with the obi. $25 start on Wings at the Speed of Sound. So Shakedown got that last Beatles for $45. Debbie was second. Terry Schneider third. Mark Kaser, Duke Jupiter, condition and price. No condition note, $7.50. So that's some very interesting vinyl. It's almost like virgin vinyl when you hold it up to it. Hold it up to the light. So everything in here is half off. That is the price. No more, no less. Everything's half off. That is the price. Let me get another auction started. There's that. And then I have another Beatles album. So there's McCartney. I have another Japanese Beatles record. No compilation. No blue and red compilation, but it is a compilation. It's the Beatles Rock and Roll Music. It's another compilation. It has that foil cover. It's a rock and roll music compilation. This is only going to be also just a $25 start. Gatefold foil cover. This thing, for some reason, it always, even the book is like this. See how it has kind of some spots on it there? I've also seen the books like that before. I think it's just where maybe the inside of the cover or the foil, but when you open it up, it has some really cool pictures, inserts, pictures. There's John and Paul. It's a compilation, $25 start on that. Very cool, the Beatles Rock and Roll Music. There's the original inner sleeve, and of course the vinyl is the typical, very nice condition. Near mint minus and pristine. So Wings is $25. We have a bid for $25, $25, $28, and now the Beatles is a $25 start. Mark Kaser says he'll take Duke Jupiter. Duke Jupiter, yeah. All right, let's go through the half off bin. Feel like I've had a couple of distractions. Thin white rope, sack full of silver, $10. Thin white rope, sack full of silver. That's $10. Wings is at $30. Donald Byrd, Step High. Donald Byrd is $7.50. Step High. Guitar Artistry, Charlie Byrd, $7.50. That's on Riverside. Covers in partial shrink wrap. $7.50 on that. Wings is at $35. Mike Torrey's, let me know if you're bidding on the Beatles. Make sure you put the numerical. He did. Thank you. Wings is at $35. Rido Martin on DB for Donald Byrd. Felix, you're second. Billy Under. Well, that's confusing. We had back-to-back Donald Byrds. What's the odds? Or Charlie, or back-to-back Byrds, Donald and Charlie. Now, Rido put DB, so he definitely wants Donald Byrd. And now, Felix, you put Byrd, and then Billy Underwood put Byrd. If that's for Charlie Byrd, then Felix, this is yours. Just say sold. If not, possibly Billy wants it. Wings is at $35. The Beatles is at $25. Final call on those. Phil Austin, Roller Maidens from Outer Space. That is $7.50. This is $12.50. It's Robbie Hood and much more. Moving on. It's on yellow vinyl. Some kind of promo 12-inch single. And Egg Cream. What an awesome name for a band. $7.50. Andy Adams and Egg Cream on Pyramid. $7.50. The Beatles at 26, now 28. Felix was hoping for Donald Byrd. Okay, so Charlie Byrd is unclaimed. If anybody wants that, it's still available. The Kinks Sleepwalker, $7.50. And Roy Eldridge, that is $7.50. That's on the Metro label. $7.50 on that. So final call now on the Wings. I may have already said that, but Tony has that for $35. Final call. The Beatles at 26, 28, and now 32. Debbie Winston gets the Kinks. Felix Salas gets the Roy Eldridge. These are all half-off sticker, by the way. Johnny Rivers, Borrow Time. Johnny Rivers is a white label promo, $5. Naked Movie Star, Cindy Lee Berryhill. Cindy Lee Berryhill, $5 on Cindy Lee Berryhill. And this is Let's Clean Up the Ghetto, featuring the Philadelphia International All-Stars, Lou Rawls, OJs, Teddy Pendergrass, Howard Melvin, 3 Degrees. It's VG condition, $6. It's a 77 Italian import. I'm going to step over here and grab a bottle of water right quick. I desperately need one. Let's see. And the Wings was a final call whenever I get back over here to it. And there was something else. The Beatles. I think that was still getting some bids. But we'll figure out where we're at on that. Grab this bottle of water right quick. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. So, I left off by saying when I get to the bottom, Tony's going to get the Wings for 35. And then we figured out the Birds. Debbie Winston got the Kinks. We pulled Roy Eldridge. Shakedown wants Robbie. That was the next comment, Robbie. Then Brian says, what was the yellow record? It was Robbie, Hood, and much more. That was sold to Shakedown first. The Beatles got a bid for 35. CeCe Allen put Feel. That was it this? Let's see. Was there somebody I said on here, Feel? Hold on a second. Naked Lovers. Was there a Feel? Phil Austin. Is that right? CeCe Allen, Feel. And then Tommy Flowers wants Philadelphia. Philadelphia. Aha. That's what I was about to say. I thought because everybody else was next on it. Yeah. CeCe Allen gets that one. Tommy Flowers second. Felix Salas third. Fred Carnell fourth. And Wings is sold to Tommy Samuelson for $35. And the Beatles is at 35 of John Otten. The Beatles is at 35 of John Otten. The Beatles rock and roll music. We have a request for the tracks. Request for the tracks. The tracks on this album are Twist and Shout. I saw her standing there. You Can't Do That. I Want to Be Your Man. I'll Call Your Name. Boys. Long Tall Sally. Rock and roll music. Slow Down. Kansas City. Money. Bad Boy. Matchbox. Rollover. Beethoven. Dizzy Miss Lizzie. Anytime at all. Drive My Car. Everybody's Trying to Be My Baby. The Night Before. I'm Down. Revolution. Back in the USSR. Helter Skelter. Taxman. Got to Get You Into My Life. Hey Bulldog. Birthday. And Get Back. That sounds pretty good to me. That's at 35 of John Otten. The Beatles rock and roll music. Japanese pressing. Final call. I have another Japanese Paul McCartney. This is Red Rose Speedway with Obi. Red Rose Speedway with Obi. $25 start on this one. With Obi. Very nice. Japanese pressing. Red Rose Speedway. New bid on the Beatles for 37. Very nice vinyl on this. Wings. It has 2 books. It has the Japanese book and it had the Red Rose Speedway book that originally came like with the U.S. pressings. $25 start. It's a gatefold pressing with Obi. 25 on that. All right, we're right in the middle of a half-off bin as well. We have Bette Midler, Some People's Lives, as featured in Seinfeld. Bette Midler is $5. Everly Brothers, Stories We Couldn't Tell. Everly Brothers is $5. The Glenn Campbell, A New Place in the Sun. Glenn Campbell, $5 on that. Red Rose Speedway's at $25. We have the Beatles at $38, the Beatles at $40. Felix Salas wants Bette Midler. Daniel Farrow, you were second. We have Little Jimmy Dickens, the best of Little Jimmy Dickens. $5 on that. Quiet Lies, Juice Newton. Quiet Lies is $5. Has the original on her sleeve. Quiet Lies, Juice Newton. 5 for Juice. Little Jimmy Dickens presents the Country Boys in front of their big Discover traveling motor van. $5. Mark Kaser gets Juice Newton. Are we done on the Beatles? David Graves was at 38. Nope, still kind of don't have anybody out. Yeah, we still got bidders. Tony Samuelson has it for 40, but we're about to sell the Paul McCartney Japanese pressing for $25. That's what's about to be sold. $25 on that. First, Mark Kaser got Juice Newton. Stacy, looks like you were second. Mark Kaser gets both of the Jimmy Dickens. Hats Off the Country. Stetson salutes country music, as in Stetson hats. Nelson, Cash, Paycheck, Charlie Rich, Tammy Wynette, Sealed, now just $10. It's a country comp. The Byrds is also on here. New Riders of the Purple Sage. Hats Off the Country. Gene Autry Favorites. That's live from Madison Square Garden. Gene Autry, $10. Alan Montgomery gets the Stetson compilation. That's sold to Alan Montgomery. Close Up, Buck Owens. Buck Owens is $10. Webb, as in Webb Pierce, $7.50. I think this is an older record on Decca. Looks like it. Mark Kaser first on Buck Owens. That's sold to Mark Kaser. And Mercer Ellington, Hot and Bothered. Mercer Ellington, $5. Alan Montgomery first on Gene Autry. Mark Kaser first on Webb Pierce. And Paul McCartney is sold for $25 to Felix Salas. And Tony Samuelson gets the Beatles for 40. So this is sold for 25 to Felix Salas, and the Beatles is sold for 40 to Tony Samuelson. Okay, now we have some new auctions to put up. We're right in the middle of a half-off bin, by the way. Thank you for joining us. It is midnight, almost, a few minutes till midnight here in Middle Tennessee, and we have 158 people still watching. 158 people watching, almost midnight. That's pretty remarkable, but it is Saturday night. Nobody has to work in the morning. Well, I'm sure some of y'all do. Who has to work in the morning? Anybody going to work on a Sunday morning? Let me get these stickers off here. I got a Subway sub over here in the refrigerator that's starting to call my name, but I'm going to keep going. Stacy has to at 7. Mavs is on vacation. My job here every night, I feel like I'm always on vacation. I've got to admit, I love my job. I come here and sell records every night on Facebook for about 5 hours. However, I really never stop working. When you own your own business, you never stop working. So, church in the morning and work in the morning. Yep, church and work. Let me adjust my knuckles, but I work every day. Y'all know that. Y'all can tune in and watch me work. However, I don't feel like I'm working sometimes. Pretty good gig. However, most of the time, there's a lot to do. So the fun part's on here. All the hard work is after the show ends, everything we have to do. Michael Quattro Jam Band. Michael Quattro Jam Band. I'm going to sell both of these at the same time. They're both sealed, and there's a note on here that Ted Nugent plays guitars. I'm going to sell both. Look at these covers. Very, very cool. This is called the Michael Quattro Jam Bands. I've got one called Look Deeply into the Mirror, and I've got another one called Paintings, and Ted Nugent plays guitar on these. I'm going to start both of them for $35. Michael Quattro Jam Bands. You're buying both of them for $35. Let's keep going. Well, actually, I need a new slot, but both of those are $35 start. That was the end of that crate. I got to go grab another one. I got to go grab another crate. Nope, you know what? Here's something. Well, I was going to make this a buy it now. Okay, as y'all know, we've been selling these clear ones, clear vinyl for $30, $29.99. This is a sealed black vinyl copy for $20. Hootie and the Blowfish. The clear vinyl, you know, we've been selling all this week for $29.99. Here's a black vinyl from this collection. $20 buy it now on that. $20 buy it now on that. I got a sealed Jason and the Scorchers for a $15 buy it now. Sealed Jason and the Scorchers, $15 buy it now on that. And I have 2 more leftovers from a previous night, but I'll show those in just a second because they're a little bit more pricier. Back up to the top. Let's see here. We have, where did I leave off? Stetson, Haas, Gene Webb, and now Jackson Blaylock put Mitch. What was Mitch? Is that something that's still in here? Mitch Jackson, what was that? M-I-C-H. And then Michael Quattro, Fred has a bid for 35. You're bidding on both of them. They're being sold in a lot. These are being sold as a lot, and they're both sealed. And then Alan Montgomery was first to the Hootie. That was a $20 buy it now. Fred Carnell was second. Rydell Martin was third. And Michael Quattro. Okay. Yeah, those are up for auction. Fred Carnell was in first at 35. Jason of the Scorchers is a $15 buy it now. Still looking for a new auction. Give me a second. Well, I was going to see if I get this sticker off of here first. Hold on a second. This has got a very ugly sticker on the front, but I think it's gonna have to have some work. But at one point, somebody had it outpriced for sale. This is John Lennon live in New York City. I think we sold an open copy earlier. This is sealed. It has a sticker here that definitely needs some. You're gonna have to get some Goo Goth to get that peeled off, or if you just want to go ahead and open it up. It does have a crease right here on the cover, but that is a $20 start. $20 start on that. John Lennon live in New York City. $20 start on that. I thought I was first. You didn't put a numerical. This is an auction, and you got to always, before I can take a bid, you got to make sure that you put a numerical. A lot of people, I'll say Michael Quattro's a $35 start, and a lot of people will just put MQ. But to me, that's not a bid. You got to make sure you put a numerical. That's actually bidding on it. It's a $35 starting bid. Duke Ellington is $5. This is Meadowbrook to Manhattan. John Lennon, just like Felix put 20. You got to make sure you put a numerical. Otherwise, I can't take that as a bid because I don't know if you're actually bidding or not. So these are auctions. These back here are auctions. Sha Na Na, the golden age of rock and roll. Both of these are auctions right now. Sha Na Na is $7.50. 2 LP, golden age. And it's awfully heavy. It's a 2 LP. Maybe that's why. $7.50 on that. Earl Klugh, low ride. Earl Klugh is $5. And we have Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA. Linda Ronstadt's $5, Living in the USA. Okay, back up to the top. So Michael Quattro is at 35 with Fred Carnell. John Lennon, 20 and then 22. Sean Fairweather first on Duke Ellington. That's so to Sean Fairweather. C.C. Allen was second. Jackson's at 37 on Michael Quattro. Fred Carnell, you're out. Robert Johnson, you were third on Duke Ellington. Mark Kaser fourth. Daniel fifth. We have Mark Kaser getting Sha Na Na. Felix, you were second on Duke Ellington. Mark Kaser first on Earl Klugh. Mark Kaser, you were first on Earl Klugh. Yes, and Fred's back on that at 40. Charlie Rich, Very Special Love Songs. John Lennon's at 25. Charlie Rich is $5. And then that's the leftovers from the last bin. So Marsha Collins gets Linda Ronstadt. That's so to Marsha Collins. Now, let's see what's left in here. Mark Kaser wants Charlie Rich. Let's go through these one more time. We have Judy Lynn, Naturally. Judy Lynn was $5. Johnny Ray was $10. Chance was $5. Thin White Rope, Sack Full of Silver, $10 on that. Egg Cream was $7.50. Guitar Artistry, Charlie Bird, $7.50. Johnny Rivers was a white label promo for $5. Naked Movie Star, Cindy Lee Berryhill, $5. Phil Austin, Roller Maiden from Outer Space, $7.50. Everly Brothers, Stories We Couldn't Tell, $5. Glenn Campbell was $5. And Mercer Ellington was $5. All right, Michael Quattro, Jackson's out. Fred Carnell has those for $40, final call. John Lennon's now final call to John Cassidy for $25. Final call for $25. The track list, New York City, It's So Hard, Well, 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 Instant Karma, Mother, Come Together, Imagine, Cold Turkey, Hound Dog, and Give Peace a Chance. John Cassidy has that for $25. And then Charlie Rich was sold, Jackie was second, and Daniel Farrow wants the EB. and that was the Everly Brothers. All right, I got to go grab another crate of stuff like that. When I come back, I'm selling Michael Quattro and John Lennon if there's no new bids. That was the leftovers from that bin. I'm going to condense them over here with another half-off bin we went through. Was this half-off? Yeah, that was a half-off bin. There was some crazy stuff left over in this other half-off bin. Like, I don't know, maybe we need to go through them again. It was like half bin and Rod Stewart and Elton John. I hate to go through another half-off bin twice, but there was some stuff I was like, what in the world? I think everybody was sleeping on me like at 8 o'clock. All right, let me condense that. And I may have to go to the back to fill up this other crate, or I might can find one up here. Let me see what was in this bin. Tony Joe White. Let me figure out when these were priced. I may do this one right here since it's very handy. Let's go ahead and just do this. All right. It's also in 2 more auctions. All right, so Michael Quattro, both of these are sold to Fred Carnell for $40. And then John Lennon is sold to John Cassidy for $25. All right, those are sold and sold. I think I'm going to have to go retrieve some new auctions. Let me show these 2 records. This is what I had earlier. This was some no bids from the other night. If anybody wants to make an offer. This is the Diverse Yusef Lateef. It's an original 1970 U.S. pressing sealed. That was $45. It's an original 1970 U.S. pressing sealed. $45, and the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds is a 1974 U.S. mono. It is in mono from 1974. That was $165. So $45 and $165. George Delisle wants the Yusef Lateef for $45, and the Beach Boys was $165. And here's all the no bids from tonight. Let me get them all together here. Wow, some great stuff in there. Let me put those there. I'll go through all those in 1 second. There's our next half-off bin, but I need to step over here and find another batch of auctions, which may or may not be easy to get to. Give me 1 second. If not, we'll just really focus on these half-off bins. Let me see what's in here. I have found what I'm looking for very quickly. That's lucky when you step over here behind the counter. All right. So the first thing I have is, let's take a look at this thing. I think this actually may have came in a collection we recently picked up. Queen's Greatest Hits, a Japanese pressing, very desirable, great sounding record, and this thing looks like a top copy. Has the lyric insert. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Bohemian Rhapsody. Has the original inner sleeve with information about their studio albums. The vinyl is near mint and pristine Japanese quality. Beautiful cover with obi. An amazing track listing. $55 start. That's Queen's Greatest Hits with obi. $55 start on that. Amazing compilation of music there. And our next auction is going to be... who was back up on that Tears for Fears earlier? John Otten. I know Debbie Winston. There's that other Tears for Fears I was talking about. I wonder if John's still with us. John, if you are, let me know. Mavs 42's in on Queen at 55. And we have Sealed Steve Miller Band Anthology. Sealed Steve Miller Band Anthology. And this is a sealed copy for a $30 start. It is a sealed U.S. retail copy. No saw marks, no punch holes. Sealed Steve Miller Band Anthology, $30 start. He's still with us. Let me see if I can find the price on that Tears for Fears. That was probably not too far up. Tears for Fears. That was, there's an out, $27. Let me know if you're good at $27. 27 was the winning bid. If you're good for 27, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you. John Otten. All right, Steve Miller's at 30, Queen's at 55. Let's go through a half-off bin here. First record. Let me move some stuff around here. There we go. All right, sold to John for 27. Henry Paul Band, Feel the Heat, $6.50. Henry Paul Band, Feel the Heat, $6.50. Jennifer, $7.50. Pretty sure that is the artist. And the name of the album is See Me, Feel Me, Touch Me, Heal Me. That's like The Who, $7.50. Manfred Mann's Earth Band watch. We sold one of those just a moment ago. There's another for $7.50. Rick Ocasek, one of the members of the Cars. This Side of Paradise, $10 on Rick. Final Call on Queen for $55. Final Call on Steve Miller Band for $30. Happy and Artie Trom double back rare folk album, $7.50. Paul has noted. Bryce Street Imagination, $6.50. The Jacksons Victory VG Plus, $9. The Jacksons Victory VG Plus, $9. Steve Miller has a new bid for $35. Singing Till the Girls Come Home, $10. It's a vocalist compilation. Isley, Jasper, and Isley. Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker contains the hit single Caravan of Love. $7.50 on that. Brock J. Hanna wants Jack. That's for the Jacksons. Stacy Metternich wants the folk album. That was this one right here. That's so to Stacy. Stephen Miller Band's at $38, but let's go ahead and sell the Queen. Only one bid for $55. Nice pickup there. Mavs 42. That's sold to you for $55. Let's put that away right here. C.C. Allen gets the Isley Brothers. C.C. Allen gets the Isley Brothers. That was $7.50. Paul, you're out on the Steve Miller Band album. Let's put up a new auction. James Gang. Don't see this one very often. Jesse Come Home. It's a sealed copy. It does have a saw mark, but this is sealed James Gang. Jesse Comes Home. Sealed. $20 start. $20 start on that. Sealed James Gang. Garrett Seipert wants Double Back. That was the folk album, and Stacy has already claimed it, Garrett. Yep, Stacy has already claimed that. Michael Bloomfield, we sold one of these a moment ago too. Between the Hard Place and the Ground, VG Plus $7.50. Paul, just let me know if you want back in on Steve Miller. He says he's out, so that's a final call to Brent for $38. Thank you for letting me know. EX Condition, $5. This is Scandinavian in the New Land. And Charlotte Harvey, Scandinavian in the New Land. EX Condition, $5 on that. Gary Wright and Spooky Tooth, that was only yesterday. This is 2 LPs. EX Condition, $8.50. EX Condition, $8.50. 2 LPs. Gary Wright and Spooky Tooth, that was only yesterday. The Bad Scene, UHHNHH. No, maybe. $5 on that. The Bad Seed. Staying Alive, the original motion picture soundtrack. VG Condition, $5. Staying Alive, $5 on that. Tommy James, Midnight Rider. Tommy James is $10 for Midnight Rider. Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes. Pete Townsend from The Who, $7.50. If I can get it back in its sleeve. Brock Hanna on SA for Staying Alive. Mark Kaser wants the Scandinavian record. Daniel was second on Staying Alive. John Otten third. Terry Schneider first on Gary Wright. Marco fourth on Staying Alive. Aurora Shelton gets the Pete Townsend. Steve Miller is sold for $38 to Brent Rively. If anybody wants James Gang, it's a $20 buy it now. Sealed James Gang, $20 buy it now if anybody wants that. Time for new auctions. We have George Harrison and Jethro Tull. Jeff Williams gets the James Gang for a $20 buy it now. Next is Jethro Tull A. Let me get this sticker off here. This is not an original sticker. Much better. Jethro Tull A. This is a sealed gold stamp promo. So sealed, I really can't call it a retail copy. It's a sealed promo copy. Sealed promo copy of Jethro Tull A. $20 start. A. Jethro Tull, $20 start. And George Harrison, somewhere in New England. George Harrison. Hop sticker. Sealed U.S. retail copy. $20 start on that as well. Sealed George Harrison and sealed Jethro Tull. GH and JT. $20 start on either one of those. Back to the half-off bin. Commodores, hot on the tracks. The Commodores is $7.50. $7.50. The Best of New Riders of the Purple Sage. $10 on that. Best of New Riders of the Purple Sage. $10. The Bee Gees Cucumber Castle. VG Plus Condition. $7.50. VG Plus condition, $7.50. John Otten, first on the Commodores. That's sold to John. Pete Townsend, empty glass, $5 on this one. It's VG Plus condition. Has his major hit, Let My Love Open the Door. Also, Iron Butterfly, Metamorphosis. VG condition, $5. Iron Butterfly, Metamorphosis. John Otten got the Commodores. Daniel Farrow on PS. That was Purple Sage. Is that right? PS for New Riders of the Purple Sage, Daniel. If so, that's so to you. John Ogley on New Riders, so that makes you second. Marsha got the BGs. And Mark Kaser gets Iron Butterfly. We did get a bid on George Harrison for $20 to George Delisle. That's now going twice, going 3 times, and no bid on Jethro Tull. If anybody wants to lock in a bin, now's the time. John C., you were second on Iron Maiden or Iron Butterfly. Silent Running soundtrack, $7.50. Awesome cover. Black and White, Tony Joe White. This has his major hit, Polk Salad Annie, that Elvis used to cover. VG Plus, $15 now. There is some cover damage along the bottom, but that is an original Black and White by Tony Joe White on the Monument label. $15 on that. Rob Scheffler gets Silent Running. That's sold to Rob Scheffler. The Mothers of Invention at the Fillmore East, now just $17.50. This was $34.99 in VG Plus condition. It looks like a bootleg. It's a live concert, but it is an official release. The Mothers of Invention, Frank Zappa, and Shabam Sadiq, Shabbaam, and then Sahdeeq. That's VG Plus, $7.50. John C. gets the Mothers of Invention, and that's Noah Farrell, right? Never mind, he passes, so sell that to Chris Baychek. Chris, you get that. John C. is Noah Farrell, I'm pretty sure. George Delisle, you get the George Harrison for $20. And if anybody wants Jethro Tull, it's a $20 buy it now. Thank you, Roger, for tuning in. If anybody wants Jethro Tull, $20 buy it now. Jackson Blaylock, you were technically second on the Mothers, but actually third. George Delisle, you get this sealed George Harrison for $20. Let me put it back in the sleeve. And Terry Schneider gets the sealed Jethro Tull for $20. So let me put that away. And now that's sold for $20. And we have, let's see here. I have Hooters, and I have another sealed George Harrison. I have sealed Hooters. Interesting. Sealed Hooters, Nervous Night, sealed for a $15 start. Hooters, Nervous Night. It is a sealed retail copy. $15 start on that. And George Harrison, very interesting here, Living in the Material World. George Harrison, Living in the Material World. It does have a punch hole right here. The shrink is a little bit torn on the spine. There's a couple breaches in the shrink there and down the spine, but already kind of a tougher album to get. This thing is sealed. I don't recommend usually opening a lot of these, but I mean, man, if you took the shrink wrap completely off of this to play it, you're going to have a very nice, it's kind of a textured, glossy cover. It does have a punch hole. $35 start on George Harrison, Living in the Material World. Give Me Peace, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth, one of the major songs on that. All right, so 15 on Hooters, 35 on George Harrison. Continuing with the half-off bin, we have Naked Prey, 40 Miles from Nowhere. Naked Prey is $10. It's in shrink wrap, 40 Miles from Nowhere, $10 on that. John Eddie is $6.50. John Eddie is $6.50. Brewer and Shipley down in L.A., now $17.50. Brewer and Shipley down in L.A., $17.50 on that. Chet Atkins, Country After All These Years. Chet Atkins is $5. Country After All These Years, $5 on that. Valdi Landscapes, a 1973 Canadian pressing, $7.50. Valdi Landscapes, $7.50. We have Mark Kaser first on Chet Atkins and Valdi. Those are both sold and sold. Elvin Bishop, Hometown Boy Makes Good. Elvin Bishop is $7.50. Hometown Boy Makes Good. And Elvin Bishop, Let It Flow. Back-to-back Elvin, $7.50 and $7.50. Final call on Hooters for $15 and final call on George Harrison for $35 if anybody wants to lock in a bid on those. If anybody wants to lock in a bid on those. Okay, we have the tokens. Redo WAP. The Tokens is $7.50. Also, Chet Nichols' Time Loop. Chet Nichols is $12.50. Speed Zone, music from the original motion picture soundtrack. Speed Zone, $10. Splash, Richie Havens, Rocky Burnett, Omar and the Howlers, Charlie Karp, a couple artists on there. Marco gets the tokens. That's so DeMarco Villavenicio. Also, we have the 6th Great Lake up the country. That is $15. The 6th Great Lake, $15 up the country. All right, Hooters is a $15 buy it now. Sealed copy of Nervous Night. And if anybody wants George Harrison, that is sold for that is a $35 buy it now. We have chat. Pass on chat. Sorry, I have it. You were talking about Chet Nichols. Okay, so that, I didn't even see that, but you're passing, so I'll leave it in there. And we have buy it nows on both auctions. Mark Kaser got George Harrison for $35. That's sold to Mark Kaser for $35. And Hooters go to John Otten for $15. Richard Group, you were second. 2 more records, and I'll put up 2 new auctions. Rubber City Rebels, $10 on Rubber City Rebels. Gilbo is $7.50. That was 2 records, so let me put up 2 new auctions. I have a sealed copy of the Guess Who, and I have a sealed copy of, let me go back to the front here, James Gang. We'll put these up for $15 starts. $15 starts. I feel like I'm about to sneeze again. Hear my mic mute for a second, then I'm sneezing, but you can't hear it. All right, James Gang, passing through. This is a sealed copy. It does have a punch hole right here, but it is a sealed retail copy. Passing through, $15 start. And the Guess Who Road Food, it has a saw mark right there, but that's also sealed. $15 start on that. So 2 auctions there, both sealed, James Gang and the Guess Who. We have Mark Kaser wants to give Gabo. That's so to Mark Kaser. Everything in here is half off these stickers. The Group Quake, this is actually a compilation. $15, you get a compilation of music from the Young Bloods, Auto Salvage. Paul just recommended that band to me the other day. Group Therapy, Loading Zone, Joyful Noise. Group Quake is $10. The Seldom Seen, After Midnight, bluegrass record on Sugar Hill, $7.50 for the Seldom Seen. Oh Wow, the Uptown Rhythm Kings, or Ooh Wow, that's $7.50. David Ray, Slewfoot, $12.50. Range Rats, that is from 2010, $17.50, Range Rats. On the front, it's got a compilation of like old Western paperbacks, but that's the name of the band, Range Rats, $17.50. George Lyle gets the Seldom Seen. Now moving into a final call to get a buy it now on those 2 auctions there. Them Poems and Things, Mason Williams, in shrink wrap on VJ, has the VJ inner sleeve. Mason Williams is $10. Them Poems and Things, $10 on that. Randy Meisner is $10. Randy Meisner is $10. The Town Criers, in the Cool Part of Town, $7.50. The Town Criers, $7.50 on that, in the Cool Part of Town. The Uniques, happening now. The Uniques features Joe Stampley, VG condition, $7.50. Homemade Ice Cream, Tony Joe White. That's in VG condition, $12.50. Homemade Ice Cream, Tony Joe White, $12.50 on that. Status Quo, Rockin' All Over the World, VG plus $7.50. Mark Kaser wants the Uniques. Let's make these a buy it now. Sealed James Gang and sealed Guess Who, $15 and $15 buy it nows if anybody wants those. Bobby Durham, Where I Grew Up, $7.50. Also, Royal Crown Review, Kings of Gangster Bop. That is now half off of $74.99. $37.50, half off of the Royal Crown Review, Kings of Gangster Bop. Jeff Williams gets the James Gang for $15. Jackson Blaylock gets the Guess Who for $15. Those are now sold, $15 and $15. Sold and sold. Let's see what else I have over here. I have up for auction another James Gang, and I have an Elton John. These are going to be $25 starts. Sealed Elton John and sealed Gang, a very much more desirable James Gang album, Rides Again. It looks like it's an MCA repress. There is a little bit of a tear right here, but it has never been opened. Has Funk 49 on it. James Gang, that's a $25 start. It is sealed. Joe Walsh on that one. And then Elton John Blue Moves. This is sealed. a 2 LP, $25 start on that. So 25 and 25 on those. Continuing, we have Miss Dynamite a little deeper, $12.50 on that. Shades of Deep Purple, now just $17.50. Shades of Deep Purple, $17.50. You think open the Guess Who? You can open this and not lose any sleep over it, Jackson. You can open that and you'll be perfectly okay opening that. There's some that I sell sealed. I'm like, yeah, you probably don't want to open that, but that Guess Who, you can open that, not lose any sleep over it. Fred Carnell's at 25 on the James Gang. Jimmy Witherspoon, Handbags and Glad Rags, EX condition, $7.50 for Jimmy Witherspoon. Handbags and Glad Rags, $7.50 on that one. Still got the Deep Purple in there. Graham Nash and David Crosby, that's EX condition, $9. EX condition, $9. Another Graham Nash and David Crosby, that's VG condition, $5. Also, Buffalo Springfield again, VG condition, $7.50. Final call on the James Gang, and final call if you want to get a bid in on Elton John. JD Blackfoot, Songs of the Crazy Horse, VG, $7.50. Yeah, you can open any of them you want. It's just certain sealed copies, like based on the price you're buying it for. Some of those that I've sold over the last few weeks, I'd be like, do not open these. It doesn't make sense to. This album is pretty common sealed. I've had 4 or 5 in the last year, and it's a very common album to begin with. So if you want to open this and have a mint, brand new, pretty much vintage copy, I would give the thumbs up on that one. Of course, you can also probably find a near mint one in any one of our bins already open. But, yeah, some of these is A-okay with opening. Some of these are pretty sealed and valuable as collectibles, and I'd be like, do not open that. But, once again, I've sold some OG $400 or $500 records, and I've seen people open them and post pictures playing them. Probably not the best thing to do, but it's your record. James Gang's at $30. Mark Kaser wants Buffalo Springfield and the Jimmy Witherspoon. So those are sold and sold. And Fred Carnell's out on the James Gang. So final call on the James Gang for $30. Final call on Elton John. Going to sell those at the same time. Let me finish up the crate. The Rock Pile, Seconds of Pleasure. VG plus $7.50. Yes, going for the one is $10. No condition notes on that. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. No condition notes on that for $10. And Chet Atkins, Guitar Country. Great way to finish up the crate there. Chet Atkins is $5. Songs on Deep Purple. This is this has Hush on it. I know that for sure. And the address, Hush. One More Rainy Day. Prelude, Happiness. I'm So Glad. Mandrake Root. Help, their cover of the Lennon McCartney Beatles song. Love Help Me. And Hey Joe, which is a traditional. It says Deep Purple, which is their arrangement of it. But yeah, Hush, that very popular song for them is on there. $17.50 on that. And that was, the top seam has some splitting. The top seam has a split right there. Okay, we have Mark Kaser on Blackfoot. Mark Kaser on Chet Atkins. Kevin Brabble got Iron Butterfly. Alan Montgomery, second on Chet Atkins. Terry Schneider wants Deep Purple as long as Alan Montgomery doesn't want it. Alan, that's sold to you if you want it. If not, Terry. This James Gang is sold to Jeff Williams for $30. And if anybody wants Elton John, it's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Elton John. Let's recap this half-off bin. Still got a couple more things that we can run on auction while I'm recapping. Let me get some of these sleeves out first. I thought this was pretty cool. As you know, Elton John had a songwriting partner known as Bernie Taupin. And, of course, just because he was associated with Elton, or not just because of that, but he was a prolific songwriter, but very popular because he wrote all those Elton songs. If you've heard an Elton John song, this guy right here probably wrote it. Bernie Taupin. This is his solo album. It's a sealed copy. It does have a clip corner right here, but this is a sealed retail copy. Bernie Taupin. I don't think I think it's more like poetry or something. I've played it one time. I really can't remember it, though. It was a long time ago. But me being an Elton John fan, whenever I saw that, I was like, wow, I didn't even know he did his own album. I think he has a couple, actually. But that's sealed, very nicely sealed. Original discount price tag on it, except for the clip corner. $20 start on Bernie Taupin. That is sealed. And that's, I think, most likely from 1971. And so that's a $20 start. Elton John went unclaimed. Speaking of that, Elton John went unclaimed earlier. So Bernie Taupin's a $20 start. And I have a sealed copy of Iron City House Rockers, Blood on the Bricks. A sealed copy of Iron City House Rockers. This is a sealed retail copy. Has a saw mark right there. $20 start on that, Iron City House Rockers. Let's recap this bin. We have a question for how much was the Pete Townsend. Let me find it, and I will let you know. But very quickly, I will read off the titles in here. If anybody wants a price, just let me know. We have Henry Paul Band, Jennifer, Manfred Mann, Rico Kasich, Vocalist Compilation. Jackson Blaylock wants the Michael Bloomfield. That's right here. That's so to Jackson Blaylock. We have The Bad Seed, Tommy James. Pete Townsend is $5. It's in VG Plus condition. Original inner sleeve. $5 on that. Aurora. Black and White, Tony Joe White. Shabib Shakik. Naked Prey, John Eddy. Brewer and Shipley. Elvin Bishop. Chet Nichols. Speed Zone. The Sixth Great Lake, and Rubber City Rebels. Aurora, let me know if you want Pete Townsend. If not, I'm going to sell it to Mark Kaser. Aurora does take Pete Townsend. Mark Kaser, though, gets Tommy James. Sherry Darnell wants the Sixth Great Lake. That's so to Sherry Darnell. These are all half-off sticker, by the way. There's the Group Quake compilation. Also, Ooh Wow, the Uptown Rhythm Kings. This was the David Ray Slewfoot, $12.50 on that. The Range Rats, Mason Williams, Randy Meisner, the Town Criers, Tony Joe White, Status Quo, Bobby Durham, Royal Crown Review, Miss Dynamite, Graham Nash, Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure, and wow, a Yes album for $10 left unclaimed, and it has Wondrous Stories on it. Going for the One, that was a hit, and so was Wondrous Stories, and of course Awaken, 15 minutes and 38 seconds. These are buy it nows for $20. Bernie Taupin and Iron City House Rockers, $20 buy it nows on those. Sealed records from the Michigan Sealed Collection. We bought a collection up in Michigan for over 1,500 or over 1,400 sealed records. And that's what we're selling when I say sealed, most likely from that collection. Terry Schneider, I will sell you the Graham Nash. And the Range Rats, Rudder Butter, it was $17.50. We originally had it marked for $34.99. It's a 2010 pressing, and it's near mint. Yes, very clean, $17.50. Bernie Taupin's a $20 buy it now, and the Iron City House Rockers. Both of them were sealed. All righty. Anybody else? What would y'all like to see next? Maybe in conclusion. Yes, it is getting to that time of the night. So in conclusion, anything y'all would like to see as I wrap up? Like I said, this Subway sandwich over here is calling my name. I have sold 8 crates tonight, counting the one I'm working on, which is about halfway full. That's a pretty busy night for us not having all that many new arrivals. We did like 8 crates that night that we had all that new vinyl. So any more white line? No more white line. Was there Pretenders for auction? There was a new sealed pretend, or not sealed, a new remastered Pretenders for $26.99. The Wall, I'd like to see. Pink Floyd, The Wall, I can show that again. That's a new sealed LP right over here. Let me find that right quick. All right, let me move these right over here. But I can find that Pretenders. It was a new remaster used for $26.99. $26.99. Let me set this right over here. And let me figure out where that copy of The Wall was. I see The Wall. Very easy to pick that one up. The cover literally looks like a wall. Derek Clark says he's surprised none of the Eagle fans have grabbed the Randy Meisner. I think I can get White Line on a Music on Vinyl pressing gallon. It would be new and sealed. Early half-off bins. Yeah, I can go through that. Let's go through this crate of new vinyl. Then I need to go through the early half-off bins. Especially some of those people that wasn't watching earlier tonight, because that was crazy, some of the titles that was in there. And then Brock J. Hanna wants the Speed Zone. Let's go ahead and pull that Speed Zone soundtrack. Randy Meisner still in there, member of the Eagles. Big title still left. There's the Speed Zone. That's so to Brock J. Hanna. So let's go through this bit of new vinyl very quickly. Matt Hockman wants the Royal Crown Review. I'll sell that to you. That's still continuing with half-off sticker. Big discount on that one. 1991 UK pressing. How much was the Randy Meisner? The Randy Meisner was $10. Randy Meisner from the Eagles on Asylum. It's actually a gatefold. Okay, so here's what's left in here. We have Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, $119.99. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Bullet with Butterfly Wings. AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip, $33.99. Ryan Adams Gold's $39.99. Jeff Williams wants the Randy Meisner. That's so to Jeff Williams. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Sky's Crying, $39.99. Dokken Now Playing, Greatest Hits, $28.99. Montrose Now Playing, Greatest Hits, $28.99. Elton John, Honky Chateau on gold vinyl, 50th Anniversary Edition, $36.99. Who's Next as a Half-Speed Master, Won't Get Fooled Again, $39.99. The Cult Electric on blue vinyl, $36.99. Motorhead 1916, $36.99. Dio, Holy Diver. Dio is $46.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. Korn Untouchables is $33.99. 3 different people asked if that was still available tonight. No one ever bought it. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $36.99. King Diamond's $36.99. Neil Young, Young Shakespeare, $33.99. Solo Acoustic Concert, 1971. Awesome track listing. Judas Priest is $34.99. The Beatles' Love is $56.99. Verve by Request, McCoy Tyner, that is $36.99 today and tomorrow. Kiss Alive 2 is $56.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49.99. It's a 2 LP remaster. They sound incredible. $49.99. The Wall. Megadeth Dystopia, $29.99. Live Throwing Copper is $39.99. Clay Moore wants a Live 2, or did you want Music from the Elder, Clay? Let me know, or you can have both of them. Last copy of Live Throwing Copper. Jimi Hendrix live at Woodstock, an amazing performance, of course. $54.99. Triple LP. Keep in mind, that's 3 LPs for $54.99. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. The Wallflowers is $39.99. I also have Crazy Nights. Kiss Crazy Nights is $33.99. And I have Metallica, Ride the Lightning, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Clay Moore wants Elder. Music from the Elder. That's sold to Clay Moore, $36.99. New and sealed. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. We met our minimum quota by selling 1 record. 180 gram. Yes, 180 gram. Well, it should be, yeah. I think everything in this, but yeah, heavyweight 180 gram. Let's say I think everything in here is 180 gram. Joey Osbrooks wants Kiss Crazy Nights. Joey gets Kiss Crazy Nights. 9 out of 10 new LPs are 180 gram. Tony Joe White, homemade, still available in the half-off bin. It is still available. It is VG condition, $12.50. All right, now this is another half-off bin from early in the night, and there is a lot of stuff in here that I can't believe didn't sell. Aurora, all of our new vinyl is priced as marked. No discounts on any of that. I only discount new vinyl if it doesn't sell, and believe me, by the time it gets ready, after 1 year, I discount it after 1 year, and usually by 1 year, there will be no Pink Floyd albums left by then. Those will be sold actually by the end of next week. Tony Joe White is sold to Mark Kaser, but for half off. But yeah, we always keep new vinyl sticker price. I think the oldest thing in any of these bins are November right over here. Yeah, I think the oldest thing over here is November. November 16th is about the oldest new LP we have. So Horace says, I'll take it. Thank you. Yeah, two things about new vinyl. It's always sticker price, and the reason is the margins on these are very tight. You'd be surprised what these cost us. So we have to be careful when we're discounting them. All right, so here's what we have here. Let's run through this. I'm not going to put up any more auctions tonight, so just what's ever in here. Diana Ross and the Supremes Anthology. That's a triple LP compilation of the Supremes for just $15. Classic Motown music. The Smugglers, Atlanta Whiskey Flats. $10 for the Smugglers, Atlanta Whiskey Flats. Nils Lofgren is $7.50. Nils Lofgren, $7.50. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number, that is $10. Mark Kaser gets Diana Ross, that's sold to Mark Kaser. These are half off sticker. Holly Near, Fire in the Rain, $6.50 on Holly Near. The soundtrack to Midnight Cowboy, $7.50. John Voight, $7.50. Everybody's talking. I don't hear a word they're saying. Sold to Mark Kaser. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, $10. Rick Wakeman from Yes, the keyboardist. Crazy album, $10. Rod Stewart, Smiler is $12.50. Pat Garrett, Billy the Kid soundtrack, Bob Dylan, that's $17.50. Knocking on Heaven's Door is on that. Will-O the Wisp, Leon Russell, $10 for Leon Russell, Will-O the Wisp. Sonny and Cher and Shrink Wrap, All I Ever Need Is You, $7.50 on that. Days of Future Past, the cover's in shrink, but the vinyl's in VG, $5. Alan Montgomery wants Billy the Kid, or Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. That's sold to Alan Montgomery. Elton John, Victim of Love, $10 on that. Sometime in New York City, we sold a sealed copy earlier. Here's an open copy, $20. Sometime in New York City, John Lennon. Kaleidoscope is $25. It's a 1960 Pittman pressing, Kaleidoscope, $25 on that. John Lennon Mind Games, $15 on Mind Games. It's a Parlophone German pressing. Parlophone German pressing. Daniel Ferro on Elton John. That's so to Daniel. Thank you. John Barleycorn Must Die by Traffic. Great music here. Steve Winwood, Freedom Rider, Empty Pages, and of course John Barleycorn. $10 on Traffic. Bob Dylan, Street Legal. That's $17.50. The Kinks' Greatest, Celluloid Heroes, $12.50 on that. Paul Oakley gets to John Lennon. Now, let me know if you want Mind Games or Sometime in New York City. Marco wants Sometime in New York City if you don't want that one. He was second. There's Double Fantasy, $12.50, another John Lennon. And Go With The Flow, Michael White's Magic Music Company. This is a 1974 U.S. jazz fusion album for $30. Go With The Flow, jazz fusion album. That is $30. Paul wants Mind Games, so Paul Oakley gets the Mind Games. Marco Villavenicio, you get the New York City. Daniel Ferro gets the Traffic album. That's so to Daniel. Jason Short, you were second. And we have Freakin' Frack, You Shouldn't Have Done That. 12-inch single, $15 on that from 1986. There's another Double Fantasy for $12.50. And there's another Double Fantasy for $12.50. So there's essentially, if we can get 3 people wanting a John Lennon Double Fantasy, we got 3 copies, all very similar for $12.50. A few notable hits: Beautiful Boys, Watching the Wheels, Just Like Starting Over. That is $12.50. John Lennon. Terry Schneider wants one. Now there's 2 left. $12.50 on those. Chuck Jackson, I Don't Want to Cry. That's $17.50. That's on one. Chuck Jackson's I Don't Want to Cry. $17.50 on that. George Harrison Extra Texture with literally a textured die-cut cover. Harrison, $15 on that. Tony Samuelson wants a John Lennon Double Fantasy. Now there's 1 copy left. Jackson Blaylock wants Rick Wakeman. I mention this a lot because probably a lot of people wouldn't realize something like this. This was actually top of the charts. This was #1 on the Billboard charts in 1974, which when I found that out, it was crazy for a prog rock album like this to be #1 on the charts. But Rick Wakeman, very popular. He was in Yes. He had all those solo albums. That was #1 on the main Billboard charts. Not the rock charts, the main Billboard charts. That album was #1. This is Live Peace, another John Lennon. $15 on Live Peace Toronto. We had a sealed copy of that earlier. $15. I'll go ahead and give you a fair warning. One side is John Lennon Live. It's really good. The other side is Yoko Ono, and you might not ever want to listen to it. So just keep in mind on that. Jackson Rick Wakeman was $10. $10 on Rick Wakeman. Blues Magoos is in shrink wrap. It's a 1970 pressing. $17.50 for Blues Magoos, Gulf Coast bound. $17.50 for that. And then Groovin', a classic. I love the Rascals. $15. That's on the original label. The Groovin', the Young Rascals, A Girl Like You. How Can I Be Sure? Groovin'. That's a great one. The Young Rascals, $15. Pussycats, this is a Harry Nilsson album. John Lennon produced it. I think he may have appeared a little bit on it as well. $22.50. That's after the discount. So this was originally $44.99. Pussycats. That was originally $44.99. Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde. That's $17.50. The Birds, Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde on the original Columbia 2i label. That's $17.50. Try it, the Standells. The Standells is $20 and original pressing on Tower Records. I told y'all there was some great kind of pricier records in this crate that's still left unclaimed after the discount. Gordon Lightfoot, Sunday Concert, that's $10. Gordon Lightfoot, Sunday Concert, $10 on that. Rune at the top, Rune Gustafson. Either way, it's $6.50. It's on Atlantic. $6.50 on that. Do you know the secret message on that Nilsson record, Chad? I do not know about the secret message. Is there a secret message on there? Does it have something to do with the cover? Paul McCartney's dead. I see a DS here. Huh. Daniel Farrow wants the Gordon Lightfoot. That's so did Daniel. The price on it is $22.50. That's the discounted price. It was originally marked $44.99 back in March of 2023. So we've had that record a while. That's why it's half off. There's a block on the floor that's a D, and then a rug that's an S. That's a secret message. That's supposed to be the secret message. Drugs. Hey, you learn something new every day. Arrival, I Will Survive, $7.50. Jonathan Wilson, Side by EP, that's $11. By the way, I'm pretty sure this is OG because it's on that green or the orange RCA. It's a flip. It's a kind of a Unipack design. The vinyl's beautiful. It is a top copy. Has a tear right there on it. It's super nice. It's super nice. Just that one damage. It looks like there was something stuck to it right there. The vinyl is near mint minus, not EX plus. It is near mint minus. I don't know if John Lennon actually, let's see here. Drums, Ringo Starr and Jim Kelter. Bobby Keys on sax. Klaus Vorman on bass. I don't even need to read anything else. Keith Moon on drums. And then lots of the same people were being repeated. See if I saw Sneaky Pete on pedal steel guitar. So you got Keith Moon on drums, Ringo on drums. Lucas, you have dibs on that. If you don't want it, it looks like Mark Kaser does. So this is going to be sold to somebody. And it has a secret message encrypted on the front. My first guess was something that had to do about Paul McCartney dying, but I guess not. All right, so that's sold to somebody. We'll confirm that in just a second. Gary Stewart was VG Plus, $8.50. Nicolette Larson was $5. Also Pieces, Mariah, $12.50 on that. Elvin Bishop Live, Raising Hell, $12.50 on Elvin Bishop. I keep on doing that tonight. I keep saying Charlie Daniels. Charlie Daniels Band, $12.50. Mark Kaser on GS. GS was Gary Stewart. That's sold to Mark Kaser. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $17.50 on that. Mark also gets Charlie Daniels Band. Neil Diamond, Touching You, Touching Me, $5 on Neil Diamond. Boo Herder Dine, Boo Her Dine, and Darden Smith. That's EX Condition, $7.50. Boy, what a name. Boo Herder Dine. I'm sorry for you. Crosby and Nash Live, VG Plus, $7.50. Stephen Forbert, Jack Rabbit Slim, $5. Daniel Farrow on the Neil Diamond. So did Daniel. That was on the original Uni label as well. The Northern Pike, Secrets of the Alibi, $5 on that. And we still got both Moody Blues. We have A Question of Balance and On the Threshold of a Dream. They're both $7.50. Also, Stephen Bishop was $5 and Joni Mitchell was $15. And Lucas, if you're still with us, there you go. He says he'll pass. He's got to control it. He's got to control himself. Deep breaths. So Mark Kaser does get the Pussycats. Then next was Gary Stewart for him. Then Charlie Daniels Band. Daniel got Neil Diamond. And anybody else want anything in there? While y'all were thinking about if you want anything else in there or want to see anything again, let me show you all the no bids from tonight. And there's actually a couple from last night. So here's all the no bids from tonight and some from some other shows that we still hadn't sold. So Bertie Taupin was sealed, $20 buy it now. Iron City House Rockers, Blood on the Bricks, sealed, $20. Elton John Blue Moves, sealed, $25. And then from the previous night, the Beach Boys Pet Sounds, that's still available, sealed in mono for $165. Jason and the Scorchers from a previous night, that's still sealed and available for $15. I'm setting that aside. We'll probably sell that a different night, the Two Virgins. Dolly went unbidded for a $65 buy it now. The Golden Streets of Glory. Unbelievable. Tough to get Dolly. No bid for $65. But I did put it up late at like 11 o'clock. But that was almost 2 hours ago now. Night Ranger. $35 buy it now. Sealed. Midnight Madness. $35 buy it now. I can't believe that Dolly hadn't sold. And then Jefferson Airplane. Sealed mono. Sunday's reissue. It was $30. The Frost Music, that was a 69 or 76. Feels like a 76. Does have a corner clip. That was a $45 buy it now. And then Live CCR Europe, that was a $45 buy it now. What was the songs on the Dylan record? You're talking about this Dylan record right here, Street Legal. The songs are, let's see here, Changing of the Guards, New Pony, No Time to Talk, Baby Stop Crying, Is Your Love in Vain, Senor, True Love Tends to Forget, We Better Talk This Over, Where Are You Tonight? That's $17.50. Next was What Was the Kaleidoscope album? The Kaleidoscope album was right in here somewhere. Maybe it was further back. It was right here. This is $25. It's a 69 Pitman press. A 65 Pitman press of Kaleidoscope. It has Unipack packaging. It's an original pressing on Epic. Very clean. Kaleidoscope, $25. Then, next comment was Mark Kaser. Wanted the Northern Pikes and the album before it. That's right here. That and Stephen Forbert. Those are sold. Mark Kaser will take the Dolly for a $65 buy it now. Now I Can Sleep Tonight. That was going to give me nightmares. Dolly sold to Mark for $65. Sherry Darnell takes the sealed Jefferson Airplane mono for $30. And Night Ranger songs and price. Night Ranger is Midnight Madness, which has Sister Christian. It is sealed, $35. You Can Still Rock in America, Rumors in the Air, Why Does Love Have to Change? Sister Christian, Touch of Madness, Passion Play, When You Close Your Eyes, Chipping Away, and Let Him Run. That was sealed $35. Do you still have New Wasp? Sealed Wasp, I have Inside the Electric Circus. I have Inside the Electric Circus, and there was one more. I think everything else is sold. I think I still have Inside the Electric Circus. Most of the other Wasp albums have sold this week, and I have to reorder. You can go on a waiting list for any that you want. If you want on a waiting list for any of them, Jeff Williams takes the Night Ranger. Or if you want the Inside the Electric Circus, it's still available. Well, let me see what's back here. Here's some stuff I condensed. Cinderella, Waylon, Exodus. Nope, they wouldn't be in there. Zevon, Tyler Childers, Alice in Chains. Yeah, I think it's just inside the Electric Circus. All right, anybody else? I've almost filled up another crate. That's pretty good. And this is still available. The Frost didn't sell. No, the Frost didn't sell. I know. That's one of the surprises. Still got that mono pet sounds. Joey Osbrooks wants Inside. Okay, I will find that right now for you, Wasp. Let's find that. I think I've got eyes on it right here. Yep. Well, there might be another one in here. Let's see. Stones, Kiss, Zombie Cramps, Carnivore, Wasp. Was there another one? Nope, just that one. Inside the Electric Circus. Now I have one copy left. I think that is the only Wasp. Can you get Wasp Last Command? We had one copy come in this week. It was the only one in stock. I back ordered 4 more. I ordered 5. They had 1 in stock. I got 4 more back ordered. We may or may not get them within the next week. It could be a while. They could show up next week, but no, I don't have any available. Or I don't really know if I can get it. Beatles Oldies from earlier crate. That was a record out of New Arrivals. And if you want that, I can sell it to you right now. Wow, there were some great crates in New Arrivals. Great records in New Arrivals. Maybe we should run through those. Or maybe I should eat my sub. Let me find that. You're wanting the Beatles Oldies, Charlie DeFrank. We've had a great week. I mean, every night, especially since I've been doing the sales by myself and I can visually see how much we're selling. You know, sometimes we sell like 3, 4, 5 crates. No joke. Every night this week, it has been 8, 12. One night was 15 crates. 8. Tonight was 8. Then we did another 12 crate night. I think we've sold enough for 2 weeks, usually on average in 1 week. So it's got to be well up into the thousands of LPs we have sold this week. Pretty remarkable, actually. So this might be the crate right here I'm looking for. It's been pretty remarkable, honestly. This Beatles record is hotting, man. There it is. Wow, last 4 records. That is sold to Charlie DeFrank. Mark Kaser offered 20 for Kaleidoscope. Sold. Can you get hold of me, Lost Last Command, when it comes in? I will put you on a waiting list, yes. Scott Margheim on Wasp Last Command waiting list. Ever get Dark Side of the Moon other than the 50th anniversary? No, that's the only one in print right now. And we had 1 VG copy this week and it's already sold. What year is Jefferson Airplane that didn't sell? It's already sold. Sherry Darnell bought it. Sherry Darnell already bought it. I think about the only thing, let me move these over here. About the only thing that's worth showing is, I'm just going to read some titles here in these New Arrivals. May not do like a full-blown examination, but there was some pretty, let me do some of the, like, I can't believe these didn't sell in here. First is Alan Parsons' project, Eye in the Sky and Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Boston, self-titled debut, VG Plus, $24.99, first label. More Greatest Hits of the Monkees and Shrink Wrap, $24.99. There's a few right off the bat. Led Zeppelin, Song Remains the Same, VG condition, $29.99. If you see anything that I'm skipping over and you want to see the price, let me know. The Cars, VG, $14.99. Also, the Cars, VG Plus, $24.99. The Isley Brothers and Shrink Wrap, VG Plus, $17.99. Sabbath is a new remaster, but it's $26.99. It's a 180-gram remaster. So is Black Moses, Isaac Hayes. It's a new reissue, VG Plus, $21.99. Kevin Brabble gets Boston. That's sold to Kevin Brabble. Thank you. Foreigners in shrink wrap inside information, EX vinyl $17.99, and Foreigner 4 VG Plus $14.99. This is normally an instant seller. Roslington Collins band VG Plus $14.99. Band on the Run and OG with the poster VG Plus $24.99. This is a pricier record, very unique. The Life and Times of Scrooge, music inspired by. It's on white vinyl. They only made 300 copies. It's $149.99. This, a lot of people asked about. Nobody ever pulled the trigger on the Cult Sonic Temple. It's a 2LP remaster, $32.99. We also still have The Romantics featuring Talking in Your Sleep. That's $19.99. Hughes Corporation and probably The Police, $24.99. That's a few of, I can't believe those didn't sell for sure. And maybe they will right now. If not, I'm going to start doing my first call and final call for claims and good night, because when this sale's over, this is it. So this is the last sale of the night, or last sale of the week. Definitely the last sale of the night, but last sale of the week. So this ends all the combined shipping. So if you want anything right now, this is the time. You maybe can send us a message by tomorrow. No condition notes on Black Sabbath. It is a new remaster. The Cult was $32.99. But after the night, you can't add anything on your invoice, and we definitely don't like you taking stuff off your invoice for sure, because we have thousands of records to sort. As soon as the week's over, we got to start sorting these things. We tag them, or we got to tag them, then we sort them, then we invoice them, then we repull them for orders, and then we got to pack them and ship them, and pack them and ship them. I definitely need some water. That's what I'm holding here in my hand. All right. So I'll see a few questions. Sabbath. Yeah, Sabbath is a new remaster. It's 180 gram, 2015. It's $26.99. The Cult, very same thing, new remaster, $32.99. What was your best price on Asia, assuming it's sealed? It's not sealed. It's opened, $124.99. My best price would be $115. How much for Garth Brooks? I don't have any Garth Brooks. Roslington Collins. I had some Garth Brooks box sets. Let me go check the box set wall. I can see it from here, but Roslington Collins was VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. What happened to you, Roslington Collins? I know it was VG Plus $14.99, though. Surely somebody's going to buy the Colt after all these questions. I mean, it's been asked about tonight probably more than any other record that was in the bin. Box sets. I do not have another Garth Brooks. There may be one in the back. We get those occasionally in collections. Box sets. Nope. No more Garth Brooks. I do have Rush, Dio, Buffalo Springfield, Rush, Green Day, Black Sabbath, Dave Matthews Band, Led Zeppelin, Dire Straits, Van Halen, Led Zeppelin, The Darkness, The Who, Little Steven, Rush, Led Zeppelin, Rush, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Winger, Rat, Pulse. I shouldn't have said all that. Let's see here. No Garth Brooks in this crate. Would be notified through email. Yes, make sure you check your spam folder too. Invoices come through email. Alan, I will do $30 on the Colt. I will do $30 on the Colt, Alan. Jeff Williams takes Roslington Collins. Dire Straits is the new live box set, $259.99. It's $259.99. It's the new live box set that just came out. Then we have Rush, Clockwork Angels. It's $149. It's a 5 LP box set. And then we have Rush Time Machine. I think it's $100. It's a 4 LP box. Well, actually, it's not a box. It's like a big old binder type deal. Trifold, quadfold cover, I think. And then we have the new Signals box, which I think is $250. And then we have the Super Deluxe Moving Pictures, which is $300. So I got some Rush box sets, but they're all pretty pricey. And then Who offered for this? Alan Montgomery. Yeah, Alan, I'll do $30 on that if you want it. And there's Black Sabbath. Scrooge was $149.99. 2014 pressing on white vinyl, limited to 300 copies, $149.99. Thomas Holopainen. Thomas Holopainen, written and produced. There's the original shrink wrap. Wow. There's it numbered, 162 of 300. Pressed on 140 gram, 2 LP white vinyl. I'm thinking about it. Okay. Well, if I end the feed and I hadn't heard from you, you can always message the page with confirmation. If anybody wants to see any of those box sets closer up, just let me know. Or because I'll be here tonight working. So if you decide you want to see something like, Chad, send me the details on that Dire Straits box set again. I can snap you pictures if I see that come through and send it to you pretty fast. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and step around and say good night until tomorrow. I'll be here again tomorrow doing this. It won't be records. It will be coins and knives, mostly coins and silver and gold. I don't know so much. We do have some new case knives, but we are a case pocket knife dealer here, as in case knives, as in like Bradford, Pennsylvania. And we also have silver and gold and coins and currency and stuff like that. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. So thanks everybody for watching. We are done here for the night. Done for the week far as records. We'll be back tomorrow. You can tune in tomorrow. Please come back and tune in. If anything, you can just, some people says they just like my voice playing in the background. But that would be great if we can have extra viewers tomorrow night. Thanks again. See y'all tomorrow. Good night.